Welcome to this audiobook adaptation of Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. Let's begin. Act 1, Scene 1, King's Cross. We begin in a busy, crowded train station full of people trying to get somewhere. Amid the hustle and bustle, two large cages rattle on top of two heavily laden trolleys. Pushing the trolleys are two boys, James Potter and Albus Potter. Their mother, Ginny, follows close behind. A 37-year-old man, Harry, carries his daughter, Lily, on his shoulders. Albus spoke to his father, his voice full of complaint. "Dad, he keeps saying it," he said. Harry turned his attention to his older son. "James, give it a rest," he said firmly. "I only said he might be in Slytherin," James replied defensively. Then, seeing his dad's glare, he added, "And he might, so fine." Albus looked up at his mum. "You'll write to me, won't you?" he asked. "Every day if you want us to," Ginny answered warmly. "No, not every day," Albus said quickly. "James says most people only get letters from home about once a month. I don't want to." Harry interjected. "We wrote to your brother 3 times a week last year." "What, James?" Albus shot an accusing look at his brother. Ginny smiled. "Yes, you may not want to believe everything he tells you about Hogwarts. He likes a laugh, your brother." James grinned. "Can we go now, please?" he asked. Albus looked from his dad to his mum, a flicker of nerves on his face. "All you have to do is walk straight at the wall between platforms 9 and 10, Ginny explained gently. Lily, still on her father's shoulders, wriggled with excitement. "I'm so excited," she squealed. Harry offered some final advice. "Don't stop, and don't be scared you'll crash into it. That's very important. Best to do it at a run if you're nervous." Albus took a deep breath. "I'm ready," he said. Harry and Lily put their hands on Albus's trolley. Ginny joined James's trolley. Together, the family ran hard into the solid brick barrier. Act 1, Scene 2, Platform 9 3/4. Now we are on a platform covered in thick white steam, pouring from the magnificent Hogwarts Express. It's just as busy here, but instead of people in sharp suits, it's wizards and witches in robes, most of them trying to figure out how to say goodbye to their beloved children. "This is it," Albus said, his voice filled with awe. "Wow," Lily exclaimed. "Platform 9 3/4, Albus confirmed. Lily scanned the crowd eagerly. "Where are they? Are they here? Maybe they didn't come?" Harry pointed towards a familiar group, Ron, Hermione, and their daughter, Rose. Lily didn't hesitate. She ran hard towards them. "Uncle Ron! Uncle Ron!" she shouted. Ron turned just as Lily barreled up to him. He swept her up into his arms. "If it isn't my favorite Potter," he said with a wide grin. "Have you got my trick?" Lily asked. Ron leaned in conspiratorially. "Are you aware of the Weasleys' Wizard Wheeze's certified no-stealing breath?" he whispered. Rose rolled her eyes. "Mum, Dad's doing that lame thing again," she complained to Hermione. Hermione smiled tolerantly. "You say lame, he says glorious, I say. Somewhere in between." "Hang on," said Ron, turning back to Lily. "Let me just munch this air, and now it's just a simple matter of, excuse me if I smell slightly of garlic." He breathed gently on Lily's face. She giggled. "You smell of porridge," Lily announced. "Bing, bang, boing," Ron declared. "Young lady, get ready to not being able to smell at all." With a flourish, he pretended to lift her nose right off her face. "Where's my nose?" Lily asked, playing along. "Ta-da!" Ron exclaimed, showing his empty hand. It was a lame trick, but everyone enjoyed its lameness. "You are silly," Lily said, giggling. Albus shifted uncomfortably. "Everyone's staring at us again," he muttered. "Because of me," Ron boomed. "I'm extremely famous. My nose experiments are legendary." "There's certainly something," Hermione said wryly. Harry turned to Ron. "Parked all right then?" "I did," Ron said proudly. "Hermione didn't believe I could pass a Muggle driving test, did you? She thought I'd have to confund the examiner." Hermione corrected him smoothly. "I thought nothing of the kind. I have complete faith in you." Rose chimed in. "And I have complete faith he did confund the examiner." "Oi!" Ron protested. Albus tugged on his father's robes. "Dad," he began, his voice low. Harry looked down. "Do you think what if I'm put in Slytherin?" "And what would be wrong with that?" Harry asked gently. Slytherin is the house of the snake, of dark magic. It's not a house of brave wizards, Albus explained, his worry clear. Harry knelt down to look his son in the eye. Albus Severus, you were named after two headmasters of Hogwarts. One of them was a Slytherin, and he was probably the bravest man I ever knew. But just say, Albus persisted. If it matters to you, Harry said, the Sorting Hat will take your feelings into account. Albus looked surprised. It did for me, Harry admitted. He had never said this before, and the weight of the memory hung in the air for a moment. Hogwarts will be the making of you, Albus. I promise you, there is nothing to be frightened of there. James, ever the troublemaker, couldn't resist a final jab. Apart from the Thestrals. Watch out for the Thestrals. I thought they were invisible, Albus cried out. Harry put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Listen to your professors, don't listen to James, and remember to enjoy yourself. Now, if you don't want this train to leave without you, you should leap on. I'm going to chase the train out, Lily announced. Lily, come straight back, Ginny called after her. Hermione turned to her daughter. Rose, remember to send Neville our love. Mum, I can't send a professor love, Rose exclaimed before turning and heading for the train. Albus gave Ginny and Harry one last hug, then followed Rose. Okay then, bye, he said, and climbed on board. Hermione, Ginny, Ron, and Harry stood watching the train as whistles blew up and down the platform. They're going to be okay, right? Ginny asked, her voice a little shaky. Hogwarts is a big place, said Hermione. Ron grinned. Big, wonderful, full of food. I'd give anything to be going back. Harry looked thoughtful. Strange, Al being worried he'll be sorted into Slytherin. Hermione laughed. That's nothing. Rose is worried whether she'll break the Quidditch scoring record in her first or second year, and how early she can take her OLs. I have no idea where she gets her ambition from, Ron said with a mock-serious expression. Ginny turned to Harry. And how would you feel, Harry, if he is? Ron nudged Ginny playfully. You know, Gin, we always thought there was a chance you could be sorted into Slytherin. What? Ginny exclaimed. Honestly, Ron insisted, Fred and George ran a book. Hermione gestured for them to move along. Can we go? People are looking, you know. People always look when you three are together, said Ginny. And apart, people always look at you. The four of them started to leave, but Ginny stopped Harry for a moment. Harry, he'll be all right, won't he? She asked again. Harry smiled at her. Of course he will. Act 1, Scene 3, The Hogwarts Express. Now we join Albus and Rose as they walk along the carriage of the moving train. The trolley witch approaches, pushing her cart filled with magical sweets. Anything from the trolley, dears? She asked in a sing-song voice. Pumpkin pasty, chocolate frog, cauldron cake? Rose spotted the loving look Albus was giving the chocolate frogs. Al, she said firmly, we need to concentrate. Concentrate on what? Albus asked, confused. On who we choose to be friends with, Rose explained. My mum and dad met your dad on their first Hogwarts Express, you know. So we need to choose now who to be friends with for life? Albus said, feeling the pressure. That's quite scary. On the contrary, it's exciting, Rose replied. I'm a Granger Weasley. You're a Potter. Everyone will want to be friends with us. We've got the pick of anyone we want. So how do we decide which compartment to go in? Albus wondered aloud. We rate them all and then we make a decision, Rose said decisively. Albus opened a compartment door to find a lonely blonde boy, Scorpius, sitting by himself. Albus smiled, and Scorpius smiled back. Hi, Albus began. Is this compartment? It's free, it's just me, Scorpius replied. Great, said Albus. So we might just come in for a bit, if that's okay? That's okay, hi, said Scorpius. Albus, Al. My name is Albus, Albus introduced himself. Hi, Scorpius, the boy said. I'm Scorpius, you're Albus, I'm Scorpius, and you must be. He looked at Rose, whose face was growing colder by the minute. Rose, she said curtly. Hi, Rose. Would you like some of my fizzing whiz-bees? Scorpius offered. I've just had breakfast, thanks, Rose replied dismissively. I've also got some Choco Choc, pepper imps, and some jelly slugs, Scorpius continued, trying to be friendly. Mum's idea, she says, he sang in a slightly off-key voice. Sweets, they always help you make friends. He realized singing was a mistake. Stupid idea, probably. Albus stepped forward. I'll have some. Mum doesn't let me have sweets. Which one would you start with? Just then, Rose hit Albus out of Scorpius's sight. Scorpius didn't notice the hit. Easy. I've always regarded the pepper imp as the king of the confectionery bag. They're peppermint sweets that make you smoke at the ears. Brilliant, then that's what Albus began, but Rose hit him again. Rose, will you please stop hitting me? I'm not hitting you, she insisted. You are hitting me, and it hurts, Albus said. Scorpius's face fell. She's hitting you because of me, he said quietly. What? Albus asked. Listen, Scorpius said. I know who you are, so it's probably only fair you know who I am. What do you mean you know who I am? Albus asked. You're Albus Potter, she's Rose Granger Weasley, and I am Scorpius Malfoy, he explained. My parents are Astoria and Draco Malfoy. Our parents, they didn't get on. Rose scoffed. That's putting it mildly. Your mum and dad are Death Eaters. Dad was, but Mum wasn't, Scorpius replied, clearly affronted. He saw Rose look away and knew why. I know what the rumor is, and it's a lie. Albus looked from an uncomfortable Rose to a desperate Scorpius. What is the rumor? He asked. The rumor is that my parents couldn't have children, Scorpius explained, his voice low. That my father and my grandfather were so desperate for a powerful heir to prevent the end of the Malfoy line that they used a time-turner to send my mother back. To send her back where? Albus interrupted. Rose spoke, her voice laced with distaste. The rumor is that he's Voldemort's son, Albus. A horrible, uncomfortable silence filled the compartment. It's probably rubbish, Rose added, trying to break the tension. I mean, look, you've got a nose. The tension broke slightly. Scorpius laughed, pathetically grateful. And it's just like my father's. I got his nose, his hair, and his name. Not that that's a great thing either. I mean, father-son issues, I have them. But on the whole, I'd rather be a Malfoy than, the son of the Dark Lord. Scorpius and Albus looked at each other, and something unspoken passed between them. Yes, well, we probably should sit somewhere else, Rose said abruptly. Come on, Albus. Albus was thinking deeply. No, he said, surprising Rose. I'm okay, you go on. Albus, I won't wait, she warned. And I wouldn't expect you to, he replied, but I'm staying here. Rose looked at him for a second, then turned and left the compartment. Fine, she said as she went. Scorpius and Albus were left alone, looking at each other, unsure what to do next. Thank you, Scorpius said finally. No, Albus replied quickly. I didn't stay for you, I stayed for your sweets. She's quite fierce, Scorpius observed. Yes, sorry, said Albus. No, I like it, Scorpius said with a grin. Do you prefer Albus or Al? He popped 2 sweets into his mouth. Albus thought for a moment. Albus. Smoke began to curl out of Scorpius's ears. He shouted, his voice muffled by the sweets. Thank you for staying for my sweets, Albus. Albus laughed. Wow. Act 1, Scene 4, Transition Scene. Now, we enter a world of shifting time. The scene is all about magic, with rapid changes as we leap between moments. There are no individual scenes, but fragments that show the constant progression of Albus's first years at Hogwarts. We begin inside the Great Hall, where other students are dancing around Albus. Polly Chapman pointed at him. Albus Potter. A Potter in our year, said Carl Jenkins. Yen Fredericks added, he's got hair just like him. Rose stepped forward, and he's my cousin. As the others turned to her, she continued, Rose Granger Weasley, nice to meet you. The Sorting Hat moved through the students, who quickly arranged themselves into their houses. It approached Rose, who waited tensely for her fate. The Sorting Hat began its song. I've done this job for centuries. On every student's head I've sat. Of thoughts I take inventories. For I'm the famous Sorting Hat. I've sorted high, I've sorted low. I've done the job through thick and thin. So put me on, and you will know which house you should be in. The hat then called out, Rose Granger Weasley. It was placed on her head. Gryffindor, it shouted. The Gryffindors cheered as Rose joined them. Thank Dumbledore, she whispered in relief. Next, Scorpius ran to take Rose's place. The Sorting Hat announced, Scorpius Malfoy. It was placed on his head. Slytherin! Scorpius seemed to expect this. He nodded and gave a half smile as the Slytherins cheered for him. Well, that makes sense, commented Polly Chapman. Albus walked swiftly to the front. The Sorting Hat called his name, Albus Potter. It was placed on his head, but this time it seemed to take longer, as if it were confused. Finally it shouted, Slytherin! A perfect, profound silence fell over the hall. It was a silence that twisted a bit and held a sense of damage within it. Slytherin? Polly Chapman said in disbelief. Whoa, a Potter in Slytherin, said Craig Boker Jr. Albus looked out, unsure. Scorpius smiled, delighted, and shouted across to him, You can stand next to me! Right, yes, Albus replied, thoroughly discombobulated. Jan Fredericks reconsidered. I suppose his hair isn't that similar. Rose looked at her cousin, bewildered. Albus? But this is wrong, Albus. This is not how it's supposed to be. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a flying lesson with Madame Hooch. Well, what are you all waiting for? She barked. Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up. The children hurried into position. Stick out your hands out over your broom and say up. Up, everyone shouted. Rose's and Jan's brooms sailed right into their hands. Yes, they cried. Come on now, Madame Hooch urged the others. I've no time for shirkers. Say up like you mean it. Up, the rest of the class shouted. Brooms flew up, including Scorpius's. Only Albus was left with his broom still on the ground. Yes, the other students cheered. Albus stared at his unmoving broom. Up, he repeated with disbelieving desperation. Giggles spread through the class. Oh, Merlin's beard, how humiliating, said Polly Chapman. He really isn't like his father at all, is he? Albus Potter, the Slytherin squib, added Carl Jenkins. Madame Hooch clapped her hands. Okay, children, time to fly. And just as suddenly, steam fills the stage and Harry appears beside Albus. We are back on platform 9 3/4, and a year has mercilessly ticked by. Albus is now a second year. I'm just asking you, Dad, Albus said, if you'll just stand a little away from me. Harry looked amused. Second years don't like to be seen with their dads, is that it? An over-attentive wizard began to circle them. No, it's just you're you and I'm me and... It's just people looking okay, Harry interrupted. People look, and they're looking at me, not you. The wizard offered something for Harry to sign, and he did. At Harry Potter and his disappointing son, Albus muttered. What does that mean? Harry asked. At Harry Potter and his Slytherin son, Albus clarified. James rushed past them, carrying his bag. Slithering, Slytherin, stop with your dithering. Time to get onto the train, he chanted. Unnecessary, James, Harry called after him, but James was long gone. See you at Christmas, Dad, he shouted back. Harry looked at Albus with concern. My name is Albus, not Al, Albus snapped. Are the other kids being unkind? Is that it? Harry asked. Maybe if you tried making a few more friends, without Hermione and Ron, I wouldn't have survived Hogwarts. I wouldn't have survived at all. But I don't need a Ron and Hermione, Albus retorted. I've got a friend, Scorpius, and I know you don't like him, but he's all I need. Look, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters to me, Harry said. You didn't need to bring me to the station, Dad, Albus said, picking up his case and moving away quickly. But I wanted to be here. Harry called after him, but Albus was already gone. From the crowds, Draco Malfoy emerged, his robes perfect, his blonde ponytail precisely placed. He stood beside Harry. I need a favor, he said. Draco, Harry acknowledged. These rumors about my son's parentage, they don't seem to be going away, Draco explained. The other Hogwarts students tease Scorpius about it relentlessly. If the Ministry could release a statement reaffirming that all time-turners were destroyed in the Battle of the Department of Mysteries. Draco, just let it blow over, Harry advised. They'll soon move on. My son is suffering, and Astoria hasn't been well recently, so he needs all the support he can get, Draco insisted. If you answer the gossip, you feed the gossip, Harry said. There have been rumors Voldemort had a child for years. Scorpius is not the first to be accused. The ministry, for your sake as well as ours, needs to steer well clear. Draco frowned, annoyed. The stage clears, and we see Rose and Albus standing with their cases. As soon as the train leaves, you don't have to talk to me, Albus told her. I know, Rose replied. We just need to keep the pretense up in front of the grown-ups. Scorpius ran on, full of hope, carrying an even bigger case. Hi, Rose, he said hopefully. Rose gave a definitive reply. Bye, Albus. She's melting, Scorpius said, still hopeful, as Rose walked away. The scene shifts again. We're in the Great Hall, and Professor McGonagall stands at the front, smiling. And I'm pleased to announce Gryffindor's newest member of the Quidditch team. She corrected herself, trying not to be partial. Your superb new chaser, Rose Granger Weasley. The hall erupted into cheers. Scorpius clapped along. Are you clapping her too? Albus asked. We hate Quidditch, and she's playing for another house. She's your cousin, Albus, Scorpius replied. Do you think she'd clap for me? Albus countered. I think she's brilliant, Scorpius said simply. The students circle Albus again, and suddenly a potions class begins. Albus Potter, an irrelevance, said Polly Chapman. Even portraits turn the other way when he comes up the stairs. Albus hunched over a potion. And now we add, is it Horn of Bicorn? Leave him and Voldemort's child to it, I say, sneered Carl Jenkins. With just a little salamander blood, Albus muttered. The potion exploded loudly. Okay, what's the counter ingredient? What do we need to change? Scorpius asked. Everything, Albus replied grimly. Time moves on. Albus's eyes become darker, his face more sallow. He's still an attractive boy, but he tries to hide it. We find him back on the platform with his dad. Both have aged another year. Harry is still trying to persuade his son and himself that everything is okay. Third year, big year, Harry said, handing Albus a form. Here is your permission form for Hogsmeade. I hate Hogsmeade, Albus said flatly. How can you hate a place you haven't actually visited yet? Harry asked. Because I know it'll be full of Hogwarts students, Albus replied, screwing up the paper. Just give it a go, Harry urged. Come on, this is your chance to go nuts in Honeydukes without your mum knowing. No, Albus, don't you dare. Albus pointed his wand at the paper ball. Incendio! The paper burst into flame and floated across the stage. Of all the stupid things, Harry exclaimed. The ironic thing is I didn't expect it to work, Albus admitted. I'm terrible at that spell. Albus, Harry began. I've been exchanging owls with Professor McGonagall. She says you're isolating yourself, you're uncooperative in lessons, you're surly, you're... So what would you like me to do? Albus interrupted. Magic myself popular? Conjure myself into a new house? Transfigure myself into a better student? Just cast a spell, Dad, and change me into what you want me to be, okay? It'll work better for both of us. Got to go. Train to catch. Friend to find. Albus ran to Scorpius, who was sitting on his case, numb to the world. Scorpius, Albus said, delighted, then his tone changed to concern. Scorpius, are you okay? Scorpius said nothing. Albus tried to read his friend's eyes. Your mum, it's got worse? It's got the worst it can possibly get, Scorpius said quietly. Albus sat down beside him. I thought you'd send an owl. I couldn't work out what to say, Scorpius explained. And now I don't know what to say, Albus admitted. Say nothing, Scorpius replied. Is there anything? Come to the funeral. Of course, Albus said without hesitation. And be my good friend. The scene shifts back to the Great Hall. The Sorting Hat is center stage. Are you afraid of what you'll hear? Afraid I'll speak the name you fear. Not Slytherin, not Gryffindor, not Hufflepuff, not Ravenclaw. Don't worry, child, I know my job. You'll learn to laugh if first you sob. Lily Potter! Yes, Lily shouted with glee. Great, Albus muttered. Scorpius leaned over. Did you really think she'd come to us? Potters don't belong in Slytherin. This one does, Albus retorted. As he tried to melt into the background, the other students laughed. He looked up at them all. I didn't choose, you know that? I didn't choose to be his son. Act 1, Scene 5, Ministry of Magic, Harry's office. We are in Harry's messy office at the Ministry. Hermione sits with piles of paper in front of her, slowly sorting through them. Harry enters in a rush, a bleeding graze on his cheek. "How did it go?" Hermione asked. "It was true," Harry replied. "Theodore not?" "In custody," Harry confirmed. "And the time turner itself?" Hermione pressed. Harry revealed the time turner. It shone with an alluring light. "Is it genuine? Does it work?" she asked. "It's not just an hour reversal turner. It goes back further?" "We don't know anything yet," said Harry. "I wanted to try it out there and then, but wiser heads prevailed." "Well, now we have it," Hermione stated. "And you're sure you want to keep it?" Harry asked. "I don't think we've a choice," she replied, looking at the device. "Look at it. It's entirely different to the time turner I had." Harry replied dryly, "Apparently wizardry has moved on since we were kids." Hermione noticed his face. "You're bleeding." Harry checked his reflection in a mirror and dabbed at the wound with his robes. "Don't worry," she added. "It'll go with the scar." Harry managed a grin. "What you doing in my office, Hermione?" "I was anxious to hear about Theodore not, and thought I'd check whether you'd kept your promise and were on top of your paperwork," she said. "Ah, turns out I'm not," Harry admitted. "No, you're not," she confirmed. "Harry, how can you get any work done in this chaos?" Harry waved his wand and the papers and books transformed into neat piles. He smiled. "No longer chaotic." "But still ignored," Hermione countered. "You know there's some interesting stuff in here. There are mountain trolls riding Graphorns through Hungary. There are giants with wing tattoos on their backs, walking through the Greek seas, and the werewolves have gone entirely underground." "Great, let's get out there," Harry interrupted eagerly. "I'll get the team together." "Harry, I get it, paperwork's boring," Hermione began. "Not for you," he teased. "I'm busy enough with my own," she said. "These are people and beasts that fought alongside Voldemort in the Great Wizarding Wars. These are allies of darkness. This, combined with what we have just unearthed at Theodore Knott's, could mean something. But if the head of magical law enforcement isn't reading his files—" "But I don't need to read it," Harry argued. "I'm out there, hearing about it. Theodore Knott, it was me who heard the rumors about the time turner and me who acted upon it. You really don't need to tell me off." Hermione paused, changing her approach. "Do you fancy a toffee? Don't tell Ron." "You're changing the subject," Harry pointed out. "I truly am toffee," she offered again. "Can't. We're off sugar at the moment." After a brief pause, he added, "You know, you can get addicted to that stuff." Hermione shrugged. "What can I say? My parents were dentists. I was bound to rebel at some point. 40 is leaving it a little late, but you've just done a brilliant thing. You're certainly not being told off. I just need you to look at your paperwork every now and again, that's all. Consider this a gentle nudge from the Minister for Magic." Harry heard the implication in her emphasis and nodded. "How's Ginny? How's Albus?" he asked. "It seems I'm as good at fatherhood as I am at paperwork," Harry replied grimly. "How's Rose? How's Hugo?" Hermione grinned. "You know, Ron says he thinks I see more of my secretary Ethel than him. Do you think there's a point where we made a choice? Parent of the year or ministry official of the year? Go on. Go home to your family, Harry. The Hogwarts Express is about to depart for another year. Enjoy the time you've got left, and then come back here with a fresh head and get these files read." "You really think this could all mean something?" Harry asked. Hermione smiled. "It could do, but if it does, we'll find a way to fight it, Harry. We always have." She popped a toffee in her mouth and left the office. Harry was left alone. He packed his bag and walked out of the office, down a corridor, the weight of the world on his shoulders. He stepped into a telephone box and dialed 62442. A calm voice announced, "Farewell, Harry Potter." The telephone box then ascended, taking him away from the Ministry of Magic. Act 1, Scene 6, Harry and Ginny Potter's house. We now find ourselves in the Potter household. Albus can't sleep and is sitting at the top of the stairs, listening to voices from below. We hear Harry's voice before we see him. He is with an elderly man in a wheelchair, Amos Diggory. "Amos, I understand, I really do," Harry was saying, "but I'm only just home and I've tried to make appointments at the ministry. Amos interrupted. They say, Mr. Diggory, we have an appointment for you. Let's see in 2 months. I wait, very patiently. And coming to my house in the middle of the night, Harry continued, when my kids are just getting ready for their new year at school, it's not right. 2 months pass, Amos went on, his voice filled with frustration. I receive an owl. Mr. Diggory, I'm awfully sorry, but Mr. Potter has been called away on urgent business. We're going to have to shift things around a little. Are you available for an appointment in, let's see, 2 months' time? And then it repeats again and again. You're shutting me out. Of course I'm not, Harry insisted. It's just I'm afraid, as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I'm responsible. There's plenty you're responsible for, Amos cut in sharply. Sorry, Harry asked. My son Cedric, you do remember Cedric, don't you? Amos pressed. The memory of Cedric was painful for Harry. Yes, I remember your son, his loss. Voldemort wanted you, not my son, Amos exclaimed. You told me yourself the words he said were kill the spare. The spare, my son, my beautiful son, was a spare. Mr. Diggory, as you know, I sympathize with your efforts to memorialize Cedric, but... A memorial? I am not interested in a memorial, not anymore, Amos said. I am an old man, an old dying man, and I am here to ask you, beg you, to help me get him back. Harry looked up, astonished. Get him back, Amos? That's not possible. The ministry has a time turner, does it not? Amos asked. The time turners were all destroyed, Harry replied. The reason I'm here with such urgency is I've just heard rumor, strong rumor, that the ministry seized an illegal time turner from Theodore Nott and has kept it. For investigation, Amos explained. Let me use that time turner. Let me have my son back. A long, deadly pause followed. From his hiding place, Albus moved closer, listening intently. Amos, playing with time? You know we can't do that, Harry said finally. How many people have died for the boy who lived? Amos asked, his voice breaking. I'm asking you to save one of them. This hurt Harry. He thought for a moment, his face hardening. Whatever you've heard, the Theodore Nott story is a fiction, Amos. I'm sorry. A young woman's voice suddenly spoke from the shadows. Hello. Albus jumped as Delphi, a determined-looking woman in her 20s, was revealed looking through the stairs at him. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to startle, she said. I used to be a big stair listener myself, sitting there, waiting for someone to say something the tiniest bit interesting. Who are you? Albus asked. Because this is sort of my house and... I'm a thief, of course, Delphi replied with a mischievous look. I'm about to steal everything you own. Give me your gold, your wand, and your chocolate frogs. She looked fierce, then smiled. Either that, or I'm Delphini Diggory. She ascended the stairs and stuck out a hand. Delphi, I look after him. Amos. Well, I try. She indicated Amos below. And you are? Albus managed a rueful grin. Albus... Of course, Albus Potter. So Harry is your dad? That's a bit wow, isn't it? She said. Not really, Albus replied. Ah, have I just put my foot in it? Delphi said. It's what they used to say about me at school. Delphini Diggory. There isn't a hole she couldn't dig herself into. They do all sorts with my name too, Albus admitted. They shared a look of understanding. Delphi, Amos called from downstairs. She made to leave, then hesitated and smiled at Albus. We don't choose who we're related to, she said. Amos isn't just my patient, he's my uncle. It's part of the reason I took the job at Upper Flagley. But that's made it difficult. It's tough to live with people stuck in the past, isn't it? Delphi, Amos called again. Upper Flagley, Albus asked. St. Oswald's home for old witches and wizards. Come see us sometime, if you like, she suggested. Delphi, Amos's voice was more insistent now. She smiled at Albus, then tripped as she went down the stairs. She entered the room where Amos and Harry were waiting, and Albus watched her go. Yes, Uncle, she asked. Meet the once great Harry Potter, Amos said bitterly, now a stone-cold ministry man. I will leave you in peace, sir, if peace is the right word for it. Delphi, my chair. Yes, Uncle, she replied. Amos was pushed out of the room, leaving Harry looking forlorn. Albus watched on, thinking carefully. If you're enjoying this journey into the wizarding world and the complexities of time, consider supporting the author by purchasing the book via the Amazon link in the description. As an Amazon associate, we earn from qualifying purchases. Your support helps bring more stories like this to life. Now, let's return to the story. Act 1, Scene 7, Harry and Ginny Potter's house, Albus's room. We find Albus sitting on his bed as the world goes on outside his door. From offstage, we hear a roar from his brother James. "James, please ignore your hair and tidy that damn room," Ginny called. "How can I ignore it? It's pink. I'm going to have to use my invisibility cloak," James replied. He then appeared at Albus's door, his hair a shocking shade of pink. "That's not why your dad gave you that cloak," Ginny said. "Who's seen my potions book?" Lily's voice called out. "Lily Potter, don't think you're wearing those to school tomorrow," Ginny warned. Lily appeared at Albus's door, wearing a pair of fluttering fairy wings. "I love them," she said. "They're fluttery." She fluttered away as Harry appeared in the doorway. He looked into the room. "Hi," Harry said. An awkward pause hung between them. Ginny appeared in the doorway, saw what was happening, and after a moment softly walked away. "Just delivering a pre-Hogwarts gift." "Gifts," Harry explained. "Ron sent this." Albus examined it. "Okay, a love potion, okay." "I think it's a joke about, I don't know what," Harry admitted. "Lily got farting gnomes. James got a comb that's made his hair turn a shade of pink. Ron, well, Ron's Ron, you know." He put the love potion on Albus's bed. This is from me." He revealed a small blanket. "An old blanket?" Albus asked, unimpressed. "I thought a lot about what to give you this year," Harry said. James has been going on about the invisibility cloak since time itself, and Lily, I knew she'd love wings, but you're 14 years old now, Albus, and I wanted to give you something which meant something. This is the last thing I had from my mum, the only thing. I was given to the Dursleys wrapped in it. I thought it had gone forever, and then, when your great-aunt Petunia died, hidden amongst her possessions, surprisingly, Dudley found this, and he kindly sent it on to me. And ever since then, well, any time I've wanted luck, I've found it and just tried to hold it, and I wondered if you wanted to hold it too? Okay, done, Albus said flatly, touching the blanket. Let's hope it brings me luck. I certainly need some, but you should keep it. I believe, Petunia wanted me to have it, Harry insisted. That's why she kept it, and now I want you to have it from me. I didn't really know my mother, but I think she'd have wanted you to have it too. And maybe I could come find you, and it, on Hallows' Eve. I'd like to be with it on the night they died, and that could be good for the two of us. Listen, I've got quite a lot of packing to do, Albus interrupted, and you undoubtedly have ministry work coming out of your ears, so... Albus, I want you to have the blanket, Harry said firmly. And do what with it? Albus retorted. Fairy wings make sense, Dad. Invisibility cloaks, they also make sense. But this, really? Harry was slightly heartbroken. He looked at his son, desperate to reach out. Do you want a hand? Packing. I always loved packing. It meant I was leaving Privet Drive and going back to Hogwarts, which was, well, I know you don't love it, but... For you, it's the greatest place on earth. I know, Albus said sarcastically. The poor orphan, bullied by his uncle and Aunt Dursley. Albus, please, can we just... Harry began. Traumatized by his cousin Dudley, saved by Hogwarts. I know it all, Dad. Blah, 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 Albus continued. I'm not going to rise to your bait, Albus Potter, Harry said, trying to stay calm. The poor orphan who went on to save us all, so may I say, on behalf of wizarding kind. How grateful we are for your heroism. Should we bow now, or will a curtsy do? Albus sneered. Albus, please, you know I've never wanted gratitude, Harry said. But right now I'm overflowing with it. It must be the kind gift of this moldy blanket that did it. Moldy blanket? Harry repeated, hurt. What did you think would happen? Albus pressed on. We'd hug. I'd tell you I always loved you. What? What? Harry finally lost his temper. You know what? I'm done with being made responsible for your unhappiness. At least you've got a dad. Because I didn't, okay? And you think that was unlucky? I don't, Albus shot back. You wish me dead? Harry asked, shocked. No, I just wish you weren't my dad, Albus shouted. Seeing red, Harry yelled back, well, there are times I wish you weren't my son. A heavy silence fell between them. Albus nodded, his face pale. Harry realized what he had said. No, I didn't mean that. Yes, you did, Albus replied quietly. Albus, you just know how to get under my skin, Harry tried to explain. You meant it, Dad, and honestly, I don't blame you, Albus said. A horrible pause followed. You should probably leave me alone now. Albus, please, Harry pleaded. Albus picked up the blanket and threw it. It collided with Ron's love potion, which spilled all over the blanket and the bed, producing a small puff of smoke. No luck or love for me then, Albus said, and ran out of the room. Harry went after him. Albus, please! Act 1, Scene 8, Dream Hut on the Rock. Now we enter a dream. There's a loud boom, followed by a large crash. A young Dudley Dursley, his mother Aunt Petunia, and his father Uncle Vernon are cowering behind a bed. Mum, I don't like this, Dudley whimpered. I knew we made a mistake coming here, Aunt Petunia cried. Vernon, there's nowhere we can hide, not even a lighthouse is far enough away. Another loud boom shook the hut. Hold on, Uncle Vernon said. Whatever it is, it's not coming in here. We're cursed. He's cursed us. The boy has cursed us, Petunia shrieked, pointing at a young Harry. This is all your fault. Get back in your hole. Young Harry flinched as Uncle Vernon held out his rifle. Whoever's there, I should warn you. I'm armed, Vernon shouted. There was a massive smash, and the door fell off its hinges. In the doorway stood Hagrid. He looked at them all. Couldn't make us a cup of tea, could ye? It's not been an easy journey, he said. Look at him, Dudley gasped. Stand back, behind me, Petunia. Behind me, Dudley, Vernon commanded. I'll soon see this scaramanga off. Scarahot? Hagrid asked, picking up Vernon's gun. Haven't seen one of these for a while. He twisted the end of the gun and tied it in a knot. Oops-a-daisy. Then he saw young Harry and got distracted. Harry Potter. Hello, young Harry replied. Last time I saw ye was only a baby, Hagrid said. Ye look a lot like your dad, but ye've got your mum's eyes. You knew my parents? Young Harry asked. Where's me manners? Hagrid exclaimed. A very happy birthday to ye. Got summat for ye here. I might have sat on it at some point, but it'll taste all right. From inside his coat, he pulled a slightly squashed chocolate cake with Happy Birthday Harry written on it in green icing. Who are you? Young Harry asked. Hagrid laughed. True, I haven't introduced myself. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. He looked around. What about that tea then, eh? I'd not say no ter summat stronger if ye've got it, mind. Hogware? Young Harry asked. Hogwarts. Ye'll know all about Hogwarts, o' course, Hagrid said. No, sorry, young Harry replied. Sorry? It's them as should be sorry, Hagrid boomed. I knew ye weren't getting your letters, but I never thought ye wouldn't even know about Hogwarts for crying out loud. Did ye never wonder where your parents learnt it all? Learnt what? Young Harry asked. Hagrid turned menacingly towards Uncle Vernon. Do you mean tell me that this boy knows nothing about anything? I forbid you to tell the boy anything more, Uncle Vernon shouted. Tell me what? Young Harry insisted. Hagrid looked from Uncle Vernon to young Harry. Harry, you're a wizard. Ye changed everything. You're the most famous wizard in the whole world. And then, from the back of the room, a whispering voice, the unmistakable voice of Voldemort, echoed around them. Harry Potter! Act 1, Scene 9, Harry and Ginny Potter's house, bedroom. Harry wakes suddenly in the night, breathing deeply. He calms himself, but then feels an intense pain in his forehead, in his scar. Around him, the air feels thick with dark magic. Harry, Ginny murmured. It's fine, go back to sleep, Harry replied. Lumos, Ginny whispered, and light from her wand filled the room. She looked at Eitmare. Yes, he said. About what? The Dursleys. Well, it started there, then it became something else, he explained. Ginny studied him. Do you want a sleeping draught? No, I'll be fine. Go back to sleep, Harry insisted. You don't seem fine, she said. Harry said nothing. It can't have been easy, with Amos Diggory, she added, seeing his agitation. The anger I can cope with, Harry said. The fact he's right is harder. Amos lost his son because of me. That doesn't seem particularly fair on yourself, Ginny began. And there's nothing I can say. Nothing I can say to anyone, unless it's the wrong thing, of course, Harry continued, clearly thinking of Albus. Ginny understood. So that's what's upsetting you? The night before Hogwarts. It's never a good night if you don't want to go. Giving Al the blanket. It was a nice try. It went pretty badly wrong from there, Harry admitted. I said some things, Ginny. I heard, she said quietly. And you're still talking to me? Because I know that when the time is right, you'll say sorry, she explained, that you didn't mean it, that what you said concealed other things. You can be honest with him, Harry. That's all he needs. I just wish he was more like James or Lily, Harry confessed. Ginny replied dryly, yeah, maybe don't be that honest. No, I wouldn't change a thing about him. Harry corrected himself. But I can understand them, and... Albus is different, and isn't that a good thing, Ginny said. And he can tell, you know, when you're putting on your Harry Potter front, he wants to see the real you. Harry quoted, "The truth is a beautiful and terrible thing, and should therefore be treated with great caution." Ginny looked surprised. Dumbledore, Harry explained. A strange thing to say to a child, she commented. Not when you believe that child will have to die to save the world, Harry replied. He gasped again, fighting the urge to touch his forehead. Harry, what's wrong? Ginny asked. Fine, I'm fine, he said. I hear you. I'll try to be. Does your scar hurt? She interrupted. No, I'm fine. Now knox that, and let's get some sleep, Harry insisted. Harry, how long has it been since your scar hurt? Ginny pressed. Harry turned to her, his face saying it all. 22 years, he admitted. Act 1, Scene 10, the Hogwarts Express. We are back on the Hogwarts Express, where Albus is walking quickly along the train. Albus, I've been looking for you, Rose said, catching up to him. Me, why? He asked. Rose hesitated, unsure how to phrase what she wanted to say. Albus, it's the start of the 4th year, and so the start of a new year for us. I want to be friends again. We never were friends, Albus stated bluntly. That's harsh. You were my best friend when I was 6, Rose protested. That was a long time ago, Albus said, and made to walk away. She pulled him into an empty compartment. Have you heard the rumors? Rose asked. Big ministry raid a few days ago. Your dad apparently was incredibly brave. How do you always know about these things and I don't? Albus asked. Apparently he, the wizard they raided, Theodore Nott, I think, had all sorts of artifacts that broke all sorts of laws, including, and this has got them all gooey, an illegal time-turner. And quite a superior one at that, Rose explained in a hushed voice. Albus looked at her, everything falling into place. A time-turner? My dad found a time-turner? Yes, I know. Great, right? Rose said. You're sure? Albus pressed. Now I have to find Scorpius, Albus said, and walked down the train. Rose followed, still determined to say her piece. Albus, she called. He turned decisively. Who's told you that you have to talk to me? Rose looked caught. Okay, maybe your mum owled my dad, but only because she's worried about you. And I just think... Leave me alone, Rose, Albus said, and continued on. He found Scorpius sitting in his usual compartment. Albus entered first, with Rose still trailing him. Albus, Scorpius exclaimed. Oh, hello, Rose, what do you smell of? What do I smell of? Rose asked, taken aback. No, I meant it as a nice thing, Scorpius said quickly. You smell like a mixture of fresh flowers and fresh bread. Albus, I'm here, okay? If you need me, Rose said before walking away, shaking her head. I mean nice bread, good bread. What's wrong with bread? Scorpius wondered aloud. What's wrong with bread? He heard Rose mutter as she left. I've been looking for you everywhere, Albus told Scorpius. And now you've found me. Ta-da! Scorpius replied. I was hardly hiding. You know how I like to get on early. Stops people staring, shouting, writing Son of Voldemort on my trunk. That one never gets old. She really doesn't like me, does she? Albus hugged his friend fiercely. They held the embrace for a moment, surprising Scorpius. Okay, hello. Have we hugged before? Do we hug? The two boys awkwardly separated. Just a slightly weird 24 hours, Albus explained. What's happened in them? Scorpius asked. I'll explain later. We have to get off this train. Just then, the sound of whistles came from outside, and the train started moving. "Too late, the train is moving. Hogwarts ahoy," Scorpius declared. "Then we have to get off a moving train," Albus said, opening a window and making to climb out. "A moving magical train," Scorpius pointed out. The trolley witch appeared at their door. "Anything from the trolley, dears? Pumpkin pasty? Cauldron cake?" "Albus Severus Potter, get that strange look out of your eye," Scorpius warned. Albus ignored him. "First question, what do you know about the Triwizard Tournament?" Scorpius brightened. "Ooh, a quiz. 3 schools pick 3 champions to compete in 3 tasks for 1 cup. What's that got to do with anything?" "You really are an enormous geek, you know that," Albus said. "Yaha," Scorpius agreed cheerfully. "Second question," Albus continued. "Why has the Triwizard Tournament not been run in over 20 years?" "The last competition included your dad and a boy called Cedric Diggory," Scorpius answered immediately. "They decided to win together, but the cup was a portkey, and they were transported to Voldemort. Cedric was killed. They canceled the competition immediately after." "Good," said Albus. "Third question. Did Cedric need to be killed?" "Easy question, easy answer, no. The words Voldemort said were 'kill the spare.' The spare. He died only because he was with my father and my father couldn't save him. We can. A mistake has been made and we're going to right it. We're going to use a time turner. We're going to bring him back." "Albus, for obvious reasons, I'm not a massive fan of time turners," Scorpius began. "When Amos Diggory asked for the time turner, my father denied they even existed," Albus explained. "He lied to an old man who just wanted his son back, who just loved his son, and he did it because he didn't care, because he doesn't care. Everyone talks about all the brave things Dad did, but he made some mistakes too. Some big mistakes, in fact. I want to set one of those mistakes right. I want us to save Cedric." "Okay, whatever was holding your brain together seems to have snapped," Scorpius said. "I'm going to do this, Scorpius," Albus insisted. "I need to do this. And you know as well as I do, I'll entirely mess it up if you don't come with me. Come on." He grinned, then climbed up and out of the window. Scorpius hesitated for a moment, made a face, then hoisted himself up and disappeared after his friend. Act 1, Scene 11, the Hogwarts Express, roof. We find the 2 boys on the roof of the fast-moving train. The wind whistles fiercely from all angles. "Okay, now we're on the roof of a train. It's fast, it's scary. This has been great. I feel like I've learned a lot about me, something about you, but," Scorpius began, shouting over the wind. Albus interrupted him. "As I calculate it, we should be approaching the viaduct soon, and then it'll be a short hike to St. Oswald's home for old witches and wizards." "The what? The where?" Scorpius exclaimed. "Look, I'm as excited as you are to be a rebel for the first time in my life. Yay, train roof, fun, but now, oh, he saw something he didn't want to see. The water will be an extremely useful backup if our cushioning charm doesn't work," Albus continued, not noticing. "Albus, the trolley witch," Scorpius said urgently. "You want a snack for the journey?" Albus asked, confused. "No, Albus, the trolley witch is coming towards us," Scorpius insisted. "No, she can't be. We're on top of the train," Albus said. But Scorpius pointed, and now Albus could see her approaching nonchalantly, pushing her trolley. "Anything from the trolley, dears?" she asked. "Pumpkin pasty? Chocolate frog? Cauldron cake?" "Oh," said Albus. "People don't know much about me," the trolley witch said. "They buy my cauldron cakes, but they never really notice me. I don't remember the last time someone asked my name." "What is your name?" Albus asked. "I've forgotten," she replied. "All I can tell you is that when the Hogwarts Express first came to be, Adeline Gamble herself offered me this job." Scorpius was stunned. "That's 190 years. You've been doing this job for 190 years?" "These hands have made over 6 million pumpkin pasties. I've got quite good at them," she said. "But what people haven't noticed about my pumpkin pasties is how easily they transform into something else." She picked up a pasty and threw it like a grenade. It exploded. "And you won't believe what I can do with my chocolate frogs. Never, never have I let anyone off this train before they reached their destination. Some have tried, Sirius Black and his cronies, Fred and George Weasley, all have failed, because this train, it doesn't like people getting off it. Her hands transfigured into very sharp spikes, she smiled. So please retake your seats for the remainder of the journey. You were right, Scorpius, Albus said. This train is magical. At this precise moment in time, I take no pleasure in being right, Scorpius replied. But I was also right about the viaduct, Albus said, pointing to the water below. That's water down there, time to try the cushioning charm. Albus, this is a bad idea, Scorpius warned. Is it? Albus hesitated for a moment, then realized the time for hesitation had passed. Too late now. 3, 2, 1, Moliar, he incanted as he jumped. Albus, Albus, Scorpius shouted, looking down desperately after his friend. He then looked at the approaching trolley witch, her hair wild, her spikes particularly spiky. Well, as fun as you clearly look, I have to go after my friend. He pinched his nose, jumped after Albus, and incanted as he fell. Moliar! Act 1, Scene 12, Ministry of Magic, Grand Meeting Room. The stage is now flooded with wizards and witches, all chattering away. Among them are Ginny, Draco, and Ron. Above them, on a stage, stand Hermione and Harry. Order, order, Hermione called out. Do I have to conjure silence? She used her wand to pull silence from the crowd. Good. Welcome to this extraordinary general meeting. I'm so pleased so many of you could make it. The wizarding world has been living in peace now for many years. It's 22 years since we defeated Voldemort at the Battle of Hogwarts, and I'm delighted to say there is a new generation being brought up having known only the slightest conflict. Until now. Harry stepped forward. Voldemort's allies have been showing movement for a few months now. We've followed trolls making their way across Europe, giants starting to cross the seas, and the werewolves. Well, I'm distressed to say we lost sight of them some weeks ago. We don't know where they're going or who's encouraged them to move, but we are aware they are moving, and we are concerned what it might mean. So we're asking if anyone has seen anything, felt anything. If you could raise a wand, we will hear everyone speak. Professor McGonagall, thank you. Professor McGonagall stood up. It did look like the potion stores had been interfered with when we returned from summer break, but not a huge amount of ingredients were missing. Some boomslang skin and lacewing flies, nothing on the restricted register. We put it down to Peeves. Thank you, Professor, we shall investigate, Hermione said, then scanned the room. Nobody else? Fine, and gravest of all, and this hasn't been the case since Voldemort, Harry's scar is hurting again. Draco spoke up from the crowd. Voldemort is dead, Voldemort is gone. Yes, Draco, Voldemort is dead, but these things all lead us to think that there is a possibility that Voldemort, or some trace of Voldemort, might be back, Hermione explained. This caused a stir in the room. Harry continued. Now, this is difficult, but we have to ask it to rule it out. Those of you with a dark mark, have you felt anything, even a twinge? Back to being prejudiced against those with a dark mark, are we, Potter? Draco sneered. No, Draco, Harry is simply trying to, Hermione began. You know what this is about? Draco interrupted. Harry just wants his face back in the newspapers again. We've had rumors of Voldemort coming back from the Daily Prophet once a year, every year. None of those rumors came from me, Harry retorted. Really? Doesn't your wife edit the Daily Prophet? Draco shot back. Ginny stepped forward, outraged. The sports pages! Draco, Hermione said, trying to regain control. Harry brought this matter to the attention of the Ministry, and I, as Minister for Magic. A vote you only won because you are his friend, Draco scoffed. Ron started to charge at Draco, but was held back by Ginny. Do you want a smack in the mouth? Ron yelled. Face it, his celebrity impacts upon you all, Draco continued. And how better to get everyone whispering the Potter name again than with, he did a mocking impression of Harry. My scar is hurting, my scar is hurting. And do you know what this all means? That the gossip mongers once again have an opportunity to defame my son with these ridiculous rumors about his parentage. Draco, no one is saying this has anything to do with Scorpius, Harry said. Well, I for one think this meeting a sham, and I'm leaving, Draco announced. He walked out, and others started to follow him. No, Hermione called after them. That's not the way. Come back. We need a strategy. Act 1, Scene 13, St. Oswald's home for old witches and wizards. Now we are in St. Oswald's, and it is a place of wonderful magical chaos. Zimmer frames are conjured into life, knitting wool is enchanted into a frenzy, and male nurses are made to dance the tango. These witches and wizards are relieved of the burden of doing magic for a reason. Instead, they do magic for fun. Albus and Scorpius enter, looking around, amused and slightly scared. They try to get someone's attention. Excuse me! Excuse me! Okay, so this place is wild, Scorpius commented. We're looking for Amos Diggory, Albus said loudly. Suddenly, there was total silence. Everything became instantly still and a little bit depressed. A woman knitting with enchanted wool spoke up. And what you boys want with that miserable old sod? Just then, Delphi appeared with a smile. Albus, you came, how wonderful. Come and say hello to Amos. Act 1, Scene 14, St. Oswald's home for old witches and wizards, Amos's room. Amos Diggory looks at Scorpius and Albus with irritation. Delphi watches the three of them. So let me get this straight, Amos began. You overhear a conversation which was not meant for you to overhear, and you decide, without prompting, in fact, without leave, to interfere and interfere hard in someone else's business. My father lied to you, Albus insisted. I know he did. They do have a time turner. Of course they do, Amos said dismissively. You can move along now. What? No, we're here to help, Albus protested. Help? What use could a pair of undersized teenagers be for me? Amos scoffed. My father proved you don't have to be grown up to change the wizarding world, Albus argued. So I should allow you to get involved because you're a Potter? Relying on your famous name, are you? Amos retorted. No. A Potter who is in Slytherin House? Yes, I've read about you. And who brings a Malfoy with him to visit me. A Malfoy who may be a Voldemort? Who's to say you're not involved in dark magic? Amos accused. But... Your information was obvious, but the confirmation is useful, Amos cut him off. Your father did lie. Now leave, the pair of you, and stop wasting my time. Albus replied with power and strength. No, you need to listen to me. You said it yourself. How much blood is on my father's hands? Let me help you change that. Let me help correct one of his mistakes. Trust me. Amos's voice rose. Did you not hear me, boy? I see no reason to trust you, so go, now, before I make you leave. He raised his wand ominously. Albus looked at the wand, and his confidence deflated. Amos had crushed him. Come on, mate, Scorpius said gently. If there's one thing we're good at, it's knowing where we're not wanted. He pulled Albus by the arm, but Albus was reluctant to leave. They turned and started to walk away. I can think of one reason why you should trust them, Uncle, Delphi said, and they stopped. They're the only ones volunteering to help. They're prepared to bravely put themselves at risk to return your son to your side. In fact, I'm pretty sure they put themselves at risk even getting here. This is Cedric we're talking about, Amos said, his voice wavering. And didn't you say yourself, having someone inside Hogwarts might be a massive advantage? Delphi added. She kissed the top of Amos's head. He looked at her, then turned back to the boys. Why do you want to put yourself at risk? What's in it for you? Amos asked. I know what it is to be the spare, Albus said. Your son didn't deserve to be killed, Mr. Diggory. We can help you get him back. Amos finally showed emotion. My son was the best thing that ever happened to me. And you're right, it was an injustice, a gross injustice, if you're serious. We're deadly serious, Albus confirmed. This is going to be dangerous, Amos warned. We know, said Albus. Do we? Scorpius muttered under his breath. Delphi, perhaps if you were prepared to accompany them, Amos suggested. If that would make you happy, Uncle, Delphi replied, smiling at Albus, who smiled back. You do understand even getting the time turner will risk your lives, Amos said gravely. We're ready to put our lives at risk, Albus declared. Are we? Scorpius asked again, his voice barely a whisper. I hope you have it in you, Amos said. Act 1, Scene 15, Harry and Ginny Potter's house, kitchen. We are back in the Potter's kitchen, where Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny are sitting together. I've told Draco again and again, Hermione was saying. No one in the ministry is saying anything about Scorpius. The rumors aren't coming from us. I wrote to him after he lost Astoria, Ginny added, to ask if there's anything we could do. I thought maybe, as he was such a good friend to Albus, maybe Scorpius might want to stay over part of the Christmas break, or... My owl came back with a letter containing one simple sentence. Tell your husband to refute these allegations about my son once and for all. He's obsessed, said Hermione. He's a mess, a grieving mess, Ginny replied. Ron spoke up. And I'm sorry for his loss, but when he accuses Hermione of, well, he looked at Harry. Oi, droopy drawers, like I say to her all the time, it could be nothing. Her, Hermione asked. The trolls could be going to a party, the giants to a wedding, Ron explained. You could be getting bad dreams because you're worried about Albus, and your scar could be hurting because you're getting old. Getting old, thanks, mate, Harry said. Honestly, every time I sit down now, I make an oof noise. An oof, Ron continued. And my feet, the trouble I'm having with my feet, I could write songs about the pain my feet give me. Maybe your scar is like that. You talk a lot of rubbish, Ginny said. I consider it my speciality, Ron replied with a grin. That and my range of skiving snack boxes, and my love for all of you, even skinny Ginny. If you don't behave, Ronald Weasley, I will tell Mum, Ginny threatened. You wouldn't, Ron gasped. Hermione became serious again. If some part of Voldemort survived in whatever form, we need to be prepared, and I'm scared. I'm scared too, Ginny admitted. Nothing scares me, Ron declared, apart from Mum. I mean it, Harry, Hermione said. I will not be Cornelius Fudge on this one. I will not stick my head in the sand, and I don't care how unpopular that makes me with Draco Malfoy. You never really were one for popularity, were you? Ron teased. Hermione shot him a withering look and tried to hit him, but he jumped out of the way. Missed, he said. Ginny then hit Ron. He winced. Hit, a very solid hit. Suddenly, an owl swooped into the room and dropped a letter on Harry's plate. Bit late for an owl, isn't it? Hermione commented. Harry opened the letter. It's from Professor McGonagall, he said, surprised. What does it say? Ginny asked. Harry's face dropped. Ginny, it's Albus. Albus and Scorpius. They never made it to school. They're missing. Act 1, Scene 16, Whitehall Cellar. We now find Scorpius squinting at a bottle in a dark cellar. So we just take it? He asked. Albus explained. Scorpius, do I really need to explain to you, uber geek and potions expert, what polyjuice does? Thanks to Delphi's brilliant preparation work, we are going to take this potion and be transformed, and thus disguised we will be able to enter the Ministry of Magic. Okay, 2 points, Scorpius said. 1, is it painful? Delphi answered, very, as I understand it. Thank you. Good to know, Scorpius replied. 2nd point, do either of you know what polyjuice tastes of? Because I've heard it tastes of fish, and if it does, I will just vomit it back up. Fish doesn't agree with me. Never has, never will. Consider us warned, Delphi said, and knocked back the potion. It began to transform her, and the process looked agonizing. It doesn't taste of fish, she managed to say. Actually, it tastes quite pleasant. Yum. It is painful, but... She let out a loud burp. Take it back. There is a slight, she burped again and transformed into Hermione. Slight, overpowering fishy residue. Okay, that's wow, Albus exclaimed. Double wow, added Scorpius. Delphi, now looking and sounding exactly like Hermione, said, This really doesn't feel how I even sound like her! Triple wow! Right, me next, Albus announced. No way, Jose, Scorpius interrupted. If we're doing this, we're doing it. He put on a pair of familiar-looking glasses with a smile. Together. 3, 2, 1, said Albus. They both swallowed the potion. No, that's good, Albus began, but was immediately racked with pain. That's less good. They both started to transform, and it was an agonizing process. Albus turned into Ron, and Scorpius turned into Harry. The two looked at each other in silence. Albus, now with Ron's voice, finally spoke. This is going to be slightly weird, isn't it? Scorpius, now looking like Harry, replied with great drama, clearly enjoying himself. Go to your room. Go straight to your room. You've been an incredibly awful and bad son. Albus as Ron laughs. Scorpius as Harry tossed his cloak over his shoulder. It was your idea. I be him and you be Ron. I just want to have a little fun before I... He then burped loudly. Okay, so that's utterly horrible. Albus as Ron commented. You know, he hides it well, but Uncle Ron's got a bit of a gut growing. Delphi as Hermione urged them on. We should go, don't you think? They emerged onto the street and entered a telephone box. They dialed 62442. A calm voice announced, Welcome, Harry Potter. Welcome, Hermione Granger. Welcome, Ron Weasley. They smiled as the telephone box disappeared into the floor. Act 1, Scene 17, Ministry of Magic, Meeting Room. We are now in a small room at the Ministry where Harry, Hermione, Ginny, and Draco are pacing. Have we searched thoroughly beside the tracks? Draco was asking. My department have searched once and are searching again, Harry replied. And the trolley witch is not able to tell us anything useful? Draco pressed. The trolley witch is furious, Hermione explained. She keeps talking about letting down Adeline Gamble. She prides herself on her Hogwarts delivery record. Have there been any instances of magic reported by the Muggles? Ginny asked. None so far, Hermione answered. I have made the Muggle Prime Minister aware and he is filing what is known as a misper. Sounds like a spell. It isn't. So now we're relying on Muggles to find our children? Draco scoffed. Have we told them about Harry's scar too? We're merely asking the Muggles to help, Hermione said patiently. And who knows how Harry's scar might be involved, but it's certainly a matter we're taking seriously. Our Aurors are currently investigating anyone involved in dark magic and... This is not Death Eater related, Draco interrupted. I'm not sure I share your confidence, Hermione began. I'm not confident, I'm right, Draco insisted. The sort of cretins pursuing dark magic now. My son is a Malfoy, they wouldn't dare. Unless there's something new out there, something to... Harry started. Ginny agreed with Draco. If this is a kidnap, taking Albus I understand, taking them both. She locked eyes with Harry, and it became clear what she wanted him to say. Draco noticed the couple staring at each other. And Scorpius is a follower, not a leader, despite everything I've tried to instill in him. So it's undoubtedly Albus who got him from that train, and my question is, where would he take him? He turned to Harry and Ginny. Do you know it? What aren't you telling us? A silence fell over the room. Whatever information you're concealing, Draco continued, I recommend you share it now. Harry hesitated, then spoke. Albus and I had an argument the day before last. And Draco prompted. Harry made brave eye contact with Draco, and I told him that there were times when I wished he weren't my son. Another silence, this one profoundly powerful. Draco took a dangerous step towards Harry. If anything happens to Scorpius... Ginny stepped between them. Don't throw around threats, Draco. Please don't do that. Draco roared, My son is missing! Ginny roared back with equal force, So is mine! He met her look. The emotion in the room was raw. Draco's lip curled, every inch his father. If you need gold, everything the Malfoys have, he's my sole heir. He's my only family. The Ministry has plenty in reserve, thank you, Draco, Hermione said gently. Draco made to leave, then stopped and looked at Harry. I don't care what you did or who you saved. You are a constant curse on my family, Harry Potter. Act 1, Scene 18, Ministry of Magic, Corridor. We are back with our disguised trio in a Ministry corridor. And you're sure it's in there? Scorpius, as Harry asked. A guard walked past, and Scorpius and Delphi as Hermione tried to look natural. Yes, Minister. I definitely think this is a matter for the Ministry to ponder at length. Yes. The guard nodded. Minister? Let's ponder it together, Delphi, as Hermione replied. The guard walked on, and they let out a sigh of relief. It was my uncle's idea to use the Veritaserum, Delphi explained. We slipped it into a visiting Ministry official's drink. He told us that the time turner had been kept, and even told us where, the office of the Minister for Magic herself. She pointed to a door. Suddenly they heard voices. Harry, we should talk about it. It was the real Hermione. There's nothing to talk about, the real Harry replied. Oh no, Delphi whispered. Hermione and Dad, Albus as Ron breathed. The panic was instant. Okay, hiding places, no hiding places, Scorpius, as Harry said frantically. Anyone know any invisibility charms? Do we go in her office? Delphi suggested. She'll be coming to her office, Albus pointed out. There's nowhere else, Delphi said, and tried the door. It was locked. The real Hermione's voice grew closer. If you don't talk to me or Ginny about it. Stand back, Scorpius, as Harry commanded. Alohomora! He aimed his wand at the door, and it swung open. He grinned, delighted. Albus, block her. It has to be you. The real Harry was saying, what is there to say? Me, why, Albus, as Ron asked. Well, it can't be either of us, can it? We are them, Delphi explained. The real Hermione's voice was almost upon them. What you said was obviously wrong, but there are more factors at play here than... But I can't, Albus stammered. There was a small kerfuffle, and then Albus, as Ron, ended up standing outside the door, just as Hermione and Harry entered the corridor. Hermione, I'm grateful for your concern, but there's no need, Harry was saying. Ron, Hermione said, surprised. Surprise, Albus, as Ron exclaimed. What are you doing here? She asked. Does a man need an excuse to see his wife? He replied, and kissed her firmly. I should go, Harry said. Hermione turned back to him. Harry, my point is whatever Draco says, the things you said to Albus, I don't think it'll do any of us any good for you to dwell on it. Albus, as Ron chimed in, oh, you're talking about how Harry said sometimes he wished he corrected himself. Albus weren't his son. Ron, Hermione exclaimed. Better out than in, that's what I say, he mumbled. He'll know. We all say stuff we don't mean. He knows that, Hermione insisted. But what if sometimes we say stuff we do mean? What then? Albus asked. Ron, now's not the time, honestly, Hermione said. Of course it isn't. Bye-bye, darling, he replied. He watched her go, hoping she would walk past her office, but of course she didn't. He ran to block her before she could enter, swinging his hips to do so. Why are you blocking the entrance to my office? She asked. I'm not blocking anything, he insisted. She tried to get past him again, and he blocked her again. You are. Let me into my room, Ron, she said. Let's have another baby, he blurted out. Hermione tried to dodge past him. What? Or if not another baby, a holiday, he continued. I want a baby or a holiday, and I'm going to insist on it. Shall we talk about it later, honey? He blocked her one final time with a kiss. It developed into quite a struggle. Maybe with a drink in the leaky cauldron? Love you, he said. Hermione finally relented. If there's another stink pellet in there, then Merlin won't help you. Fine. We're due to update the muggles anyway. She exited, and Harry went with her. Albus, as Ron, turned towards the door, but she re-entered, this time alone. A baby, or a holiday? Some days you are off the scale, you know that. It's why you married me, isn't it? My puckish sense of fun, he replied. She exited again. He started to open the door, but she re-entered once more, and he slammed it closed. I can taste fish, she said. I told you to stay away from those fish finger sandwiches. Right you are, he agreed. She finally left for good. He checked she was gone, and relief flooded out of him as he opened the door. Act 1, Scene 19, Ministry of Magic, Hermione's office. Scorpius, as Harry, and Delphi, as Hermione, were waiting on the other side of the door. Albus, as Ron, slumped in, exhausted. This is all too weird, he said. You were impressive. Good blocking action, Delphi, as Hermione commented. I don't know whether to high-five you or frown at you for kissing your aunt about 500 times. Scorpius, as Harry added. Ron's an affectionate guy, Albus explained. I was trying to distract her, Scorpius. I did distract her. And then there's what your dad said, Scorpius began. Boys, she will be back. We don't have long, Delphi reminded them. Albus, as Ron, turned to Scorpius. You heard that? Where would Hermione hide a time-turner? Delphi asked, looking around the room at the bookcases. Search the bookcases. They started to search. Scorpius looked at his friend with concern. Why didn't you tell me? My dad says he wishes I weren't his son. Hardly a conversation starter, is it? Albus replied. Scorpius tried to find the right words. I know the Voldemort thing isn't true, and you know, but sometimes I think I can see my dad thinking, how did I produce this? Still better than my dad, Albus said. I'm pretty sure he spends most of his time thinking, how can I give him back? Delphi tried to pull Scorpius towards the bookcases. Maybe if we could concentrate on the matter at hand. My point is, there's a reason. We're friends, Albus, Scorpius continued. A reason we found each other, you know, and whatever this adventure is about. He then spotted a book on the shelf that made him frown. Have you seen the books on these shelves? There are some serious books here, banned books, cursed books. How to distract Scorpius from difficult emotional issues. Take him to a library, Albus, as Ron commented. All the books from the restricted section and then some, Scorpius said, his voice filled with awe. Magic Most Evil, 15th Century Fiends, Sonnets of a Sorcerer. That's not even allowed in Hogwarts. Albus read another title, Shadows and Spirits, The Nightshade Guide to Necromancy. They are quite something, aren't they? Delphi murmured. The true history of the Opal Fire, the Imperious Curse and how to abuse it, Albus continued. And looky here, Scorpius said. Whoa, My Eyes and How to See Past Them by Sybil Trelawney. A book on divination. Hermione Granger hates divination. This is fascinating. This is a find. He pulled the book from the shelf. It fell open and spoke. The first is the fourth, a disappointing mark, the book recited. You'll find it in Parked, but not in Park. Okay, a book that talks, bit weird, Scorpius said. The book continued. The second is the less fair of those that walk on two legs, grubby, hairy, a disease of the egg, and the third is both a mountain to climb and a route to take. It's a riddle. It's giving us a riddle, Albus realized. A turn in the city, a glide through a lake, the book finished. What have you done? Delphi asked. I opened a book, Scorpius replied, something which has, in all my years on this planet, never been a particularly dangerous activity. Suddenly, the books on the shelves reached out and tried to grab Albus, who only just managed to escape. What is that? He cried. She's weaponized it. She's weaponized her library, Delphi explained. This is where the time turner will be. Solve the riddle and we'll find it. The first is a fourth. You'll find it in Parked, not in Park. Ed, D, Albus began, but the book started to try and swallow Delphi. The second is a disease of the egg. The less fair of those who walk on two legs, Scorpius recited. Men, Dementors, we need to find a book on Dementors, Delphi shouted as the bookcase pulled her in. Albus! Delphi, what is going on? Albus cried. Concentrate, Albus, Scorpius urged. Do what she said. Find a book on Dementors and be very careful. Here, Dominating Dementors, A True History of Azkaban, Albus said, finding the book. It flew open and swung dangerously at Scorpius, who had to dodge out of the way. He fell hard against a bookcase, which then attempted to consume him. The book spoke again. I was born in a cage, but smashed it with rage. The gaunt inside me riddled me free of that which would stop me to be. Voldemort, Albus realized. Just then, Delphi plunged through the books, back as herself. Work faster, she yelled, before being pulled back in screaming. Delphi, Delphi, Albus shouted, trying to grab her hand, but she was gone. She'd become herself again. Did you notice? Scorpius asked. No, because I was more worried about her being eaten by a bookcase, Albus retorted. Find something, anything on him. He found a book. The Heir of Slytherin, do you think? He pulled it from the shelf, but it pulled back, and Albus was consumed by the bookcase. Albus! Albus! Scorpius yelled, but he was gone. Okay, not that. Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort. He scanned the shelves. Marvolo, the truth. This must be. He pulled it open. It swung away, revealing a splintering light and a deeper voice. I am the creature you have not seen, the book intoned. I am you. I am me, the echo unforeseen. Sometimes in front, sometimes behind, a constant companion, for we are entwined. Albus emerged from the books as himself again. Albus, Scorpius began, trying to grab him. No, just think, Albus yelled, before being violently pulled back into the bookcase. But I can't, an invisible echo, what is that? Scorpius said to himself. The only thing I'm good at is thinking, and when I need to think, I can't. The books pulled him inside them. This was terrifying. There was silence. Then, with a bang, a shower of books was released from the bookcase, and Scorpius re-emerged, smashing them aside. "No, you don't! Sybil Trelawney! No!" He looked around, sunk but full of energy. "This is all wrong. Albus, can you hear me? All this for a friggin' time-turner. Think, Scorpius, think." Books tried to grab him. A constant companion, sometimes behind, sometimes in front. "Hang on, I've missed it. Shadow. You're a shadow, shadows and spirits. It must be." He climbed up the bookcase, which rose up at him, grabbing at him with every step. He pulled the book from the shelf. It came out, and the noise and chaos suddenly stopped. "Is that—" Suddenly, there was a smashing sound, and Albus and Delphi fell out of the shelves and onto the floor. "We beat it. We beat the library," Scorpius said. Albus rushed to Delphi. "Delphi, are you—" "Wow, quite a ride," she replied. Albus noticed the book Scorpius was holding. "Is that, Scorpius? What's inside that book?" "I think we should find out, don't you?" Delphi said. Scorpius opened the book. In the center of it was a spinning time-turner. "We've found the time-turner," he said, his voice filled with disbelief. "I never thought we'd get this far." "Mate, now we've got this. The next stop is saving Cedric," Albus declared. "Our journey has only just begun." "Only just begun, and it's almost half killed us," Scorpius replied. "Good. This is going to be good." Whispers rose to a roar, and we cut to black. This marks the end of Part 1. We now begin Part 2. Act 2, Scene 1. Dream, Privet Drive, cupboard under the stairs. We are in a dream. Aunt Petunia's voice cuts through the darkness. "Harry, Harry, these pots aren't clean. These pots are a disgrace. Harry Potter, wake up." A young Harry wakes to see Aunt Petunia bearing down on him. "Aunt Petunia, what time is it?" he asked. "Time enough," she replied coldly. "You know, when we agreed to take you in, we hoped we could improve you, build you, make you a decent human being. So I suppose it's only ourselves we've got to blame that you've turned out such a limp disappointment." "I try." "Trying is not succeeding, though, is it?" she interrupted. "There are grease smears on the glasses. There are scuff marks on the pots. Now get up and go to the kitchen and get scrubbing." He got out of bed, and she saw a wet smear down the back of his trousers. Oh no, what have you done? You've wet the bed again." She pulled back the covers. "This is very unacceptable." "I'm sorry, I think I was having a nightmare," Harry explained. "You disgusting boy, only animals wet themselves. Animals and disgusting little boys," she sneered. "It was about my mom and dad," he said, his voice small. I think I saw them die." "And why would I have the slightest bit of interest in that?" she retorted. There was a man shouting, "Ad cava, ad something, a cabra, ad," and the noise of a snake hissing. I could hear my mum scream, Harry recalled. Aunt Petunia took a moment to compose herself. "If you were really reliving their death, all you'd hear would be a screech of brakes and a horrific thud. Your parents died in a car accident. You know that. I don't think your mother had even time to scream. Lord spare you the details more than that. Now strip those sheets, get in the kitchen and get scrubbing. I don't want to have to tell you again." She exited with a bang. Young Harry was left holding the sheets. The stage contorted, trees rising as the dream twisted into something else. Suddenly, Albus appeared, looking at young Harry. From the back of the room, Parseltongue whispers surrounded them. He's coming, he's coming." Words spoken in the unmistakable voice of Voldemort. "Harry Potter!" Act 2, Scene 2, Harry and Ginny Potter's house, staircase. Harry wakes in the darkness, breathing deeply, his exhaustion and fear palpable. "Lumos," he whispered. Ginny entered, surprised by the light. "Okay, I was sleeping," Harry said. "You were," she confirmed. "You weren't. Any news, any owls, or?" he asked. "None," she replied. "I was dreaming," he said. "I was under the stairs, and then I heard him, Voldemort, so clearly." "Voldemort?" "And then I saw Albus, in red. He was wearing Durmstrang robes." "Durmstrang robes?" Ginny repeated. Harry thought for a moment. "Ginny, I think I know where he is." Act 2, Scene 3, Hogwarts Headmistress's office. We are now in Professor McGonagall's office, where Harry and Ginny are standing. "And we don't know where in the Forbidden Forest?" Professor McGonagall asked. I haven't had a dream like it for years, Harry explained. But Albus was there, I know he was. We need to get searching as quickly as possible, Ginny urged. I can give you Professor Longbottom. His knowledge of plants might be useful. And, McGonagall began, but there was a rumble in the chimney. She looked at it with concern, and then Hermione tumbled out. Is it true? Can I help? Hermione asked. Minister, this is quite unexpected, Professor McGonagall said. Ginny spoke up. That may be my fault. I persuaded them to put out an emergency edition of the Daily Prophet, asking for volunteers. Right, very sensible, McGonagall said. I expect there will be quite a few. Just then, Ron burst in, covered in soot and wearing a gravy-stained dinner napkin. Have I missed anything? I couldn't work out which flue to travel to. Ended up in the kitchen somehow. Hermione glared at him as he pulled the napkin off. What? There was another rumble in the chimney, and Draco came down hard, surrounded by cascading soot. Everyone looked at him, surprised. He stood and brushed the soot off himself. Sorry about your floor, Minerva. I dare say it's my fault for owning a chimney, she replied. Harry looked at Draco. Quite a surprise to see you, Draco. I thought you didn't believe in my dreams. I don't, Draco said, but I do trust your luck. Harry Potter is always where the action is at, and I need my son back with me and safe. Then let's get to the Forbidden Forest and find them both, Ginny declared. Act 2, Scene 4, Edge of the Forbidden Forest. We see Albus and Delphi facing each other, holding wands. Expelliarmus, Albus shouted, and Delphi's wand flew through the air. You're getting it now, you're good at this, she said, taking her wand back from him. She adopted a posh voice. You're a positively disarming young man. Expelliarmus, Albus shouted again, and her wand flew back to him. And we have a winner, Delphi said, and they high-fived. I've never been good at spells, Albus admitted. Scorpius appeared at the back of the stage, watching his friend with a girl. Part of him liked it, and part of him didn't. I was rubbish, and then something clicked, Delphi said, and it will for you too. Not that I'm a super witch or anything, but I think you're becoming quite some wizard, Albus Potter. Then you should stick around. Teach me more, Albus began. Of course I'm sticking around. We're friends, aren't we? She replied. Yes, definitely friends, definitely. Great Wizzo, she exclaimed. What's Wizzo? Scorpius asked, stepping forward decisively. Cracked the spell, Albus explained. I mean, it's pretty basic, but I cracked it. Scorpius, trying to join in, said over-enthusiastically, and I've found our way through to the school. Listen, are we sure this will work? Yes, Delphi exclaimed. It's a brilliant plan, Albus said. The secret to not getting Cedric killed is to stop him winning the Triwizard Tournament. If he doesn't win, he can't be killed. And I understand that, but, Scorpius began. So we just need to mess up his chances supremely badly in Task 1, Albus continued. The first task is getting a golden egg from a dragon. How did Cedric distract the dragon? Delphi put her hand in the air, and Albus grinned and pointed at her. The two were getting on very well. Diggory. By transfiguring a stone into a dog, Delphi answered. Well, a little Expelliarmus and he won't be able to do that, Albus finished. Scorpius was not enjoying the Delphi-Albus double act. Okay, 2 points, he said. First point, we're certain the dragon won't kill him? It's always 2 points with him, isn't it? Delphi commented. Of course it won't. This is Hogwarts. They won't let damage happen to any of the champions. Okay, second point. More significant point, Scorpius continued. We're going back without any knowledge of whether we can travel back afterwards, which is exciting. Maybe we should just try going back an hour, say, first and then. I'm sorry, Scorpius. We've no time to waste, Delphi interrupted. Waiting here this close to the school is just too dangerous. I'm sure they'll be looking for you and... She's right, Albus agreed. Now you're going to need to wear these, Delphi said, pulling out 2 large paper bags. The boys pulled out robes from them. But these are Durmstrang robes, Albus said. My uncle's idea, Delphi explained. If you are in Hogwarts robes, people will expect to know who you are. But there are 2 other schools competing at the Triwizard Tournament, and if you're in Durmstrang robes, Well, you can fade into the background, can't you? Good thinking, Albus said. Hang on, where are your robes? Albus, I'm flattered, but I don't think I can pretend to be a student, do you? Delphi replied. I'll just keep in the background and pretend to be maybe I could pretend to be a dragon tamer. You're doing all the spell stuff anyway. Scorpius looked at her and then at Albus. You shouldn't come, he said. What? Delphi asked. You're right. We don't need you for the spell, Scorpius explained. And if you can't wear student robes, you're too big a risk. Sorry, Delphi, you shouldn't come. But I have to. He's my cousin, she protested, looking at Albus. I think he's right. I'm sorry, Albus said. What? We won't mess up, he promised. But without me, you won't be able to work the time turner, she argued. You taught us how to use the time turner, Scorpius reminded her. Delphi was clearly upset. No, I won't let you do this. You told your uncle to trust us. Now it's your turn, Albus said. The school is close now. We should leave you here. Delphi looked at them both, took a deep breath, and nodded to herself with a smile. Then go. But just know this. Today you get an opportunity few are given. Today you get to change history, to change time itself. But more than all that, today you get the chance to give an old man his son back. She smiled, looked at Albus, and leaned down to gently kiss him on both cheeks. She then walked away into the woodland. Albus stared after her. She didn't kiss me. Did you notice? Scorpius commented, then looked at his friend. Are you okay, Albus? You look a little pale and red at the same time. Let's do this, Albus said. Act 2, Scene 5, The Forbidden Forest. The forest grows bigger and thicker. Among the trees, people are searching for the missing wizards. Slowly they melt away until only Harry is left. He hears something and turns. Albus, Scorpius, Albus, he called. Then he heard the sound of hooves. Startled, he looked around. Suddenly, Bane, a magnificent centaur, stepped into the light. Harry Potter, Bane said. Good, you still recognize me, Bane, Harry replied. You've grown older. I have, Harry confirmed. But not wiser, for you trespass on our land, Bane stated. I have always respected the centaurs, Harry said. We are not enemies. You fought bravely at the Battle of Hogwarts, and I fought beside you. I did my part, but for my herd and our honor. Not for you, Bane corrected him. And after the battle, the forest was deemed centaur land. And if you're on our land, without permission, then you are our enemy. My son is missing, Bane, Harry explained. I need help finding him. And he is here? In our forest? Yes. Then he is as stupid as you are, Bane replied. Can you help me, Bane? Harry pleaded. Bane looked down at Harry imperiously. I can only tell you what I know, but I tell you not for your benefit, but for the benefit of my herd. The centaurs do not need another war. Neither do we, Harry said. What do you know? I've seen your son, Harry Potter, seen him in the movements of the stars, Bane revealed. You've seen him in the stars? I can't tell you where he is. I can't tell you how you'll find him, Bane said. But you've seen something? You've divined something? Harry pressed. There's a black cloud around your son, a dangerous black cloud, Bane warned. Around Albus? A black cloud that may endanger us all. You'll find your son again, Harry Potter, but then you could lose him forever. He made a sound like a horse's cry and disappeared into the trees, leaving a bewildered Harry behind. Harry began to search again, now with even more fervor. Albus! Albus! Act 2, Scene 6, Edge of the Forbidden Forest. Scorpius and Albus round a corner and are faced with a gap in the trees. Through the gap, a glorious light is visible. And there it is, Scorpius said. Hogwarts. Never seen this view of it before, Albus commented. Still get a tingle, don't you, when you see it? Scorpius asked. Revealed through the trees was Hogwarts, a splendid mass of bulbous buildings and towers. From the moment I first heard of it, I was desperate to go, Scorpius continued. I mean, Dad didn't much like it there, but even the way he described it. From the age of 10, I'd check the Daily Prophet first thing every morning, certain some sort of tragedy would have befallen it, certain I wouldn't get to go. And then you got there, and it turned out to be terrible after all, Albus said. Not for me, Scorpius replied, surprising Albus. All I ever wanted to do was go to Hogwarts and have a mate to get up to mayhem with, just like Harry Potter, and I got his son. How crazily fortunate is that? But I'm nothing like my dad, Albus insisted. You're better, Scorpius said. You're my best friend, Albus, and this is mayhem to the nth degree, which is great, thumbs up great. It's just, I've got to say, I don't mind admitting, I am a tiny bit, just a tiny bit scared. Albus looked at his friend and smiled. You're my best friend too, and don't worry, I have a good feeling about this. Just then they heard Ron's voice from nearby. Albus! Albus! Albus turned, scared. But we've got to go now. He took the time turner from Scorpius, pressed down on it, and it began to vibrate, then exploded into a storm of movement. The stage started to transform. A giant whoosh of light, a smash of noise, and time stopped. Then it began spooling backwards, slow at first, then speeding up. Act 2, Scene 7, Triwizard Tournament, Edge of the Forbidden Forest, 1994. Suddenly, a riot of noise erupts as a crowd consumes Albus and Scorpius. On a stage, Ludo Bagman is amplifying his voice with a sonorous charm. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I give you the greatest, the fabulous, the one and the only Triwizard Tournament. A loud cheer went up. If you're from Hogwarts, give me a cheer. Another loud cheer. If you're from Durmstrang, give me a cheer. A third loud cheer. And if you're from Beauxbatons, give me a cheer. A slightly limp cheer followed, slightly less enthusiastic from the French there. Scorpius smiled. This is work, that's Ludo Bagman. Ludo Bagman continued. And there they are, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I present to you the reason why we're all here, the champions. Representing Durmstrang, what eyebrows, what a gait, what a boy, there's nothing he won't try on a broomstick, it's Victor Crazy Crumb. Scorpius and Albus, now playing the part of Durmstrang students, chanted, Go, go, Crazy Crumb, go, go, Crazy Crumb. From the Beauxbatons Academy, Zut alors, it's Fleur Delacour. There was some polite applause. And from Hogwarts, not one but two students. He makes us all go weaky at the kneesy. He's Cedric Delicious Diggory. The crowd went wild. And then the other, you know him as the boy who lived. I know him as the boy who keeps surprising us all. That's my dad, Albus whispered. Yes, it's Harry Plucky Potter, Bagman announced. There was more cheering, particularly from a nervous-looking girl at the edge of the crowd, a young Hermione. It was noticeable that the cheering for Harry was slightly less than that for Cedric. And now, silence please all. The first task, retrieving a golden egg. From a nest of ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I give you dragons, and guiding the dragons, Charlie Weasley. More cheers. Young Hermione spoke to Scorpius. If you're going to stand so close, I'd rather you didn't breathe on me quite so much. Rose, what are you doing here? Scorpius asked, confused. Who's Rose? And what's happened to your accent? She replied. Albus, affecting a bad accent, said, Sorry, Hermione, he's got you mixed up with someone else. How do you know my name? She asked. And with no time to lose, Bagman announced, Let's bring out our first champion, facing a Swedish short snout, I give you, Cedric Diggory. A dragon roar distracted young Hermione, and Albus readied his wand. And Cedric Diggory has entered the stage, Bagman narrated, and he seems ready, scared but ready. He dodges this way, he dodges that. The girls swoon as he dives for cover. They cry as one, Don't damage our Diggory, Mr. Dragon. Scorpius looked concerned. Albus, something is going wrong. The time turner, it's shaking. An incessant, dangerous ticking began, coming from the time turner. And Cedric skirts left, and he dives right, and he readies his wand. What has this young, brave, handsome man got up his sleeves now? Albus extended his wand. Expelliarmus! Cedric's wand was summoned to Albus's hand. But no, what's this? Is it dark magic, or is it something else entirely? Cedric Diggory is disarmed, Bagman cried. Albus, I think the time turner. Something is wrong, Scorpius warned as the ticking grew louder. It's all going wrong for Diggers, Bagman continued. This could be the end of the task for him, the end of the tournament. Scorpius grabbed Albus. There was a crescendo in the ticking and a flash of light. Time turned back to the present, with Albus hollering in pain. Albus, did it hurt you? Albus, are you? Scorpius began. What happened? Albus asked. There must be some limit. The time turner must have some kind of time limit, Scorpius guessed. Do you think we've done it? Do you think we've changed anything? Albus wondered. Suddenly the stage was invaded by Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Draco. Ron now had a side parting, and his wardrobe choices had become rather more staid. Scorpius slipped the time turner back into his pocket. Albus, in a lot of pain, looked at them blankly. I told you I saw them, Ron said. I think we're about to find out, Scorpius muttered. Hello, Dad, is something wrong? Albus asked. Harry looked at his son disbelievingly. Yes, you could say that. Albus collapsed onto the floor, and Harry and Ginny rushed to help him. Act 2, Scene 8, Hogwarts Hospital Wing. Albus is asleep in a hospital bed. A troubled Harry sits beside him. Above them is a painting of a concerned, kindly man. Harry rubs his eyes, stands, and stretches. He meets the eyes of the man in the painting, who looks startled to be spotted. Professor Dumbledore, Harry said. Good evening, Harry, Dumbledore replied. I've missed you, Harry admitted. Whenever I've dropped in on the headmistress lately, your frame's been empty. Ah, well, I do like to pop into my other portraits now and then, Dumbledore explained, then looked at Albus. Will he be all right? He's been out 24 hours, Harry said, mostly in order so Madame Pomfrey could reset his arm. She said it was the strangest thing. It's like it was broken 20 years ago and allowed to set in the most contrary of directions. She says he'll be fine. A difficult thing, I imagine, to watch your child in pain, Dumbledore commented. Harry looked from Dumbledore to Albus. I've never asked how you felt about me naming him after you, have I? Candidly, Harry, it seemed a great weight to place upon the poor boy, Dumbledore replied. I need your help, Harry said. I need your advice. Bane says Albus is in danger. How do I protect my son, Dumbledore? You ask me, of all people, how to protect a boy in terrible danger? Dumbledore responded. We cannot protect the young from harm. Pain must and will come. So I'm supposed to stand and watch? Harry asked. No, you're supposed to teach him how to meet life. How? He won't listen, Harry said. Perhaps he's waiting for you to see him clearly, Dumbledore suggested. Harry frowned, trying to digest this. It is a portrait's curse and blessing to hear things, Dumbledore continued gently. At the school, at the ministry, I hear people talking. And what is the gossip about me and my son? Harry asked. Not gossip, concern, that you two are struggling, that he's difficult, that he is angry with you. I have formed the impression that perhaps you are blinded by your love for him. Blinded, Harry repeated. You must see him as he is, Harry. You must look for what's wounding him. Haven't I seen him as he is? Harry asked. What's wounding my son? He thought for a moment. Or is it who's wounding my son? Dad, Albus mumbled in his sleep. This black cloud, it's someone, isn't it? Not something? Harry pressed. Ah, really? What does my opinion matter anymore? Dumbledore said. I am paint in memory, Harry, paint in memory, and I never had a son. But I need your advice, Harry insisted. Dad, Albus said, waking up. Harry looked at his son, then back at Dumbledore, but Dumbledore was gone. No, where have you gone now? Harry asked the empty portrait. We're in the hospital wing, Albus asked. Harry turned his attention back to his son. Yes, and you will be fine. For recuperation, Madame Pomfrey wasn't sure what to prescribe and said you should probably eat lots of chocolate. Actually, do you mind if I have some? I've got something to tell you, and I don't think you'll like it. Albus looked at his dad, wary, I think. Harry took a big chunk of chocolate and ate it. Better? Albus asked, confused. Much, Harry replied, and held out the chocolate to his son. Albus took a piece, and father and son munched together. The arm, how does it feel? Albus flexed his arm. It feels great. Harry's voice became soft. Where did you go, Albus? I can't tell you what it did to us. Your mum was worried sick. Albus looked up. A great liar. We decided we didn't want to come to school. We thought we could start again. In the Muggle world, we discovered we were wrong. We were coming back to Hogwarts when you found us. In Durmstrang robes, Harry questioned. The robes were the whole thing. Scorpius and I, we didn't think, Albus replied. And why? Why did you run? Because of me, because of what I said, Harry asked. I don't know, Albus said. Hogwarts isn't actually that pleasant a place when you don't fit in. And did Scorpius encourage you to go? Harry pressed. Scorpius? Harry looked at Albus, thinking deeply. I need you to stay away from Scorpius Malfoy. What? Scorpius? Albus exclaimed. I don't know how you became friends in the first place, but you did, and now I need you to. My best friend, my only friend, Albus interrupted. He's dangerous, Harry stated. Scorpius? Dangerous? Have you met him? Dad, if you honestly think he's the son of Voldemort. I don't know what he is, I just know you need to stay away from him, Harry insisted. Bane told me. Who's Bane? Albus asked. A centaur with profound divination skills. He said there's a black cloud around you, and... A black cloud? And I have very good reason to believe that dark magic is in a resurgence, and I need to keep you safe from it. Safe from him, safe from Scorpius, Harry finished. Albus hesitated, then his face strengthened. And if I won't, stay away from him? Harry thought quickly. There's a map. It used to be used for those wanting to get up to no good. Now we're going to use it to keep an eye, a permanent eye on you. Professor McGonagall will watch your every movement. Any time you are seen together, she'll come flying. Any time you attempt to leave Hogwarts, she'll fly. I expect you to go to your lessons, none of which you will now share with Scorpius, and between times, you will stay in the Gryffindor common room. You can't make me go into Gryffindor. I'm Slytherin, Albus protested. Don't play games, Albus. You know what house you are, Harry said. If she finds you with Scorpius, I will fix you with a spell, which will allow me eyes and ears into your every movement, your every conversation. In the meantime, investigations will begin in my department as to his true heritage. Albus started to cry. But Dad, you can't. That's just not. I thought for a long time I wasn't a good enough dad for you because you didn't like me, Harry said. It's only now I realize that I don't need you to like me. I need you to obey me because I'm your dad, and I do know better. I'm sorry, Albus. It has to be this way. Act 2, Scene 9, Hogwarts Staircases. Albus pursues Harry across the stage as the staircases shift and move. What if I run? I'll run, Albus threatened. Albus, get back in bed, Harry ordered. I'll run away again. No, you won't. I will, and this time I'll make sure Ron can't find us, Albus insisted. Do I hear my name? Ron's voice called out. He entered on a staircase, his side parting now super aggressive, his robes a bit too short, and his clothes spectacularly staid. Uncle Ron, thank Dumbledore, Albus said in relief. If ever we needed one of your jokes, it's now. Ron frowned, confused. Jokes? I don't know any jokes. Of course you do, Albus said. You run a joke shop. Ron looked even more confused. A joke shop? Well now. Anyway, I'm pleased I caught you. I was going to bring some sweets for a sort of a get well soon, but actually Padma, she thinks about things a lot more deeply than I do, and she thought it'd be nicer for you to get something useful for school. So we got you a set of quills. Yes, look at these bad boys. Top of the range. Who's Padma? Albus asked. Harry frowned at him. Your aunt. I have an Aunt Padma? Ron turned to Harry. Taken a confundus charm to the head, has he? Then back to Albus. My wife, Padma, you remember, talks slightly too close to your face, smells a bit minty. He leaned in. Padma, mother of Panju. Then to Harry again. That's why I'm here, of course. Panju, he's in trouble again. I wanted to just send a howler, but Padma insisted I come in person. I don't know why. He just laughs at me. But you're married to Hermione, Albus said. Ron didn't understand. Hermione, no, Merlin's beard. Albus has also forgotten that he was sorted into Gryffindor, Harry added, conveniently. Yes, well, sorry, old chap, but you're a Gryffindor, Ron confirmed. But how did I get sorted into Gryffindor? Albus asked. You persuaded the Sorting Hat, don't you remember? Ron explained. Panju bet you that you couldn't get into Gryffindor if your life depended on it, so you chose Gryffindor to spite him. I can't blame you, he added dryly. We'd all like to wipe the smile off his face sometimes, wouldn't we? He looked terrified. Please don't tell Padma I said that. Who's Panju? Albus asked. Ron and Harry stared at him. "Bloody hell, you're really not yourself, are you?" Ron said. "Anyway, better go before I'm sent a howler myself." He stumbled on, a shadow of the man he was. "But that doesn't make sense," Albus said. "Albus, whatever you're feigning, it isn't working," Harry said firmly. "I will not change my mind." "Dad, you have two choices. Either you take me too," Albus began. "No, you're the one with the choice, Albus," Harry interrupted. "You do this or you get in deeper, much deeper, trouble. Do you understand?" Just then, Scorpius appeared. "Albus, you're okay, that's fantastic." "He's completely cured," Harry said, "and we've got to go." Albus looked up at Scorpius, his heart breaking, and walked on. "Are you mad at me? What's going on?" Scorpius called after him. Albus stopped and turned back. "Did it work? Did any of it work?" "No, but Albus," Scorpius began. "Albus, whatever gibberish you're talking, you need to stop it now," Harry warned. "This is your final warning." Albus looked torn between his dad and his friend. "I can't, okay?" "You can't what?" Scorpius asked. "Just, we'll be better off without each other, okay?" Albus said, and walked away, leaving Scorpius looking after him, heartbroken. Act 2, Scene 10, Hogwarts, Headmistress's office. Professor McGonagall stands full of unhappiness, Harry full of purpose, and Ginny is unsure of her role. "I'm not sure this is what the Marauders map was intended for," Professor McGonagall said. "If you see them together, then get to them as quickly as possible, and keep them separate," Harry instructed. "Harry, are you sure this is the right decision?" she asked. "Because far be it from me to doubt the wisdom of the centaurs, but Bane is an extremely angry centaur, and it's not beyond him to twist the constellations for his own ends." "I trust Bane," Harry said. "Albus is to stay away from Scorpius, for his sake and others." "I think what Harry means is," Ginny began. Harry cut her off with finality. "The professor knows what I mean." Ginny looked at him surprised. "Albus has been checked by the greatest witches and wizards in the country, and no one can find or sense a hex or a curse," Professor McGonagall pointed out. "And Dumbledore said," Harry started. "What?" "His portrait. We spoke. He said some things which made sense." "Dumbledore is dead, Harry," Professor McGonagall reminded him. "And I've told you before, portraits don't represent even half of their subjects." "He said love had blinded me," Harry said. "A head teacher's portrait is a memoir," she explained. "It is supposed to be a support mechanism for the decisions I have to make. But I was advised as I took this job to not mistake the painting for the person. And you would be well advised to do the same." "But he was right, I see it now," Harry insisted. "Harry, you've been put under enormous pressure," she said gently. "The loss of Albus, the search for him, the fears as to what your scar might mean. But trust me when I tell you, you are making a mistake." "Albus didn't like me before," Harry interrupted. "He might not like me again, but he will be safe. With the greatest respect, Minerva, you don't have children." "Harry," Ginny exclaimed. "You don't understand," he finished. Professor McGonagall was deeply hurt. "I'd hoped that a lifetime spent in the teaching profession would mean—" "This map will reveal to you where my son is at all times," Harry said, his voice hard. "I expect you to use it, and if I hear you don't, then I will come down on this school as hard as I can, using the full force of the ministry. Is that understood?" "Perfectly," she replied, bewildered by his vitriol. Ginny looked at Harry, unsure of what he had become. He didn't look back. Act 2, Scene 11, Hogwarts, Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Albus enters the classroom, slightly unsure of himself. "Ah yes, our train absconder, finally joining us," a familiar voice said. "Hermione?" Albus asked, amazed. She was standing at the front of the classroom. "Professor Granger, I believe, is my name, Potter," she replied. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "Teaching. For my sins," she said. "What are you doing here? Learning, I hope. Today we're going to look at Patronus charms." "You're our Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher?" Albus asked in disbelief. The class tittered. "Losing patience now," she said sharply. 10 points from Gryffindor for stupidity." Polly Chapman stood up, affronted. No, he's doing it deliberately. He hates Gryffindor and everyone knows it." Sit down, Polly Chapman, before this gets even worse, Hermione ordered. Polly sighed and sat down. And I suggest you join her, Albus, and end this charade. But you're not this mean, Albus protested. And that's 20 points from Gryffindor to assure Albus Potter that I am this mean, she retorted. Jan Fredericks warned, if you don't sit down right now, Albus. Albus finally sat. Can I just say, he began. No, you can't, she cut him off. Just keep quiet, Potter, otherwise you'll lose what limited popularity you already have. Now who can tell me what a Patronus is? No? No one. You really are a most disappointing bunch. She smiled a thin smile. She really was quite mean. No, this is stupid, Albus said. Where's Rose? She'll tell you that you're being ridiculous. Who's Rose? Your invisible friend, she asked. Rose Granger Weasley, your daughter, Albus exclaimed, then realized, of course, because you and Ron aren't married, Rose. Giggling spread through the class. How dare you? 50 points from Gryffindor, Hermione snapped. And I assure you, if anyone interrupts me again, it'll be 100 points. She stared around the room, and no one moved a muscle. Good. A Patronus is a magical charm, a projection of all your most positive feelings, and takes the shape of the animal with whom you share the deepest affinity. It is a gift of light. If you can conjure a Patronus, you can protect yourself against the world, which, in some of our cases, seems like a necessity sooner rather than later. Act 2, Scene 12, Hogwarts Staircases. The staircases of Hogwarts move in a slow, almost dance-like motion. Albus walks up one staircase, looking around but sees nothing, and exits. Scorpius enters behind him, thinking he saw Albus, but then realizes he's gone. He slumps down to the floor as his staircase sweeps around. Madam Hooch enters, walks up the staircase, and gestures for Scorpius to move. He does, and slopes off, his loneliness clear. Albus enters and walks up one staircase. Scorpius enters and walks up another. The staircases meet. The two boys look at each other, lost and hopeful all at once. Then, Albus looks away, and the moment is broken, and with it, possibly their friendship. The staircases part again. The two look at each other, one full of guilt, the other full of pain, both full of unhappiness. Act 2, Scene 13, Harry and Ginny Potter's house, kitchen. Ginny and Harry watch each other warily. An argument is brewing, and both of them know it. This is the right decision, Harry said. You almost sound convinced, Ginny replied. You told me to be honest with him, but actually I needed to be honest with myself. Trust what my heart was telling me. Harry, you have one of the greatest hearts of any wizard who ever lived, and I do not believe your heart told you to do this, she countered. There was a knock on the door. Saved by the door, Ginny said, and went to answer it. After a moment, Draco entered, his anger barely concealed. I can't stay long. I won't need long, he said. How can I help? Harry asked. I'm not here to antagonize you, Draco began. But my son is in tears, and I am his father, and so I am here to ask why you would keep apart two good friends. I'm not keeping them apart, Harry denied. You've changed school timetables, you've threatened both teachers and Albus himself. Why? Draco pressed. Harry looked at Draco carefully, then turned away. I have to protect my son. From Scorpius? Bane told me he sensed a darkness around my son. Near my son, Harry explained. What are you implying, Potter? Draco asked. Harry turned and looked Draco dead in the eye. Are you sure? Are you really sure he's yours, Draco? A deadly silence fell. You take that back right now, Draco said, his voice low and dangerous. But Harry didn't, so Draco took out his wand. You do not want to do this, Harry warned. Yes, I do, Draco replied. I don't want to hurt you, Draco. How interesting, because I do want to hurt you, Draco sneered. The two squared up and released their wands. Expelliarmus, they both shouted. Their wands repelled and broke apart. Incarcerus, Draco cast, but Harry dodged the blast. Tarantalegra, Harry retorted, and Draco threw himself out of the way. You've been practicing, Draco, Harry commented. And you've got sloppy, Potter, Draco shot back. Densaugio, Harry just managed to get out of the way. Ricta Sempra, Harry cast, but Draco used a chair to block the blast. Flipendo, Draco yelled, and Harry was sent twirling through the air. Draco laughed. Keep up, old man. We're the same age, Draco, Harry grunted. I wear it better, Draco replied. Brachiobindo, Harry cast, and Draco was bound tightly. That really the best you got? Emancipare! Draco released himself from the binds. Levicorpus, Harry had to throw himself out of the way. Mobilicorpus, oh, this is too much fun. Draco bounced Harry up and down on the table. As Harry rolled away, Draco jumped onto the table, readying his wand, but Harry hit him with a spell. Obscuro! A blindfold appeared over Draco's eyes, but he released himself from it as soon as it hit. The two squared up again, and Harry threw a chair. Draco ducked and slowed it with his wand. Just then, Ginny returned. I only left this room 3 minutes ago, she exclaimed, taking in the mess of the kitchen and the chairs suspended in the air. She signaled them back to the floor with her wand. What did I miss? She asked, drier than dry. Act 2, Scene 14, Hogwarts Staircases. Scorpius walks unhappily down a staircase. Suddenly, Delphi scurries in from the other side. So, technically I shouldn't be here, she said. Delphi, Scorpius asked, surprised. In fact, technically I'm endangering our entire operation, which is not, well, I'm not a natural risk-taker, as you know, she continued. I've never been to Hogwarts. Pretty lax security here, isn't there? And so many portraits, and corridors, and ghosts. This half-headless, strange-looking ghost told me where I could find you. Can you believe that? You've never been to Hogwarts? Scorpius asked. I was unwell as a child for a few years, she explained. Other people got to go, I did not. You were too ill? I'm sorry I didn't know that, he said. I don't advertise the fact. I prefer not to be seen as a tragic case, you know? This registered with Scorpius. As he was about to say something, Delphi ducked from view as a student walked past. Scorpius tried to look casual. When the student had passed, she asked, Have they gone? Delphi, maybe it is too dangerous for you to be here, Scorpius began. Well, someone's got to do something about this, she interrupted. Delphi, none of it worked. Time turning, we failed, he told her. I know, Albus owled me, she said. The history books changed, but not enough. Cedric still died. In fact, failing the first task only made him more determined to win the second. And Ron and Hermione have gone completely skew-whiff, and I still haven't figured out why, Scorpius added. And that's why Cedric has to wait, Delphi said. It's all become quite confused, and you're entirely right to be keeping hold of the time-turner, Scorpius. But what I meant was, someone's got to do something about the two of you. Oh, Scorpius said. You're best friends, she continued. Every owl he sends, I can feel your absence. He's destroyed by it. Sounds like he's found a shoulder to cry on, Scorpius muttered. How many owls has he sent you now? He saw her soft smile. Sorry, I didn't mean, I just don't understand what's going on. I've tried to see him, talk to him, but every time I do, he runs off. You know, I didn't have a best friend when I was your age, Delphi confessed. I wanted one, desperately. When I was younger, I even invented one, but I had one of those too, Scorpius said, called Flurry. We fell out over the correct rules of gobstones. Albus needs you, Scorpius. That's a wonderful thing, she said. He needs me to do what? That's the thing, isn't it? About friendships, she replied. You don't know what he needs. You only know he needs it. Find him, Scorpius. You two, you belong together. Act 2, Scene 15, Harry and Ginny Potter's house, kitchen. Harry and Draco sit far apart, with Ginny standing between them. Sorry about your kitchen, Ginny, Draco said. Oh, it's not my kitchen, she replied. Harry does most of the cooking. I can't talk to him either, Scorpius, Draco admitted. Especially since Astoria has gone. I can't even talk about how losing her has affected him. As hard as I try, I can't reach him. You can't talk to Albus. I can't talk to Scorpius. That's what this is about. Not about my son being evil. Because as much as you might take the word of a haughty centaur, you know the power of friendship. Draco, whatever you may think, Harry began. I always envied you them, you know, Weasley and Granger, Draco interrupted. I had Crabbe and Goyle, Ginny supplied. Two lunks who wouldn't know one end of a broomstick from another, Draco said. You, the three of you, you shone you know, you liked each other, you had fun. I envied you those friendships more than anything else. I envied them too, Ginny admitted, surprising Harry. I need to protect him, Harry started. My father thought he was protecting me, most of the time, Draco said. I think you have to make a choice at a certain point of the man you want to be. And I tell you that at that time you need a parent or a friend. And if you've learnt to hate your parent by then and you have no friends, then you're all alone. And being alone, that's so hard. I was alone. And it sent me to a truly dark place for a long time. Tom Riddle was also a lonely child. You may not understand that, Harry, but I do, and I think Ginny does too. He's right, Ginny agreed. Tom Riddle didn't emerge from his dark place, Draco continued, and so Tom Riddle became Lord Voldemort. Maybe the black cloud Bane saw was Albus's loneliness, his pain, his hatred. Don't lose the boy, you'll regret it, and so will he, because he needs you and Scorpius, whether or not he now knows it. Harry looked at Draco, thinking. He opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. Harry, Ginny said, will you get the flu powder or shall I? Harry looked up at his wife. Act 2, Scene 16, Hogwarts Library. Scorpius arrives in the library, he looks left and right, then he sees Albus, and Albus sees him. Hi, Scorpius said. Scorpius, I can't, Albus began. I know, you're in Gryffindor now, you don't want to see me now, but here I am anyway, talking to you, Scorpius replied. Well, I can't talk, so... You have to, Scorpius insisted. You think you can just ignore everything that's happened? The world has gone crazy, have you noticed? I know, okay, Albus said. Ron's gone strange, Hermione's a professor, it's all wrong, but... And Rose doesn't exist, Scorpius added. I know, look, I don't understand everything, but you can't be here. Because of what we did, Rose wasn't even born, Scorpius explained. Do you remember being told about the Triwizard Tournament Yule Ball? All the 4 Triwizard champions took a partner. Your dad took Parvati Patil, Victor Krum took Hermione, and Ron got jealous and behaved like a prat, Albus finished. Only he didn't, Scorpius corrected him. I found Rita Skeeter's book about them, and it's very different. Ron took Hermione to the ball. What? Albus exclaimed. Shh, Polly Chapman hissed from a nearby table. Scorpius lowered his voice. As friends. And they danced in a friendly way, and it was nice. And then he danced with Padma Patil, and that was nicer. And they started dating, and he changed a bit, and then they got married, and meanwhile Hermione became a psychopath, Albus supplied. Hermione was supposed to go to that ball with Krum, Scorpius continued. Do you know why she didn't? Because she had suspicions the 2 strange Durmstrang boys she met before the first task were somehow involved in the disappearance of Cedric's wand. She believed we, under Victor's orders, cost Cedric the first task. Wow! And without Krum, Ron never got jealous, and that jealousy was all important, and so Ron and Hermione stayed very good friends but never fell in love, never got married, never had Rose. So that's why Dad's so... Did he change too? Albus asked. I'm pretty sure your dad is exactly the same, Scorpius replied. Head of magical law enforcement, married to Ginny, 3 kids. So why is he being such a... A librarian entered the back of the room. Have you heard me, Albus? Scorpius pressed on. This is bigger than you and your dad. Professor Croker's law, the furthest someone can go back in time without the possibility of serious harm to the traveler, or time itself, is 5 hours, and we went back years. The smallest moment, the smallest change, it creates ripples. And we've created really bad ripples. Rose was never born because of what we did. Rose. Shh, the librarian hissed. Fine, let's go back, fix it, Albus said quickly. Get Cedric and Rose back. Is the wrong answer, Scorpius replied. You've still got the time turner, right? No one found it, Albus asked. Scorpius took it out of his pocket. Yes, but... Albus snatched it from his hand. No, don't, Albus. Don't you understand how bad things could get? Scorpius grabbed for the time turner, and they wrestled inexpertly. Things need fixing, Scorpius, Albus insisted. Cedric still needs saving. Rose needs bringing back. We'll be more careful. Whatever Croker says, trust me, trust us. We'll get it right this time. No, we won't, Scorpius argued. Give it back, Albus. Give it back. I can't. This is too important. Yes, it's too important for us, Scorpius retorted. We're not good at this stuff. We'll get it wrong. Who's saying that we'll get it wrong? Albus demanded. I say, because that's what we do. We mess things up. We lose. We're losers, true and total losers. Haven't you realized that yet? Albus finally got the upper hand and pinned Scorpius to the ground. Well, I wasn't a loser before I met you. Albus, whatever you've got to prove to your dad, this isn't the way. I don't have anything to prove to my dad, Albus interrupted. I've got to save Cedric to save Rose, and maybe, without you holding me back, I can make a proper go of it. Without me? Scorpius said. Oh, poor Albus Potter, with his chip on his shoulder. Poor Albus Potter, so sad. What are you saying? Albus asked. Scorpius exploded. Try my life. People look at you because your dad's the famous Harry Potter, savior of the wizarding world. People look at me because they think my dad is Voldemort. Voldemort. Can you even slightly imagine what that's like? Scorpius continued. Have you even ever tried? No, because you can't see beyond the end of your nose. Because you can't see beyond the end of your stupid thing with your dad. He will always be Harry Potter, you know that, right? And you will always be his son. And I know it's hard, and the other kids are awful, but you have to learn to be okay with that, because there are worse things, okay? He took a breath. There was a moment I was excited when I realized time was different. A moment when I thought maybe my mom hadn't got sick, maybe my mom wasn't dead. But no, turns out she was. I'm still the child of Voldemort, without a mother, giving sympathy to the boy who doesn't ever give anything back. So I'm sorry if I've ruined your life, because I tell you, you wouldn't have a chance of ruining mine. It was already ruined. You just didn't make it better. Because you're the most terrible friend. Albus digested this, seeing what he had done to his friend. Albus Potter, Scorpius Malfoy, Professor McGonagall called from off stage. Are you in there, together? Because I advise you not to be. Albus looked at Scorpius and pulled a cloak from his bag. Quick, we need to hide. What? Scorpius, look at me, Albus urged. That's the invisibility cloak, isn't it James's? If she finds us, we'll be forced apart forever. Please. I didn't understand, please. I am about to enter, Professor McGonagall announced. She came into the room, the Marauder's map in her hands. The boys disappeared beneath the cloak. She looked around, exasperated. Well, where have they? I never wanted this thing, and now it's playing tricks on me. She looked back at the map, identified where they should be, and looked around the room. Objects moved as the boys invisibly moved past them. She saw where they were heading and made to block them. But they skirted around her. Unless, your father's cloak. She looked back at the map, then at the boys' invisible forms. She smiled to herself. Well, if I didn't see you, I didn't see you. She exited. The two boys removed the cloak and sat in silence for a moment. Yes, I stole this from James, Albus admitted. He's remarkably easy to steal from. His trunk combination is the date he got his first broom. I found the cloak made avoiding bullies easier. Scorpius nodded. I'm sorry, about your mum, Albus continued. I know we don't talk about her enough, but I hope you know. I'm sorry. It's rubbish. What happened to her, to you? Thanks, Scorpius said. My dad said that you were this dark cloud around me, Albus explained. My dad started to think, and I just knew I had to stay away, and if I didn't, Dad said he would. Your dad thinks the rumors are true. I am the son of Voldemort, Scorpius asked. Albus nodded. His department are currently investigating it. Good, let them, Scorpius said. Sometimes I find myself thinking maybe they're true too. No, they're not true, Albus insisted. And I'll tell you why. Because I don't think Voldemort is capable of having a kind son. And you're kind, Scorpius, to the depths of your belly, to the tips of your fingers. I truly believe Voldemort couldn't have a child like you. Scorpius was moved by this. That's nice. That's a nice thing to say. And it's something I should have said a long time ago, Albus admitted. In fact, you're probably the best person I know. And you couldn't hold me back. You make me stronger. And when Dad forced us apart without you, I didn't much like my life without you in it either, Scorpius confessed. And I know I'll always be Harry Potter's son. And I will sort that out in my head, Albus said. And I know compared to you, my life is pretty good, really. and that he and I are comparatively lucky, and Scorpius interrupted. Albus, as apologies go, this is wonderfully fulsome, but you're starting to talk more about you than me again, so probably better to quit while you're ahead. Albus smiled and stretched out a hand. Friends? Always, Scorpius replied and extended his hand. Albus pulled him up into a hug. That's the second time you've done that, Scorpius commented. The two boys broke apart and smiled. But I'm pleased we had this argument because it's given me a really good idea, Albus said. About what? It involves the second task and humiliation. You're still talking about going back in time? Have we been having the same conversation? Scorpius asked. You're right. We are losers, Albus said. We're brilliant at losing, and so we should be using our own knowledge here, our own powers. Losers are taught to be losers, and there's only one way to teach a loser, and we know that better than anyone, humiliation. We need to humiliate him. So in the second task, that's what we'll do. Scorpius thought for a long time, then smiled. That's a really good strategy. I mean, quite spectacular, Scorpius continued. Humiliate Cedric to save Cedric. Clever. And Rose? That I'm saving as a sparkly surprise, Albus said. I can do it without you, but I want you there, because I want us to do this together. Set things right together. So, will you come? But just a minute, wasn't the second task took place in the lake and you're not allowed to leave the school building? Scorpius pointed out. Albus grinned. Yes, about that, we need to find the girls' bathroom on the first floor. Act 2, Scene 17, Hogwarts Staircases. Ron is walking down a staircase, looking preoccupied. Then he sees Hermione, and his expression changes entirely. Professor Granger, he said. Hermione looked across, her heart leaping a bit, though she wouldn't admit it. Ron, what are you doing here? Panju got in a little trouble in potions class, he explained. Was showing off, of course, and put the wrong thing with the wrong thing, and now he has no eyebrows and a rather large moustache, apparently, which doesn't suit him. I didn't want to come, but Padma says that when it comes to facial growths, sons need their fathers. Have you done something with your hair? Just combed it, I suspect, she replied. Well, combing it suits you. She looked at him strangely. Ron, will you stop looking at me like that? He summoned some confidence. You know, Harry's boy Albus said to me the other day that he thought you and I were married. Ha 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 ha, ridiculous, I know. Very ridiculous, she agreed. He even thought we had a daughter. That'd be strange, wouldn't it? The two locked eyes. Hermione was the first to break away. More than strange, she said. Exactly. We're friends, and that's all. Absolutely, only friends. Only friends, he repeated. Funny word, friends. Not that funny. Just a word, really. Friends. Friend. Funny friend. You, my funny friend, my Hermione. Not my Hermione, you understand. Not my Hermie, not mine, you know, but... I know, she said. A pause fell between them. Neither moved. Then Ron coughed. Well, must get on. Sort Panju out. Teach him the finer arts of mustache grooming. He walked on, then turned and looked at Hermione. She looked back, and he hurried on again. Your hair really does very much suit you, he called back. Act 2, Scene 18, Hogwarts Headmistress's Office. Professor McGonagall is on her own, looking at the Marauders map. She frowns, taps it with her wand, then smiles to herself. Mischief managed, she whispered. There's a rattling sound, and the whole stage seems to vibrate. Ginny is the first through the fireplace, followed by Harry. Professor, I can't say that ever gets more dignified, Ginny commented. Potter, you're back, Professor McGonagall said, and you seem to have finally ruined my carpet. I need to find my son. We need to, Harry said. Harry, I've considered this and decided I want no part of it, she replied firmly. Whatever you threaten, Minerva, I come here in peace, not war, Harry interrupted. I should never have spoken to you that way. I just don't think I can interfere in friendships, and I believe... I need to say sorry to you and sorry to Albus. Will you give me that chance? Harry asked. Draco arrived behind them with a bang of soot. Draco? Professor McGonagall said, surprised. He needs to see his son, and I need to see mine, Draco explained. Like I say, peace, not war, Harry repeated. Professor McGonagall studied his face and saw the sincerity she needed to see. She took the map out of her pocket and opened it. Well, peace is certainly something I can be part of, she said, and tapped it with her wand. I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. The map lit up. Well, they are together. In the girls' bathroom on the first floor, Draco read. What on earth would they be doing there? Act 2, Scene 19, Hogwarts Girls' Bathroom. Scorpius and Albus enter a bathroom. In the center is a large Victorian sink. So let me get this right. The plan is engorgement, Scorpius began. Yes, Scorpius, that soap if you may, Albus replied. Scorpius fished a bar of soap out of the sink. Engorgio, Albus shouted, firing a bolt from his wand. The soap blew up to 4 times its size. Nice, Scorpius said. Consider me engorge impressed. The second task was the lake task, Albus explained. They had to retrieve something which was stolen from them, which turned out to be people they loved, Scorpius finished. Cedric used a bubblehead charm to swim through the lake, Albus continued. All we do is follow him in there and use engorgement to turn him into something rather larger. We know the time turner doesn't give us long, so we're going to be quick. Get to him and engorgio his head and watch him float out of the lake, away from the task, away from the competition. But you still haven't told me how we're going to actually get to the lake, Scorpius said. Suddenly, a jet of water emerged from the sink, and after it ascended a very wet, moaning Myrtle. Whoa, that feels good, she said. Never used to enjoy that, but when you get to my age, you take what you can. Of course you're a genius, Moaning Myrtle, Scorpius exclaimed. Moaning Myrtle swooped down on him. What did you call me? Do I moan? Am I moaning now? Am I? No, I didn't mean. What's my name? She demanded. Myrtle, Scorpius replied. Exactly, Myrtle. Myrtle Elizabeth Warren, a pretty name, my name. No need for the moaning, she said. Well, she giggled. It's been a while. Boys, in my bathroom, in my girls' bathroom. Well, that's not right, but then again I always did have a soft spot for the Potters, and I was moderately partial to a Malfoy too. Now how can I help you pair? You were there, Myrtle, in the lake, Albus said. They wrote about you. There must be a way out of these pipes. I've been everywhere, she replied. But where specifically were you thinking? The second task, the lake task. In the Triwizard Tournament, 25 years ago, Harry and Cedric, Albus explained. Such a shame the pretty one had to die, Myrtle mused. Not that your father is not pretty, but Cedric Diggory, you'd be amazed at how many girls I had to hear doing love incantations in this very bathroom, and the weeping after he was taken. Help us, Myrtle, help us get into that same lake, Albus pleaded. You think I can help you travel in time? She asked. We need you to keep a secret, Albus said. I love secrets, she replied. I won't tell a soul. Cross my heart and hope to die, or the equivalent, for ghosts, you know. Albus nodded at Scorpius, who revealed the time turner. We can travel in time, Albus said. You're going to help us travel the pipes. We're going to save Cedric Diggory. Myrtle grinned. Well, that sounds like fun. And we've no time to lose, Albus said. This very sink, she explained. This very sink empties directly into the lake. It breaks every bylaw, but this school has always been antiquated. Dive in and you will be piped straight to it. Albus pulled himself into the sink, dumping his cloak as he did. Scorpius followed. Albus handed Scorpius some green foliage. Some for me and some for you. Gillyweed? We're using gillyweed to breathe underwater? Scorpius asked. Just like my dad did, Albus confirmed. Now, are you ready? Remember, this time we can't be caught out by the clock, Scorpius warned. 5 minutes, that's all we allow for before we get pulled back to the present, Albus said. Tell me this is all going to be okay, Scorpius said. Albus grinned. It's all going to be entirely okay. Are you ready? He took the gillyweed and disappeared down the pipe. No, Albus, Albus, Scorpius called. He looked up. He and Moaning Myrtle were alone. I do like brave boys, she commented. Scorpius took a deep breath. Then I'm entirely ready, for whatever comes. He took the gillyweed and disappeared down after his friend. Moaning Myrtle was left alone. There was a giant whoosh of light and a smash of noise as time began to spool backwards. The boys were gone. Harry appeared at a run, a deep frown on his face, followed by Draco, Ginny, and Professor McGonagall. "Albus! Albus!" Harry called. "He's gone!" Ginny said, finding the boys' cloaks on the ground. Professor McGonagall consulted the map. "He's disappeared. No, he's traveling under Hogwarts grounds. No, he's disappeared." "How is he doing this?" Draco asked. "He's using a rather pretty trinket thingy," moaning Myrtle said. "Myrtle!" Harry exclaimed. "Oops, you caught me," she said, "and I was trying so hard to hide. Hello, Harry. Hello, Draco. Have you been bad boys again?" "What trinket is he using?" Harry demanded. "I think it was a secret, but I could never keep anything from you, Harry," she replied. "How is it you've grown handsomer and handsomer as you've aged, and you're taller?" "My son is in danger," Harry said. "I need your help. What are they doing, Myrtle?" "He's after saving a dishy boy, a certain Cedric Diggory," she revealed. Harry immediately realized what had happened and was horrified. "But Cedric Diggory died years ago," Professor McGonagall said. "He seemed quite confident he could get around that fact," Myrtle commented. "He's very confident, Harry, just like you." "He heard me talking to Amos Diggory," Harry realized. "Could he have the Ministry's time turner? No, that's impossible." "The Ministry has a time turner?" Professor McGonagall asked. "I thought they were destroyed." "Isn't everyone so naughty?" Myrtle said. "Can someone please explain what's going on?" Draco asked. "Albus and Scorpius are not disappearing and reappearing," Harry explained. "They're traveling in time." Act 2, Scene 20, Triwizard Tournament, Lake, 1995. Ludo Bagman's voice echoes over the scene. "Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I give you the greatest, the fabulous, the one and the only Triwizard Tournament. If you're from Hogwarts, give me a cheer, a loud cheer. If you're from Durmstrang, give me a cheer, another loud cheer. And if you're from Beauxbatons, give me a cheer, a slightly less limp cheer. The French are getting into this." We are now underwater, swimming with Albus and Scorpius through the lake. They descend gracefully. And they're off. Bagman's voice continues. "Victor's a shark, of course he is. Fleur looks remarkable, ever plucky. Harry is using gillyweed, clever Harry, very clever. And Cedric, well, Cedric, what a treat, ladies and gentlemen. Cedric is using a bubble charm to cruise through the lake." Cedric Diggory approaches them through the water, a bubble over his head. Albus and Scorpius raise their wands together and fire an engorgement charm. Cedric turns and looks at them confused, just as it hits him. The water around him glows gold, and he starts to grow and grow and grow some more. He looks around in a panic as he ascends helplessly through the water. But no, what's this? Bagman's voice narrates. Cedric Diggory is ascending out of the water and seemingly out of the competition. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have our winner, but we certainly have our loser. Cedric Diggory is turning into a balloon, and this balloon wants to fly. Fly, ladies and gentlemen, fly. Fly out of the task and out of the tournament, and oh my, it gets wilder still. Around Cedric, fireworks explode, declaiming, "Ron loves Hermione." And the crowd love that. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the look on Cedric's face. It's quite some picture. It's quite some sight. It's quite some tragedy. This is a humiliation. There's no other word for it. Underwater, Albus smiles widely and high-fives Scorpius. He points up, and Scorpius nods. They start to swim upwards as the world above laughs at Cedric. Everything changes. The world becomes darker, almost black. There's a flash, a bang, and the time-turner ticks to a stop. We are back in the present. Scorpius suddenly emerges from the water, triumphant. "Wow, we did it!" He looks around, surprised. Albus? Albus still hasn't emerged. Scorpius treads water, then ducks back into the water. He emerges again, now thoroughly panicked. "Albus! Albus! Albus!" A whisper in Parseltongue travels fast around the audience. "He's coming, he's coming, he's coming." A woman's voice calls out, "Scorpius Malfoy, get out of the lake, right now." It's Dolores Umbridge. She pulls him out of the water. "Miss, I need help, please, miss," Scorpius pleaded. "Miss, I'm Professor Umbridge, the headmistress of your school." "I'm no miss," she corrected him. "You're the headmistress, but I I am the headmistress, and however important your family may be, it doesn't give you an excuse to dilly-dally, to mess about, she said. There's a boy in this lake, Scorpius insisted. You need to get help. I'm looking for my friend, Miss, Professor, Headmaster, one of Hogwarts' students, Miss. I'm looking for Albus Potter. Potter? Albus Potter? She repeated. There's no such student. In fact, there hasn't been a Potter at Hogwarts for years, and that boy didn't turn out so well. Not so much rest in peace, Harry Potter, more rest in perpetual despair. Total troublemaker. Harry Potter's dead? Scorpius asked, horrified. Suddenly a cold wind blows. Black robes arise, becoming black shapes, becoming dementors. They fly through the air, sucking the spirit from the surroundings. This is hell. And from the back of the room, the whisper of Voldemort's voice, Harry Potter, Harry's dream has come to life. Have you swallowed something funny in there? Umbridge asked Scorpius. Become a mudblood without any of us noticing? Harry Potter died over 20 years ago as part of that failed coup on the school. He was one of those Dumbledore terrorists we bravely overthrew at the Battle of Hogwarts. Now come along. I don't know what game you're playing, but you're upsetting the Dementors and entirely ruining Voldemort Day. The Parseltongue whispers grow louder and louder. Giant banners with snake symbols descend over the stage. Voldemort Day? Scorpius whispered. We cut to black. This is the end of Part 2. We will now continue with Part 3. Act 3, Scene 1, Hogwarts, Headmistress's office. Scorpius enters the office of Dolores Umbridge. He is dressed in darker, blacker robes, his face pensive. He remains coiled and alert. Scorpius, thank you so much for coming to see me, Umbridge said. Headmistress, he replied. Scorpius, I've thought for a long time that you have head boy potential, as you know, she continued. Pure-blooded, a natural leader, wonderfully athletic. Athletic? No need to be modest, Scorpius. I've seen you on the Quidditch pitch. There's rarely a snitch you don't catch. You are a highly valued student, valued by the faculty, valued especially by me. I've positively glowed about you in dispatches to the augury. Our work together, flushing out the more dilettante students, has made this school a safer, purer place. Has it? Scorpius asked. A scream is heard from off stage. He turns towards it, then dismisses the thought. But in the 3 days since I found you in that lake on Voldemort Day, Umbridge went on, you've become odder and odder, in particular this sudden obsession with Harry Potter. Questioning everyone you can about the Battle of Hogwarts, how Potter died, why Potter died, and this ludicrous fascination with Cedric Diggory. Scorpius, we've checked you for hexes and curses. There were none we can see, so I'm asking if there's anything I can do to restore you to what you were. No, Scorpius said quickly. Consider me restored, temporary aberration, that's all. So we can continue our work together? She asked. We can, he confirmed. She put her hand to her heart and touched her wrists together. For Voldemort and Valor. Scorpius tried to copy her. Yes. Act 3, Scene 2, Hogwarts grounds. Carl Jenkins high-fives Scorpius as he walks past. Hey, Scorpion King. Scorpius takes the painful high-five. We're still on right tomorrow night, Jan Fredericks asked. Because we are ready to spill some proper mudblood guts, Carl added. Scorpius, Polly Chapman called. She was standing on the stairs. He turned, surprised. Polly Chapman, shall we cut to it? She said. I know everyone is waiting to know who you're going to ask because, you need to ask someone, and I've been asked by 3 people already, and I know I'm not alone in refusing them all, in case, you were to ask me. Right, Scorpius said. Which would be great, if you were interested, which rumor is, you are, and I just want to make clear, at this moment, that I am also interested, and that isn't a rumor, that's a fact, she finished. That's, great, but what are we talking about? Scorpius asked. The Blood Ball, of course, who you, the Scorpion King, are taking to the Blood Ball, she explained. You, Polly Chapman, want me to take you to a ball? There was another scream from behind him. What is that screaming? He asked. Mudbloods, of course, in the dungeons, she replied casually. Your idea, wasn't it? What's going on with you? Oh, Potter, I've got blood on my shoes again. She bent and carefully cleaned her shoes. Like the augury insists, the future is ours to make. So here I am, making a future with you, for Voldemort and Valor. For Voldemort it is, Scorpius replied. Polly walked on, and Scorpius looked after her, agonized. What was this world, and what was he within it? Act 3, Scene 3, Ministry of Magic, Office of the Head of Magical Law Enforcement. Draco's office is impressive in a way we haven't seen before. He has an air of power about him. Flying down either side of the room are augury flags, the bird emblazoned in a fascistic manner. You are late, Draco said as Scorpius entered. This is your office, Scorpius asked. You are late and unapologetic. Maybe you are determined to compound the problem, Draco continued. You're head of magical law enforcement. How dare you? How dare you embarrass me and keep me waiting and then not apologize for it, Draco yelled. Sorry, Scorpius mumbled. Sir. Sorry, sir. I did not bring you up to be sloppy, Scorpius, Draco said. I did not bring you up to humiliate me at Hogwarts. Humiliate you, sir? Harry Potter, asking questions about Harry Potter, of all the embarrassing things, Draco explained. How dare you disgrace the Malfoy name? Oh no, are you responsible? No, you can't be, Scorpius said. Scorpius, the Daily Prophet today, 3 wizards blowing up bridges to see how many muggles they can kill with one blast. Is that you? Be very careful, Draco warned. The mudblood death camps, the torture, the burning alive of those that oppose him. How much of that is you? Scorpius pressed. Mum always told me that you were a better man than I could see, but this is what you really are, isn't it? A murderer, a torturer. Draco rose and pulled Scorpius hard onto the table. The violence was surprising and deadly. Do not use her name in vain, Scorpius, he snarled. Do not score points that way. She deserves better than that. Scorpius was horrified and scared. Draco saw this and let go of his son's head. He didn't like hurting him. And no, those idiots blasting muggles, that's not my doing, though it'll be me. The augury asks to bribe the muggle prime minister with gold. Did your mother really say that of me? She said that grandfather didn't like her very much, Scorpius replied. Opposed the match, thought she was too muggle-loving, too weak, but that you defied him for her. She said it was the bravest thing she'd ever seen. She made being brave very easy, your mother, Draco said softly. But that was another you, Scorpius said, looking at his dad, who frowned back. I've done bad things, you've done worse. What have we become, Dad? We haven't become anything. We simply are as we are, Draco replied. The Malfoys, the family you can always rely on to make the world a murkier place. This hit home with Draco. He looked carefully at Scorpius. This business at the school, what's inspired it? He asked. I don't want to be who I am, Scorpius replied. And what's brought that on? Scorpius desperately tried to explain. I've seen myself in a different way. You know what I loved most about your mother? Draco said. She could always help me find light in the darkness. She made the world, my world anyway, less, what was the word you used, murky. Did she? Draco studied his son. There's more of her in there than I thought. He looked at Scorpius carefully. Whatever you're doing, do it safely. I can't lose you too. Yes, sir, Scorpius replied. Draco looked at his son one last time, trying to understand him. For Voldemort and Valor. Scorpius looked at him and backed out of the room. For Voldemort and Valor. Act 3, Scene 4, Hogwarts Library. Scorpius enters the library and starts desperately looking through books. He finds a history book. How did Cedric become a Death Eater? What have I missed? He muttered. Find me some light in the darkness. Why are you here? A voice asked. Scorpius turned to see a rather desperate-looking Craig Boker Jr., his clothes tattered and worn. Why can't I be here? Scorpius replied. It's not ready yet, Craig said. I'm working as fast as I can, but Professor Snape set so much of it, and writing the essay in 2 different ways. I'm not complaining, sorry. Start again, from the beginning, Scorpius instructed. What's not ready? Your potions homework, Craig explained. And I'm happy to do it. Grateful even, and I know you hate homework and books, and I never let you down, you know that. I hate homework, Scorpius asked. You're the Scorpion King. Of course you hate homework, Craig said. What are you doing with a history of magic? I could do that assignment too. Scorpius looked at Craig for a moment, then walked away. Craig exited. After a moment, Scorpius returned with a frown. Did he say Snape? Act 3, Scene 5, Hogwarts Potions Classroom. Scorpius runs into the potions classroom, slamming the door open. Severus Snape looks up at him. Did no one teach you to knock, boy? Snape asked. Scorpius looked at Snape, slightly breathless, unsure, and exultant. Severus Snape, this is an honor. Professor Snape will do fine, Snape replied. You may behave like a king at this school, Malfoy, but that doesn't make us all your subjects. But you're the answer, Scorpius said. How very pleasant for me, Snape replied dryly. If you've got something to say, boy, then please say it. If not, close the door on your way out. I need your help, Scorpius said. I exist to serve. I just don't know what help I need, Scorpius admitted. Are you still undercover now? Are you still working secretly for Dumbledore? Dumbledore? Dumbledore's dead, Snape said, and my work for him was public. I taught in his school. No, that's not all you did, Scorpius insisted. You watched the Death Eaters for him. You advised him. Everyone thought you'd murdered him, but it turned out you'd been supporting him. You saved the world. These are very dangerous allegations, boy, Snape warned, and don't think the Malfoy name will prevent me inflicting punishment. What if I was to tell you there was another world, Scorpius began. Another world in which Voldemort was defeated at the Battle of Hogwarts, in which Harry Potter and Dumbledore's army won. How would you feel then? I'd say that the rumors of Hogwarts' beloved Scorpion King losing his mind are well-founded, Snape replied. There was a stolen time-turner. I stole a time-turner, with Albus, Scorpius explained. We tried to bring Cedric Diggory back from the dead when he was dead. We tried to stop him winning the Triwizard Tournament, but by doing so we turned him into an almost different person entirely. Harry Potter won that Triwizard Tournament, Snape stated. He wasn't supposed to do it alone, Scorpius said. Cedric was supposed to win it with him, but we humiliated him out of the tournament, and as a result of that humiliation, he became a Death Eater. I can't work out what he did in the Battle of Hogwarts, whether he killed someone but he did something and it changed everything. Cedric Diggory killed only one wizard and not a significant one. Neville Longbottom, Snape revealed. Oh, of course, that's it, Scorpius exclaimed. Professor Longbottom was supposed to kill Nagini, Voldemort's snake. Nagini had to die before Voldemort could die. That's it! You've solved it. We destroyed Cedric. He killed Neville. Voldemort won the battle. Can you see? Can you see it? I can see this is a Malfoy game, Snape said. Get out before I alert your father and plunge you into deep trouble. Scorpius played his final desperate card. You loved his mother? I don't remember everything. I know you loved his mother, Harry's mother, Lily. I know you spent years undercover. I know without you the war could never have been won. How would I know this if I hadn't seen the other world? Snape was overwhelmed and said nothing. Only Dumbledore knew, am I right? Scorpius continued. And when you lost him, you must have felt so alone. I know you're a good man. Harry Potter told his son you're a great man. Snape looked at Scorpius, unsure if this was a trick. Harry Potter is dead, he said. Not in my world, Scorpius insisted. He said you were the bravest man he'd ever met. He knew, you see, he knew your secret, what you did for Dumbledore, and he admired you for it, greatly, and that's why he named his son, my best friend, after you both, Albus Severus Potter. Snape was stopped, deeply moved. Please, for Lily, for the world, help me, Scorpius pleaded. Snape thought, then walked up to Scorpius, taking out his wand. Scorpius stepped back, scared. Snape fired his wand at the door. Colloportus! An invisible lock slammed into place. Snape opened a hatch at the back of the classroom. Well, come on then. Just a question, but where exactly are we going? Scorpius asked. We've had to move many times, Snape explained. Everywhere we've settled they destroyed. This will take us to a room hidden in the roots of the Homping Willow. Okay, who's we? Scorpius asked. Oh, you'll see. 3 Scene 6 Campaign Room. We are now in the campaign room, where Scorpius is pinned to a table by a magnificent-looking Hermione. Her clothes are faded, her eyes are blazing. She is a full warrior now. You make one more move and your brain will be a frog and your arms will be rubber, she threatened. Safe! He's safe, Snape said, entering the room. You know you never could listen. You were a terrible bore of a student, and you're a terrible bore of whatever you are. I was an excellent student, Hermione retorted. You were moderate to average, Snape replied. He's on our side. I am, Hermione, Scorpius confirmed. She looked at him, still very distrustful. Most people know me as Granger, and I don't believe a word you say, Malfoy. It's all my fault, and Albus's, Scorpius confessed. Albus? Albus Dumbledore? What's Albus Dumbledore got to do with this? She asked. He doesn't mean Dumbledore, Snape explained. You may need to sit down. Ron ran in, his hair spiked, his clothes scruffy. He was slightly less good at the rebel look than Hermione. Snape, a royal visit, and he saw Scorpius and was immediately alarmed. What's he doing here? He fumbled out his wand. I'm armed and entirely dangerous and seriously advise you. He realized his wand was the wrong way round and turned it right. To be very careful. He's safe, Ron, Snape said. Ron looked at Hermione, who nodded. Thank Dumbledore for that, Ron said in relief. Act 3, Scene 7, Campaign Room. Hermione is sitting studying the time turner as Ron tries to digest everything he's just heard. So you're telling me that the whole of history rests on Neville Longbottom? Ron asked. This is pretty wild. It's true, Ron, Hermione confirmed. Right, and you're sure because what he knows about Snape, about all of us, there's no way he could. Maybe he's a really good guesser, Ron suggested. I'm not, Scorpius insisted. Can you help? We're the only ones that can, Ron said. Dumbledore's army has shrunk considerably since its peak. In fact, we're pretty much all that's left, but we've kept fighting on, hiding in plain sight, doing our best to tickle their nose hairs. Granger here is a wanted woman. I'm a wanted man. Snape commented dryly, less wanted. To be clear, in this other world, before you meddled, Hermione asked Scorpius. Voldemort is dead, killed in the Battle of Hogwarts, Scorpius explained. Harry is head of magical law enforcement. You're Minister for Magic. Hermione stopped, surprised, and looked up with a smile. I'm Minister for Magic? Ron, wanting to join in, asked, Brilliant, what do I do? You run Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, Scorpius replied. Okay, so she's Minister for Magic and I run a joke shop? Ron asked, his face falling. You're mostly focused on bringing up your kids, Scorpius added. Great, I expect their mother is hot, Ron said. Scorpius blushed. Well, depends what you think of. The thing is, you two sort of have kids together, a daughter and a son. The two looked up, astonished. Married, in love, everything. You were shocked the other time, too, when you were Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher and Ron was married to Padma. You're constantly surprised by it. Hermione and Ron both looked at each other, then looked away. Ron cleared his throat repeatedly. Close your mouth when you're looking at me, Weasley, Hermione said. Ron did so, though he remained discombobulated. And Snape! What does Snape do in this other world? I'm dead, presumably, Snape said, looking at Scorpius, whose face dropped. Snape smiled thinly. You were a little too surprised to see me. How? Bravely, Scorpius replied. Who? Voldemort. How very irritating, Snape said, then digested this. Still, there's glory in being taken down by the Dark Lord himself, I suppose. I'm sorry, Severus, Hermione said. Snape looked at her, swallowed his pain, and indicated Ron. Well, at least I'm not married to him. He turned back to Scorpius. Which spells did you use? Expelliarmus in the first task and Engorgio in the second, Scorpius replied. Simple shield charms should set both of those right, Ron said. And then you left, Snape asked. The time turner took us back, yes, Scorpius confirmed. That's the thing. This time turner, you only get 5 minutes in the past. And can you still only move in time, not space? Hermione asked. Yes, it's, you travel back in the same spot you stand in. Interesting, Hermione said. Both she and Snape knew what this meant. Then it's just me and the boy, Snape said. No offense, Snape, but I'm not trusting this to anyone. It's too important, Hermione insisted. Hermione, you're the most wanted rebel in the wizarding world, Snape argued. Doing this will require you to go outside. When was the last time you were outside? Not for a long time, but if you're found outside, the Dementors will kiss you. They'll suck out your soul. Severus, I'm done with living off scraps, making failed attempts at coups, Hermione said. This is our chance to reset the world. She nodded at Ron, who pulled down a map. The first task of the tournament took place at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. We turn time here, get to the tournament, block the spell, and then return safely. With precision, it can be done and it won't require us to show our faces outside in our time at all. Then we'll turn time again, make our way to the lake, and reverse the second task. You're risking everything, Snape began. We get this right. Harry's alive, Voldemort's dead, and the augury is gone, Hermione interrupted. For that no risk is too great, though I am sorry what it will cost you. Sometimes costs are made to be borne, Snape replied. The two looked at each other and nodded. Snape's face crumbled slightly. I didn't just quote Dumbledore, did I? Hermione smiled. No, I'm pretty sure that's pure Severus Snape. She turned to Scorpius and indicated the time turner. Malfoy. Scorpius brought her the time turner. She smiled at it, excited to use it again. Let's hope this works. She took the time turner, it began to vibrate, and then it exploded into a storm of movement. A giant whoosh of light, a smash of noise, and time began to spool backwards. A bang, a flash, and our gang disappeared. Act 3, Scene 8, Edge of the Forbidden Forest, 1994. We are back at the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. We see the scene from before, with Albus and Scorpius in their Durmstrang robes, but this time we are watching with Scorpius, Hermione, Ron, and Snape. Ludo Bagman's commentary echoes around them. And Cedric Diggory has entered the stage, and he seems ready, scared but ready. He dodges this way, he dodges that. The girls swoon as he dives for cover. They cry as one, "Don't damage our Diggory, Mr. Dragon." And Cedric skirts left and he dives right, and he readies his wand. This is taking too long, Snape said. The time turner is spinning. What has this young, brave, handsome man got up his sleeves now? Bagman continued. As Albus attempts to summon Cedric's wand, Hermione blocks his spell. Albus looks at his wand, confused. The time turner spins, and our group is pulled back to their own time. Bagman's voice fades out. A dog, he's transfigured a stone into a dog. Dog diggity, Cedric Diggory. You are a doggy dynamo. Act 3, Scene 9, Edge of the Forbidden Forest. They are returned from time at the edge of the forest. Ron is in a lot of pain. Snape immediately realizes they're in trouble. "Ow!" Ron cried. Ron, what has it done to you?" Hermione asked. "Oh no, I knew it," Snape said. "The time turner did something to Albus too," Scorpius remembered. "The first time we went back." "Useful, time to— Oh, tell us," Ron grunted. "We're above ground," Snape said urgently. "We need to move, now." "Ron, you can still walk, come on," Hermione urged. Ron stood up, shouting in pain. Snape raised his wand. "Did it work?" Scorpius asked. "We blocked the spell," Hermione confirmed. "Cedric kept his wand, yes, it worked." "But we came back to the wrong place. We are outside," Snape said. "You are outside." "We need to use the time turner again. Get out of here," Ron began. "We need to find shelter," Snape interrupted. "We're horribly exposed." Suddenly a cold wind blows. Black robes arise, becoming black shapes, becoming Dementors. "Too late," Hermione said. "This is a disaster," Snape stated. Hermione realized what she had to do. "They're after me, not any of you. Ron, I love you and I always have, but the three of you need to run. Go, now." "What?" Ron asked. "What?" Scorpius echoed. "Can we talk about the love thing first?" Ron asked. "This is still Voldemort's world," Hermione explained, "and I am done with it. Reversing the next task will change everything." "But they'll kiss you," Scorpius protested. "They'll suck out your soul." "And then you'll change the past, and then they won't," she said. "Go, now." The Dementors sensed them and descended from all sides. "Go, we go," Snape said, pulling Scorpius by the arm. Scorpius reluctantly went with him. Hermione looked at Ron. "You're supposed to be going too." Well, they are after me a bit, and I really am in quite a lot of pain, Ron said. And you know, I'd rather be here. Expecto. As he raised his wand, Hermione stopped him. Let's keep them here and give the boy the best chance we can, she said. Ron looked at her and nodded sadly. A daughter. And a son. I like that idea too, he said, and looked around, knowing his fate. I'm scared. Kiss me, she replied. Ron thought for a moment, then did. They were yanked apart and pinned to the ground. We watch as a golden whitish haze is pulled from their bodies. Their souls are sucked from them. It is terrifying. Scorpius watches, helpless. Let's get down to the water, Snape instructed. Walk, don't run. Stay calm, Scorpius. They may be blind, but they can sense your fear. They just sucked out their souls, Scorpius whispered. A Dementor swooped down and settled in front of him. Think of something else, Scorpius, Snape said. Occupy your thoughts. I feel cold, Scorpius said. I can't see. There's a fog inside me, around me. You're a king and I'm a professor, Snape reminded him. They'll only attack with good reason. Think about those you love. Think about why you're doing this. I can hear my mother, Scorpius said, his voice filled with despair. She wants me, my help, but she knows I can't help. Listen to me, Scorpius, Snape said. Think about Albus. You're giving up your kingdom for Albus, right? Scorpius was consumed by the Dementor's influence. One person. All it takes is one person, Snape continued. I couldn't save Harry for Lily, so now I give my allegiance to the cause she believed in, and it's possible that along the way I started believing in it myself. Scorpius smiled at Snape and stepped decisively away from the Dementor. The world changes and we change with it. I am better off in this world, but the world is not better, and I don't want that. Suddenly, Dolores Umbridge emerged in front of them. Professor Snape! Professor Umbridge, have you heard the news? She asked. We've caught that traitorous mudblood Hermione Granger. She was just out here. That's fantastic, Snape replied. Umbridge stared at him. With you, Granger was with you. With me, you're mistaken, Snape said. With you and Scorpius Malfoy, she insisted. A student I'm becoming increasingly concerned about. Well, Scorpius began. Dolores, we're late for class, so if you'll excuse us, Snape said. If you're late for class, why are you not heading back to the school, she asked. Why are you heading to the lake? A moment of pure silence fell. Then Snape did something hugely unusual. He smiled. How long have you suspected? He asked. Umbridge rose off the ground, her arms open wide, full of dark magic. She took out her wand. Years, and I should have acted upon it far earlier. Snape was faster. Depulso, Umbridge was propelled backwards through the air. She always was too grand for her own good, Snape commented. There's no turning back now. Expecto Patronum. He sent forward a Patronus, a beautiful white doe. A doe, Lily's Patronus, Scorpius whispered. Strange, isn't it? What comes from within? Snape said as Dementors appeared all around them. He knew what this meant. You need to run. I will keep them at bay for as long as I can. Thank you for being my light in the darkness, Scorpius said. Snape looked at him, every inch a hero, and smiled softly. Tell Albus Severus, I'm proud he carries my name. Now go, go. The doe looked back at Scorpius, then started to run. Scorpius ran after her. A blood-curdling scream went up. He saw the lake and threw himself inside. Snape readied himself. He was pulled to the ground, then pushed high into the air as his soul was ripped from him. The screams multiplied. The doe turned to him with beautiful eyes and disappeared. There was a bang, a flash, and then silence. It's so still, so peaceful. Scorpius ascends to the surface, breathing deeply, panicking. He looks at the sky, which seems bluer than before. Albus ascends after him. Scorpius just looks at him, disbelieving. Whoa! Albus exclaimed. Albus, Scorpius cried. That was close. Did you see that merman? The guy with the... and then the thing with the... Whoa! It's you, Scorpius said. It was weird, though, Albus continued. I thought I saw Cedric start to expand, but then he sort of started shrinking again, and I looked at you and you had your wand out. You have no idea how good it is to see you again, Scorpius said. You just saw me 2 minutes ago, Albus replied. Scorpius hugged Albus in the water. A lot has happened since then. Careful, you're drowning me, Albus said. What are you wearing? What am I wearing? Scorpius pulled off his dark cloak. What are you wearing? Yes, you're in Slytherin. Did it work? Did we do anything? Albus asked. No, and it's brilliant, Scorpius replied. Albus looked at him, disbelieving. What? We failed. Yes, yes, and it's amazing, Scorpius shouted, splashing hard in the water. Albus pulled himself onto the bank. Scorpius, have you been eating too many sweets again? There you go, you see, all dry humor and Albusy. I love it, Scorpius said. Now I'm starting to get worried. Harry entered and sprinted to the side of the water, followed by Draco, Ginny, and Professor McGonagall. Albus! Albus, are you okay? Harry called. Harry, it's Harry Potter and Ginny and Professor McGonagall and Dad, my dad. Hi, Dad, Scorpius said, overjoyed. Hello, Scorpius, Draco replied. You're all here, Albus said. And Myrtle told us everything, Ginny added. What is going on? Albus asked. You're the one who's just returned from time. Why don't you tell us? Professor McGonagall said. Scorpius immediately realized what they knew. Oh no, oh bother, where is it? Just returned from where? Albus asked. I've lost it. I've lost the time turner, Scorpius cried. Albus looked at him, deeply annoyed. You've lost what? Time to cut the pretense, Albus, Harry said. Professor McGonagall added, I think you've got some explaining to do. Act 3, Scene 10, Hogwarts Headmistress's office. Draco, Ginny, and Harry stand behind a contrite-looking Scorpius and Albus. Professor McGonagall is fuming. So to be clear, she began, you illegally jumped off the Hogwarts Express. You invaded and stole from the Ministry of Magic. You took it upon yourself to change time, whereupon you disappeared 2 people. I agree it doesn't sound good, Albus interrupted. And your response to disappearing Hugo and Rose Granger Weasley was to go back in time again, she continued, her voice rising. And this time, instead of losing 2 people, you lost a huge number of people and killed your father. And in doing so, you resurrected the worst wizard the world has ever known and heralded in a new age of dark magic. She paused, then added dryly, You're correct, Mr. Potter. It doesn't sound good, does it? Are you aware how stupid you've been? Yes, Professor, Scorpius replied. Albus hesitated, then looked at Harry. Yes. Professor, if I may, Harry began. You may not, she cut him off. What you choose to do as parents is your matter, but this is my school, and these are my students, and I will choose what punishment they will face. Seems fair, Draco commented. Harry looked at Ginny, who shook her head. I should expel you, but, she looked at Harry, all things considered, I think it might be safer for you to remain in my care. You are in detention for, well, you can consider yourself in detention for the rest of the year. Christmas is canceled for you. You can forget visiting Hogsmeade ever again. And that's just the start. Suddenly Hermione burst in. What did I miss? It is considered polite to knock when entering a room, Hermione Granger, Professor McGonagall said fiercely. Maybe you missed that. Ah, Hermione said, realizing she'd overstepped. If I could also give a detention to you, Minister, I would, McGonagall continued, keeping hold of a time-turner, of all the stupid things. In my defense, and in a bookcase, you kept it in a bookcase, McGonagall interrupted. It's almost laughable. Minerva, Hermione began, but there was an intake of breath from the room. Professor McGonagall. Your children didn't exist, McGonagall exclaimed. Hermione had no reply. This happened in my school, under my watch. After all that Dumbledore did, I couldn't live with myself. I know, Hermione said quietly. Professor McGonagall composed herself. Your intentions to save Cedric were honorable if misguided, she told the boys. And it does sound as if you were brave, Scorpius, and you, Albus, but the lesson even your father sometimes failed to heed is that bravery doesn't forgive stupidity. Always think. Think what's possible. A world controlled by Voldemort is... A horrific world, Scorpius finished. You are so young, she said, looking at the adults. You're all so young. You have no idea how dark the Wizarding Wars got. You were reckless. With the world, some people, some very dear friends of mine and yours, sacrificed a huge amount to create and sustain. Yes, Professor, Albus said. Yes, Professor, Scorpius echoed. Go on, get out, the lot of you, and find me that time turner, she ordered. Act 3, Scene 11, Hogwarts Slytherin Dormitory. Albus is sitting in his room. Harry enters and looks at his son, full of anger, but cautious not to let it spill. Thanks for letting me come up, Harry said. Albus turned and nodded at his dad. He was being cautious too. No luck as yet with the time turner searching. They're negotiating with the merpeople to dredge the lake. He sat down uncomfortably. This is a nice room. Green is a soothing color, isn't it? Albus replied. I mean, Gryffindor rooms are all well and good, but the trouble with red is, it is said to send you a little mad. Not that I'm casting aspersions. Can you explain why you tried to do this? Harry asked. I thought I could change things. I thought Cedric, it's unfair, Albus explained. Of course it's unfair, Albus. Don't you think I know that? Harry said. I was there. I saw him die, but to do this, to risk all this. I know. Harry failed to contain his anger. If you were trying to do as I did, you went the wrong way about it. I didn't volunteer for adventure. I was forced into it. You did something really reckless, something really stupid and dangerous, something that could have destroyed everything. I know. Okay, I know, Albus interrupted. He wiped away a tear. Harry noticed and took a breath, pulling himself back from the brink. Well, I was wrong too, to think Scorpius was Voldemort's son. He wasn't a black cloud, Harry admitted. No. And I've locked away the map. You won't see it again, Harry continued. Your mum left your room exactly as it was when you ran away. You know that? Wouldn't let me go in. Wouldn't let anyone go in. You really scared her. And me. Really scared you? Albus asked. Yes. I thought Harry Potter wasn't afraid of anything. Is that how I make you feel? Harry asked. Albus looked at his dad, trying to figure him out. I don't think Scorpius said, but when we returned after failing to fix the first task, I was suddenly in Gryffindor house. Nothing was better between us than either. So the fact that I'm in Slytherin, that's not the reason for our problems. It's not just about that. No, I know, it's not just about that, Harry agreed. He looked at Albus. Are you okay, Albus? No, Albus replied. No, nor me. Act 3, Scene 12, Dream, Godric's Hollow, Graveyard. We are back in a dream. A young Harry stands looking at a gravestone covered in flowers. He has a small bunch of flowers in his hand. Go on then, lay down your grotty little flowers and then let's go, Aunt Petunia said. I already hate this poxy little village. I don't know why I even had the thought. Godric's Hollow, Godless Hollow more like. The place is clearly a hive of filth. Go on, chop chop. Young Harry approached the grave and stood there for a moment. Now, Harry, I don't have time for this. Duddy has his cubs tonight, and you know he hates to be late, she insisted. Aunt Petunia, we're their last living relatives, right? He asked. Yes, you and I, yes. And they weren't popular? You said they didn't have any friends? Lily tried, bless her. She tried. It wasn't her fault. But she repelled people by her very nature, Petunia explained. It was her intensity, it was her manner, it was her way. And your father, obnoxious man, extraordinarily obnoxious, no friends, neither of them. So my question is, why are there so many flowers? Harry asked. Why are there flowers all over their grave? Aunt Petunia looked around and saw the flowers as if for the first time. It moved her hugely. She sat by her sister's grave, trying to fight her emotions. Oh, yes, well, I suppose there are a few. Must have blown over from the other graves. Or someone's playing a trick. Yes, I think that's most likely. Some young rapscallion with too much time on his hands has gone around collecting flowers from all the other graves and deposited them here. But they're all marked with their names, Harry pointed out. Lily and James, what you did we will never forget. Lily and James, your sacrifice. I smell guilt. There is a stench of guilt upon the air, a voice hissed. It was Voldemort. Get away! Get away from there, Petunia said, pulling Harry back. Voldemort's hand rose above the gravestone, the rest of him rising after. We don't see his face, but his body is a jagged, horrific shape. I knew it. This place is dangerous. The sooner we leave Godric's Hollow, the better. She pulled Harry from the stage, but he turned to face Voldemort. Do you still see with my eyes, Harry Potter? Voldemort asked. Young Harry exited, disturbed, as Albus burst from within Voldemort's cloak. He reached out a desperate hand towards his dad. "Dad!" Parseltongue whispers filled the air. "He's coming, he's coming, he's coming." Then a scream, and then the unmistakable voice of Voldemort. "Harry Potter." Act 3, Scene 13, Harry and Ginny Potter's house, kitchen. Harry is in a horrible state, petrified by his dreams. "Harry, Harry, what is it? You were screaming," Ginny asked. "They haven't stopped. The dreams," he replied. "They weren't likely to stop immediately," she said. "It's been a stressful time But I was never in Godric's Hollow with Petunia," he interrupted. "This doesn't—" "Harry, you're really scaring me." "He's still here, Ginny," Harry whispered. "Who's still here?" "Voldemort. I saw Voldemort and Albus." "And Albus—" "He said," Voldemort said, "I smell guilt. There is a stench of guilt upon the air." "He was talking to me," Harry explained. He touched his scar, and her face fell. "Harry, is Albus still in danger?" she asked. Harry's face grew white. "I think we all are." 3, Scene 14, Hogwarts, Slytherin dormitory. Scorpius leans ominously over Albus's bed. "Albus, Albus," he whispered. Albus didn't wake. "Albus!" Albus woke with a shock. Scorpius laughed. "Pleasant. That's a pleasant and not scary way to wake up," Albus grumbled. "You know, it's the strangest of things, but ever since being in the scariest place imaginable, I'm pretty much good with fear," Scorpius said. "I am Scorpius the Dreadless. I am Malfoy the Unanxious." "Good," Albus replied. "I mean, normally, being in lockdown, being in constant detention, it'd break me, but now, what's the worst they can do? Bring back Moldy Voldy and have him torture me? Nope." "You're scary when you're in a good mood, you know that?" Albus commented. "When Rose came up to me today in potions and called me breadhead, I almost hugged her," Scorpius continued. "No, there's no almost about it. I actually tried to hug her, and then she kicked me in the shin." "I'm not sure being fearless is going to be good for your health," Albus said. Scorpius's face grew more contemplative. "You don't know how good it is to be back here, Albus. I hated it there." "Apart from the Polly Chapman fancying you bits," Albus teased. "Cedric was a different person entirely. Dark, dangerous," Scorpius said. "My dad doing anything they wanted him to. And me, I discovered another Scorpius, you know? Entitled, angry, mean. People were frightened of me. It feels like we were all tested and we all failed." "But you changed things," Albus pointed out. "You had a chance and you changed time back, changed yourself back." "Only because I knew what I should be," Scorpius replied. Albus digested this. "Do you think I've been tested too? I have, haven't I?" "No, not yet," Scorpius said. "You're wrong. The stupid thing wasn't going back once. Anyone can make that mistake. The stupid thing was being arrogant enough to go back twice." "We both went back, Albus," Scorpius reminded him. "And why was I so determined to do this? Cedric? Really? No. I had something to prove," Albus confessed. "My dad's right. He didn't volunteer for adventure. Me this, it's all my fault, and if it wasn't for you, everything could have gone dark." "But it didn't, and you're to thank for that as much as me," Scorpius said. "When the Dementors were inside my head, Severus Snape told me to think of you. You may not have been there, Albus, but you were fighting alongside me." Albus nodded, touched. "And saving Cedric, that wasn't such a bad idea. Not in my head anyway, though you know right that we definitely can't try again." "Yes, I do know that," Albus confirmed. "Good. Then you can help me destroy this," Scorpius said, revealing the time turner. "I'm pretty sure you told everyone that was on the bottom of a lake," Albus said. "Turns out Malfoy the Unanxious is a pretty good liar," Scorpius replied. "Scorpius, we should tell someone about this," Albus suggested. "Who? The Ministry kept it before. Do you really trust them not to keep it again?" Scorpius argued. "Only you and I have experienced how dangerous this is. That means you and I have to destroy it. No one can do what we did, Albus. No one. No," he said grandly. "It's time that time-turning became a thing of the past." "You're quite proud of that phrase, aren't you?" Albus asked. "Been working on it all day," Scorpius admitted. Act 3, Scene 15, Hogwarts, Slytherin dormitory. Harry and Ginny move quickly through the dormitory. Craig Boker Jr. trails after them. Can I repeat again? This is against the rules and it's the middle of the night, Craig said. I need to find my son, Harry replied. I know who you are, Mr. Potter, but even you must understand that it's against school covenant for parents or professors to enter a house quarters without express permission from. Professor McGonagall charged in behind them. Please don't be tiresome, Craig. You got our message? Good, Harry said. Headmistress, I was just, Craig stammered. Harry pulled open a bed curtain. He's gone? Professor McGonagall asked. Yes. And young Malfoy? Ginny pulled open another curtain. Oh no, she breathed. Then let's turn this school upside down, McGonagall declared. Craig, we've work to do. Ginny and Harry stayed, looking at the empty bed. Haven't we been here before? Ginny asked. Something feels even worse this time, Harry replied. Ginny looked at her husband, full of fear. You spoke to him earlier? Yes. You came to his dorm and talked to him? You know I did, Harry said. What did you say to our son, Harry? Ginny asked, her voice filled with accusation. I tried to be honest like you said. I didn't say anything. And you controlled yourself. How heated did it get? You think I've scared him away again? Harry asked. I can forgive you for one mistake, Harry, maybe even two, Ginny said. But the more mistakes you make, the harder to forgive you it becomes. 3 Scene 16 Hogwarts, Owlery. Scorpius and Albus emerge onto a roof bathed in silver light. Soft hooting surrounds them. So I think a simple confringo, Scorpius suggested. Definitely not, Albus replied. For something like this, you need expulso. Expulso? Expulso, and we'll be clearing bits of Time Turner from this owlery for days, Scorpius argued. Bombarda? Albus suggested. And wake up everyone in Hogwarts? Scorpius said. Maybe stupefy. They were originally destroyed using stupefy. Exactly, it's been done before. Let's do something new, something fun, Albus said. Fun? Look, many wizards overlook the importance of choosing the right spell, but this really matters, Scorpius insisted. I think it's a much underestimated part of modern witchcraft. A much underestimated part of modern witchcraft. You two are the greatest, you know that? A voice said. Scorpius looked up, surprised to see Delphi emerge behind them. Wow, what are you doing here? Scorpius asked. It felt important to send an owl. Let her know what we're doing, you know? Albus explained. Scorpius looked at him accusingly, but then nodded, accepting it. This concerns her too. What concerns me? What's this about? Delphi asked. Albus got out the Time Turner. We need to destroy the Time Turner. The things Scorpius saw after the second task. I'm so sorry. We can't risk going back again. We can't save your cousin. Delphi looked at it, then at them. Your owl said so little. Imagine the worst possible world and then double it, Albus said. People being tortured, dementors everywhere, a despotic Voldemort, my dad dead, me never born, the world surrounded by dark magic. We can't allow that to happen. Delphi hesitated, then her face broke. Voldemort ruled? He was alive? He ruled everything. It was terrible, Scorpius confirmed. Because of what we did. Humiliating Cedric turned him into a very angry young man, and then he became a Death Eater, and it all went wrong. Really wrong, Scorpius explained. Delphi looked at his face carefully, her own sinking. A Death Eater? And a murderer. He killed Professor Longbottom. Then, of course, we need to destroy it, she said. You understand? Albus asked. I'll go further than that. I'll say Cedric would have understood. We'll destroy it together, and then we'll go to my uncle. Explain the situation, she promised. Thank you, Albus said. Delphi smiled sadly and took the Time Turner. She looked at it, and her expression changed slightly. Oh, nice mark, Albus commented. What? Delphi's cloak had loosened, revealing an augury tattoo on the back of her neck. On your back. I hadn't noticed it before, Albus said. The wings. Is that what the Muggles call a tattoo? Oh, yes, well, it's an augury, she replied. An augury? Scorpius repeated. Haven't you met them in Care of Magical Creatures? She asked. They're sinister-looking black birds that cry when rain's coming. Wizards used to believe that the augury's cry foretold death. When I was growing up, My guardian kept one in a cage. Your guardian? Scorpius asked. Delphi looked at him, enjoying the game now that she had the time turner. She used to say it was crying because it could see I was going to come to a sticky end. She didn't like me much. Euphemia role. She only took me in for the gold. Why would you want a tattoo of her bird, then? Albus asked. It reminds me that the future is mine to make, she said. Cool, I might get an augury tattoo, Albus mused. The roles were pretty extreme Death Eaters, Scorpius said, 1,000 thoughts whirring in his head. Come on, let's get destroying, Albus said. Confringo, Stupefy, Bombarda, which would you use? Give it back. Give us back the time turner, Scorpius demanded. What? Delphi asked. Scorpius, what are you doing? Albus said. I don't believe you ever were ill, Scorpius continued. Why didn't you come to Hogwarts? Why are you here now? I'm trying to bring my cousin back, she insisted. They called you the augury. In the other world, they called you the augury, Scorpius realized. A slow smile grew on Delphi's face. The augury, I rather like that. Delphi, Albus asked. She was too quick. Leveling her wand, she repelled Scorpius. She was far stronger and she quickly overpowered him. Fulgari! Scorpius's arms were bound in vicious, luminous cords. Albus, run! He yelled. Albus looked around, bewildered, then started to run. Fulgari! Delphi shouted, and Albus was propelled to the floor, his hands tied by the same brutal binding. And that is the first spell I've had to use on you. I thought I'd have to use plenty more, but you're far easier to control than Amos. Children, particularly male children, are so naturally pliant, aren't they? Now, let's sort this mess out once and for all. But why? But what? But who are you? Albus asked. Albus, I am the new past, she said, and pulled Albus's wand from him, snapping it. I am the new future. She pulled Scorpius's wand from him and snapped it too. I am the answer this world has been looking for. Act 3, Scene 17, Ministry of Magic, Hermione's office. Ron is sitting on Hermione's desk eating porridge. I can't get over it, really, he was saying. The fact that in some realities we aren't even, married. Ron, whatever this is, I've got 10 minutes until the goblins show up to talk security at Gringotts. I mean, we've been together so long and married for so long. So long. If this is your way of saying you want a marital break, Ron, then, to be clear, I will skewer you with this quill, Hermione threatened. Shut up. Will you shut up for once? He said. I want to do one of those marriage renewal things I've read about. Marriage renewal. What do you think? She melted slightly. You want to marry me again? Well, we were only young when we did it the first time, and I got very drunk, and, well, to be honest, I can't remember much of it, and the truth is, I love you, Hermione Granger, and whatever time says, I'd like the opportunity to say so in front of lots of other people. Again, sober. She looked at him, smiled, pulled him to her, and kissed him. You're sweet. And you taste of toffee, he said. She laughed. Just then, Harry, Ginny, and Draco walked in as they moved to kiss again. They sprang apart. Harry, Ginny, and Draco, how lovely to see you, Hermione began. The dreams, they've started again. Well, they haven't stopped, Harry interrupted. And Albus is missing, again, Ginny added. Scorpius too, Draco said. We've had McGonagall check the entire school. They're gone. I'll get the Aurors summoned immediately, Hermione started. No, you won't. It's all fine, Ron said. Albus, I saw him last night. It's all good. Where? Draco asked. They all turned to Ron. I was having a couple of fire whiskeys with Neville in Hogsmeade, as you do, setting the world to rights, as we do, and we were coming back, quite late, very late, and trying to work out which flue I could use, because when you've had a drink, sometimes you don't want to use the tight ones, or the turny ones, or... Ron, if you could get to the point before we all strangle you, Ginny interrupted. He hasn't run away. He's having a quiet moment. He's got himself an older girlfriend. An older girlfriend? Harry asked. And a cracking one at that. Gorgeous silver hair, Ron confirmed. Saw them on the roof together, near the owlery with Scorpius playing the gooseberry. Nice to see my love potion being used well, I thought. Harry had a thought. Her hair, was it silver and blue? That's it, silver blue, yup, Ron said. He's talking about Delphi Diggory, Harry realized, niece of Amos Diggory. This is about Cedric again? Ginny asked. Harry said nothing, thinking fast. Hermione looked around the room concerned, then shouted out the door. Ethel, cancel the goblins! Act 3, Scene 18, St. Oswald's home for old witches and wizards, Amos's room. Harry walks in, wand outstretched, with Draco. Where are they? Harry demanded. Harry Potter, and what can I do for you, sir? And Draco Malfoy, I am blessed, Amos replied. I know how you've used my son, Harry said. I've used your son, no, you sir, you used my beautiful son, Amos retorted. Tell us, now, where are Albus and Scorpius, or face the profoundest consequences, Draco threatened. But why would I know where they are? Amos asked. Don't play the senility card with us, old man, Draco sneered. We know you've been sending him owls. I've done nothing of the kind. Amos, you're not too old for Azkaban, Harry warned. They were last seen on the Hogwarts Tower with your niece when they disappeared. I have no idea what you are, Amos began, then paused, confused. My niece? There are no depths to which you won't sink, are there? Yes, your niece. Are you denying she was there under your express instructions? Yes, I am. I don't have a niece, Amos stated. This stopped Harry. Yes, you do. A nurse works here, Draco insisted. Your niece, Delphine Diggory. I know I don't have a niece because I never had any brothers and sisters, Amos explained, and nor did my wife. We need to find out who she is now, Draco said. Act 3, Scene 19, Hogwarts Quidditch Pitch. We are on the Quidditch pitch with Delphi, who is enjoying every second of her changed identity. Where there was discomfort and insecurity, now there is only power. What are we doing on the Quidditch pitch? Albus asked. Delphi said nothing. The Tri-Wizard Tournament, the third task, the maze, Scorpius realized. This is where the maze was. We're going back for Cedric. Yes, it is time to spare the spare once and for all, Delphi said. We will go back for Cedric, and in doing so, we will resurrect the world you saw, Scorpius. Hell, you want to resurrect hell? Scorpius asked. I want to return to pure and strong magic. I want to rebirth the dark, she replied. You want Voldemort's return? The one true ruler of the wizarding world. He will return, she declared. Now you've ensured the first two tasks are a little clogged up with magic. There are at least 2 visits from the future in both of them, and I will not risk being revealed or distracted. The third task is clean, so let's start there, shall we? We won't stop him, whatever you force us to do, Albus insisted. We know he needs to win the tournament with my dad. I don't just want you to stop him. I want you to humiliate him, she said. He needs to fly out of that maze naked on a broomstick made of purple feather dusters. Humiliation got you there before, and it'll get us there again, and the prophecy will be fulfilled. Wasn't aware that there was a prophecy. What prophecy? Scorpius asked. You have seen the world as it should be, Scorpius, and today we're going to ensure its return, she said. We won't obey you, Albus defied her. Whoever you are, whatever you want us to do. Of course you will, she replied. You'll have to use Imperio. You'll have to control me, Albus said. No, to fulfill the prophecy, this has to be you, not a puppet of you. You have to be the one to humiliate Cedric, so Imperio just won't do. I'll have to force you by other means. She took out her wand and pointed it at Albus, who stuck his chin out. Do your worst, he said. Delphi looked at him, then turned her wand on Scorpius. I will, she said. Albus cried. Yes, as I thought. This seems to frighten you more, she said. Albus, whatever she does to me, we can't let her, Scorpius began. Crucio, she cast, and Scorpius yelled out in pain. I will, Albus began. What on earth do you think you can do? She laughed. A wizard-wide disappointment? A sore on your family name? A spare? You want to stop me hurting your only friend? Then do what you're told. She looked at Albus, whose eyes stayed resistant. No, Crucio. Stop, please, Albus begged. Craig Boker Jr. ran in. Scorpius, Albus, everyone's looking for you. Craig, get away, get help, Albus shouted. What's happening? Craig asked. Avada Kedavra, Delphi cast, sending a blast of green light across the stage. Craig was propelled backwards, killed instantly. A long silence followed. "Did you not understand? These are not childish games we are playing here," she said. "You are useful to me. Your friends are not." Albus and Scorpius looked at Craig's body, their minds in hell. "It took me a long time to discover your weakness, Albus Potter," she continued. "I thought it was pride. I thought it was the need to impress your father, but then I realized your weakness was the same as your father's. Friendship. You will do exactly as you're told. Otherwise Scorpius will die, just like that spare did." She looked at them both. "Voldemort will return, and the augury will sit at his side, just as it was prophesied. When spares are spared, when time is turned, when unseen children murder their fathers, then will the Dark Lord return." She smiled and pulled Scorpius viciously towards her. "Cedric is the spare, and Albus," she pulled Albus towards her, "the unseen child who will kill his father by rewriting time and so return the Dark Lord." The time turner started rotating. She pulled their hands to it. "Now!" A giant whoosh of light, a smash of noise, and time began to spool backwards. Then, a sucking noise and a bang. Act 3, Scene 20, Triwizard Tournament, Maze 1995. We are in the maze, a spiral of moving hedges. Delphi drags Albus and Scorpius behind her, their arms bound. Ludo Bagman's voice echoes around them. "Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I give you the greatest, the fabulous, the one and the only Triwizard Tournament." A loud cheer. "If you're from Hogwarts, give me a cheer." Another loud cheer. "If you're from Durmstrang, give me a cheer." Another loud cheer. "And if you're from Beauxbatons, give me a cheer." A fulsome cheer. The French finally showing us what they're capable of there. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the final of the Triwizard tasks, a maze of mysteries, a disease of uncontrollable darkness. For this maze, it lives. It lives. Victor Krum passes across the stage. And why risk this living nightmare? Because inside this maze is a cup, and not just any cup. Yes, the Triwizard Trophy stands within this vegetation. "Where is he? Where is Cedric?" Delphi demanded. A hedge almost dissected Albus and Scorpius. "The hedges want to kill us too? This gets better and better," Scorpius commented. "You will keep up or face the consequences," Delphi warned. "The perils are plentiful, but the prizes are palpable," Bagman's voice continued. "Who will fight their way through? Who will fall at the final hurdle? What heroes do we have within our midst? Only time will tell, ladies and gentlemen, only time will tell." They moved through the maze. "Albus, we need to do something," Scorpius whispered. "I know, but what?" Albus replied. "She has snapped our wands, we're bound, and she's threatening to kill you." "I'm ready to die if it'll stop Voldemort returning," Scorpius said. "Are you?" "You won't have to mourn me for long. She'll kill me and quickly kill you too," Scorpius replied. "The flaw in the time turner, the 5-minute rule," Albus suggested. "We do all we can to run down the clock." "It won't work," Scorpius said. "Now let me remind you of the current standings," Bagman announced. "Tied in first place, Mr. Cedric Diggory and Mr. Harry Potter. In second place, Mr. Victor Krum. And in third place, Sacré Bleu, Miss Fleur Delacour." Suddenly, Albus and Scorpius emerged from behind a hedge, running. "Where did she go?" Albus asked. "Does it matter? Which way do you think?" Scorpius replied. Delphi rose up after them, flying without a broom. "You poor creatures," she said, throwing them to the ground, "thinking you can escape me." "You're not even on a broom," Albus said, astonished. "Brooms, such unwieldy, unnecessary objects," she replied. 3 minutes gone, we have 2 minutes left, and you will do what you're told." "No, we won't," Scorpius defied her. "You think you can fight me?" "No, but we can defy you, if we lay down our lives to do so," Scorpius said. "The prophecy must be fulfilled, we will fulfill it," she insisted. "Prophecies can be broken," Scorpius argued. "You're mistaken, child, prophecies are the future." "But if the prophecy is inevitable, why are we here trying to influence it?" Scorpius countered. "Your actions contradict your thoughts. You're dragging us through this maze because you believe this prophecy needs to be enabled. And by that logic, prophecies can also be broken, prevented." "You talk too much, child. Crucio!" she cast, and Scorpius was racked with pain. "Scorpius!" Albus cried. "You wanted a test, Albus. This is it, and we're going to pass it," Scorpius grunted. Albus looked at him and nodded, finally aware of what he had to do. Then you will die, Delphi said. Yes, we will, Albus replied with strength, and will do so gladly knowing it stopped you. Delphi rose up full of fury. We don't have time for this. Crew. Expelliarmus, a mysterious voice shouted. Delphi's wand was pulled away from her. Brachiobindo, and she was bound. Scorpius and Albus turned to stare in astonishment at their savior, a young, good-looking lad of 17, Cedric. Come no further, he warned. But your Scorpius began. Cedric Diggory. I heard screaming. I had to come, he explained. Name yourselves beasts. I can fight you. Cedric? Albus asked, amazed. You saved us, Scorpius said. Are you also a task, an obstacle? Speak. Do I have to defeat you too? Cedric asked. There was a silence. No, you just have to free us. That's the task, Scorpius said. Cedric thought for a moment, then waved his wand. Emancipare! Emancipare! The boys were freed, and now I can go on, finish the maze. The boys looked at him, heartbroken. I'm afraid you have to finish the maze, Albus said. Then I shall, Cedric replied and walked confidently away. Cedric, Albus called. Cedric turned. Your dad loves you very much. What? Behind them, Delphi's body began to move. Just thought you should know that, Albus said. Okay, thank you, Cedric replied and walked on. Delphi pulled out the time turner. Albus, Scorpius warned. No, wait. The time turner is spinning. Look at what she's doing. She can't leave us behind, Scorpius insisted. Albus and Scorpius both scrambled to grab the time turner. A giant whoosh of light, a smash of noise, and time began to spool backwards. Albus! What have we done? Albus asked. We had to go with the time turner. We had to try to stop her, Scorpius replied. Stop me? How do you think you've stopped me? Delphi said. I am done with this. You may have destroyed my chances of using Cedric to darken the world, but maybe you're right, Scorpius. Maybe prophecies can be prevented. Maybe prophecies can be broken. What is undoubtedly true is I'm done with trying to use you annoying, incompetent creatures for anything. No more wasting precious seconds on either of you. Time to try something new. She crushed the time turner, and it exploded into 1,000 pieces. She ascended into the air again, laughing in delight. The boys tried to chase her, but she flew away. No, you can't, Albus cried. Scorpius turned back to the pieces of the time turner. The time turner? It's destroyed? Utterly, Scorpius confirmed. We're stuck here, in time, wherever in time we are, whatever it is she's planning to do. Hogwarts looks the same, Albus observed. Yes, and we can't be seen here, Scorpius said. Let's get out of here before we're spotted. We need to stop her, Scorpius. I know we do, but how? Scorpius asked. Act 3, Scene 21, St. Oswald's home for old witches and wizards, Delphi's room. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Draco, and Ginny look around a simple oak-paneled room. It must have been a confundus charm she used on him, Harry said. Used on them all. She faked being a nurse. She faked being his niece. I've just checked in with the ministry, but there's no record of her, Hermione added. She's a shadow. Specialist Revelio, Draco cast, but nothing happened. Well, it was worth a try. What are you waiting for? We know nothing, so we just have to hope this room reveals something. Where can she have hidden anything? It's quite a Spartan room, Ginny commented. These panels must conceal something, Ron said, hammering on the walls. What you hiding? What you got? Or the bed, Draco suggested, examining it. Maybe we should all stop for a moment and have a think about what, Hermione began. Ginny unscrewed a lamp chimney from an oil lamp. A breathing out noise was heard, followed by hissing words. What was that? She asked. I'm not supposed to be understanding. That's parcel tongue, Harry realized. And what does it say? Hermione asked. I haven't been able to understand parcel tongue since Voldemort died, Harry said. And nor has your scar hurt, Hermione pointed out. It says welcome augury, Harry translated. I think I need to tell it to open. Then do it, Draco urged. Harry shut his eyes and spoke in parcel tongue. The room transformed, becoming darker and more desperate. A writhing mass of painted snakes emerged on the walls, and on them, written in fluorescent paint, was a prophecy. What is this? Draco asked. Ron read it aloud. When spares are spared, when time is turned, when unseen children murder their fathers, then will the Dark Lord return. A new prophecy, Ginny said. Cedric was called a spare, Hermione realized. When time is turned, she has that time turner, doesn't she? Ron asked. She must do, Hermione confirmed. But why does she need Scorpius or Albus? Ron wondered. Because I'm a parent who hasn't seen his child, hasn't understood his child, Harry said. Who is she, to be so obsessed with all this? Draco asked. I think I've got the answer to that, Ginny said. They all turned to her. She pointed up. Words were revealed on the walls. I will rebirth the dark. I will bring my father back. No, she can't, Ron whispered. How is it even possible? Hermione asked. Voldemort had a daughter? Draco said. They looked up, terrified. Ginny took Harry's hand. No, not that. Anything but that, Harry breathed. We cut to black. This marks the end of Part 3. We will now continue with Part 4. Act 4, Scene 1, Ministry of Magic, Grand Meeting Room. Wizards and witches cram into the Grand Meeting Room. Hermione walks onto a hastily made stage and raises her hand for silence. It falls immediately. Thank you, she began. I'm so pleased so many of you were able to make my second extraordinary general meeting. I've got some things to say. I ask that we deal with questions, and there will be a lot of questions after I speak. As many of you know, a body has been found at Hogwarts. His name was Craig Boker. He was a good boy. We have no firm information who was responsible for the act, but yesterday we searched St. Oswald's. A room there revealed two things. One, a prophecy that promised the return of darkness. Two, written on the ceiling, a proclamation that the Dark Lord that Voldemort had a child. The news reverberated around the room. We don't know the full details, she continued. We're only just investigating, questioning those with a Death Eater connection, and as yet no record has been found either of the child or of the prophecy, but it does look like there's some truth to it. This child was kept hidden from the wizarding world, and now she's... She, a daughter? He had a daughter, Professor McGonagall asked. Yes, a daughter, Hermione confirmed. And is she now in custody? Professor, she did ask for no questions, Harry said. It's fine, Harry, Hermione replied. No, Professor, that's where this gets worse. I'm afraid we've no means of taking her into custody, or indeed stopping her doing anything. She's out of our reach. We can't. Look for her, McGonagall pressed. We have good reason to believe she's hidden herself, in time, Hermione explained. Of all the reckless, stupid things, you've kept the time turner even now? Professor, I assure you. Shame on you, Hermione Granger, McGonagall exclaimed. Hermione flinched. No, she doesn't deserve that, Harry said. You have a right to be angry, you all do. But this is not all Hermione's fault. We don't know how the witch got hold of the time turner, whether my son gave it to her. Whether our son gave it her, Ginny corrected him, or whether it was stolen from him. She joined Harry on the stage. Your solidarity is admirable, but it doesn't make your negligence negligible, McGonagall stated. Then it's a negligence I too should face, Draco said, walking up to the stage to stand beside Ginny. There were gasps from the crowd. Hermione and Harry have done nothing wrong but try and protect us all. If they're guilty, then I am too. Hermione looked at him, moved. Ron joined them on the stage. Just to say, I didn't know about much of it, so can't take responsibility, and I'm pretty sure my kids had nothing to do with it, but if this lot are standing up here, then so am I. No one can know where they are, Ginny said, whether they're together or apart. I trust that our sons will be doing all they can to stop her, but... We haven't given up, Hermione assured the crowd. We've gone to the giants, the trolls, everyone we can find. The Aurors are out flying, searching, talking to those who know secrets, following those who won't reveal secrets. But there is one truth we can't escape, Harry said, that somewhere in our past a witch is trying to rewrite everything we ever knew, and all we can do is wait. Wait for the moment she either succeeds or fails. And if she succeeds, McGonagall asked, then, just like that, most of the people in this room will be gone, Harry replied, will no longer exist, and Voldemort will rule again. Act 4, Scene 2, Scottish Highlands, Aviemore train station, 1981. Albus and Scorpius are looking apprehensively at a station master. "One of us should talk to him, don't you think?" Albus said. "Hello, Mr. Station Master. Mr. Muggle. Question, did you see a flying witch passing here?" Scorpius replied sarcastically. "And by the way, what year is it? We just ran away from Hogwarts because we were frightened of upsetting things. But this is okay?" "You know what annoys me most of all?" Albus said. "Dad will think we did it deliberately." "Albus, really? I mean, really," Scorpius exclaimed. "We're trapped, lost, in time, probably permanently, and you're worrying what your dad might think about it. I will never understand the two of you." "There's a lot to understand. Dad's pretty complicated," Albus replied. "And you're not? Not to question your taste in women, but you fancied, well," they both knew who he was talking about. "I did, didn't I?" Albus admitted. "I mean what she did to Craig." "Let's not think about that," Scorpius said. "Let's focus on the fact that we have no wands, no brooms, no means of returning to our time. All we have is our wits and, no, that's all, our wits, and we have to stop her." The station master spoke in a very strong Scots accent. "Ye ken the auld Reekie train is running late, boys?" "Sorry," Scorpius asked. "If you're waiting on the auld Reekie train, you'll need to ken it's running late," the man repeated. "Train works on the line. It's a on the mended time bird." He looked at their bewildered faces, frowned, and handed them an amended timetable, pointing to the right bit. "Late." Albus took it and examined it. His face changed. "I know where she is," he said. "You understood that?" Scorpius asked. "Look at the date, on the timetable," Albus urged. Scorpius leaned in and read. "The 30th of October, 1981, day before Hallows Eve, 39 years ago," he read. "But why is she? Oh." His face fell as he realized. "The death of my grandparents," Albus said. "The attack on my dad as a baby, the moment when Voldemort's curse rebounded on himself. She's not trying to bring about her prophecy, she's trying to prevent the big one." "The big one?" "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches," Albus began. Scorpius joined in. "Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies." His face fell with every word. "It's my fault. I told her that prophecies can be broken. I told her the whole logic of prophecies is questionable. In 24 hours' time, Voldemort curses himself trying to kill the baby Harry Potter," Albus interrupted. "Delphi is trying to prevent that curse. She's going to kill Harry herself. We need to get to Godric's Hollow, now." Act 4, Scene 3, Godric's Hollow, 1981. Albus and Scorpius walk through the center of Godric's Hollow, a bustling, beautiful little village. "Well, there's no visible signs of attack that I can see," Scorpius observed. "This is Godric's Hollow?" Albus asked. "Your dad's never taken you." "No, he tried to a few times, but I refused," Albus replied. "Well, there's no time for a tour. We have a murderous witch to save the world from," Scorpius said. "But regard the church, St. Jerome's." A church became visible. "It's magnificent," Albus said. "And St. Jerome's graveyard is supposedly magnificently haunted," Scorpius continued, pointing in another direction. "And that's where the statue of Harry and his parents will be." "My dad has a statue." "Oh, not yet, but he will, hopefully," Scorpius said. "And this house is where Bathilda Bagshot lives." "The Bathilda Bagshot? A history of magic Bathilda Bagshot?" Albus asked. "The very same. Oh my, that's her. Wow, squeak! My geekness is a-quivering," Scorpius said excitedly. "Scorpius! And here it is." "The home of James, Lily, and Harry Potter," Albus finished. A young, attractive couple left a house with a baby in a pushchair. Albus moved towards them, but Scorpius pulled him back. "They can't see you, Albus. It might damage time, and we're not doing that. Not this time." "But this means we've made it, she hasn't." "So what do we do now?" Scorpius asked. "Get ready to fight her, because she's pretty, fierce." "Yes, we haven't really thought this one through, have we?" Albus realized. "What do we do now? How do we protect my dad?" Act 4, Scene 4, Ministry of Magic, Harry's office. Harry is hurriedly going through paperwork. Dumbledore's portrait speaks. "Good evening, Harry." Harry looks up, his face passive. Professor Dumbledore, in my office I'm honored, Harry said. I must be where the action is tonight. What are you doing? Dumbledore asked. Going through papers, seeing if I've missed anything I shouldn't have, Harry replied. Marshalling forces to fight in the limited way we can fight, knowing that the battle is being raged far away from us. What else can I do? He paused. Where have you been, Dumbledore? I'm here now. Here just as the battle is lost, Harry said bitterly. Or are you denying that Voldemort is going to return? It is possible, Dumbledore replied. Go leave, Harry said. I don't want you here. I don't need you. You were absent every time it really counted. I fought him 3 times without you. I'll face him again if needs be, alone. Harry, don't you think I wanted to fight him on your behalf? Dumbledore said. I would have spared you if I could. Love blinds us? Do you even know what that means? Harry interrupted. Do you even know how bad that advice was? My son is fighting battles for us just as I had to for you, and I have proved as bad a father to him as you were to me. Leaving him in places he felt unloved, growing in him resentments he'll take years to understand. If you're referring to Privet Drive, then years I spent there alone, without knowing what I was or why I was there, without knowing that anybody cared, Harry exclaimed. I did not wish to become attached to you. Protecting yourself even then. No, I was protecting you, Dumbledore insisted. I did not want to hurt you. He attempted to reach out of the portrait, but couldn't. He began to cry, trying to hide it. But I had to meet you in the end, 11 years old, and you were so brave, so good. You walked uncomplainingly along the path that had been laid at your feet. Of course I loved you, and I knew that it would happen all over again, that where I loved I would cause irreparable damage. I am no fit person to love. I have never loved without causing harm. You would have hurt me less if you had told me this then, Harry said. Dumbledore was openly weeping now. I was blind. That is what love does. I couldn't see that you needed to hear that this closed-up, tricky, dangerous old man loved you. A pause fell between them, both overcome with emotion. It isn't true that I never complained, Harry said. Harry, there is never a perfect answer in this messy, emotional world, Dumbledore said. Perfection is beyond the reach of humankind, beyond the reach of magic. In every shining moment of happiness is that drop of poison, the knowledge that pain will come again. Be honest to those you love, show your pain. To suffer is as human as to breathe. You said that to me once before, Harry remembered. It is all I have to offer you tonight, Dumbledore said, and began to walk away. Don't go, Harry pleaded. Those that we love never truly leave us, Harry. There are things that death cannot touch, paint and memory and love. I loved you too, Dumbledore, Harry said. I know, Dumbledore replied and was gone. Harry was left alone. Draco entered. Did you know that in this other reality, the reality Scorpius saw into, I was head of magical law enforcement? Draco asked. Maybe this room will be mine soon enough. Are you okay? Harry was consumed in his grief. Come in, I'll give you the tour. Draco walked in hesitantly. The thing is, though, never really fancied being a ministry man, Draco admitted. Even as a child, my dad, it's all he ever wanted. Me, no. What did you want to do? Harry asked. Quidditch, but I wasn't good enough. Mainly I wanted to be happy, Draco said. Harry nodded. Sorry, I'm not very good at small talk. Do you mind if we skip on to the serious business? Of course, what serious business? Harry asked. Do you think Theodore Nott had the only time turner? Draco asked. What? The time turner the ministry seized was a prototype, Draco explained. Made of inexpensive metal. It does the job, sure, but only being able to go back in time for 5 minutes, that's a serious flaw. It isn't something you'd sell to true collectors of dark magic. Harry realized what he was saying. He was working for you. No, my father. He liked owning things that no one else had, Draco said. The ministry's time-turners, thanks to Croaker, were always a little vanilla for him. He wanted the ability to go back further than an hour. He wanted the ability to travel back years. He'd never have used it. Secretly, I think he preferred a world without Voldemort. But yes, the time-turner was built for him. And did you keep it? Harry asked. Draco revealed the time turner. No 5-minute problem, and it gleams like gold, just the way the Malfoys like it. You're smiling? Hermione Granger. It was the reason she kept the first, the fear that there might be a second, Harry said. Hanging on to this, you could have been sent to Azkaban. Consider the alternative, Draco said. Consider if people had known that I had the ability to travel in time. Consider the rumor that would have been given increased credence. Harry understood him perfectly. Scorpius. We were capable of having children, but Astoria was frail, Draco explained. A blood malediction, a serious one. An ancestor was cursed. It showed up in her. You know how these things can resurface after generations. I'm sorry, Draco, Harry said. I didn't want to risk her health. I said it didn't matter whether the Malfoy line died with me, whatever my father said, Draco continued. But Astoria, she didn't want a baby for the Malfoy name, for pure blood or glory, but for us. Our child, Scorpius, was born. It was the best day of both our lives, although it weakened Astoria considerably. We hid ourselves away, the three of us. I wanted to conserve her strength, and so the rumors started. I can't imagine what that was like, Harry said. Astoria always knew that she was not destined for old age, Draco said. She wanted me to have somebody when she left, because it is exceptionally lonely being Draco Malfoy. I will always be suspected. There is no escaping the past. I never realized, though, that by hiding him away from this gossiping, judgmental world, I ensured that my son would emerge shrouded in worse suspicion than I ever endured. Love blinds, Harry said. We have both tried to give our sons not what they needed, but what we needed. We've been so busy trying to rewrite our own pasts, we've blighted their present. Which is why you need this, Draco said. I have been holding on to it, barely resisting using it, even though I would sell my soul for another minute with Astoria. Oh, Draco, we can't use it, Harry said. Draco looked up at Harry, and for the first time at the bottom of this dreadful pit, they looked at each other as friends. We have to find them, Draco said. If it takes centuries, we must find our sons. We have no idea where they are or when they are, Harry replied. Searching in time when you've no idea where in time to search, that's a fool's errand. No, love won't do it, and nor will a time turner, I'm afraid. It's up to our sons now. They're the only ones who can save us. Act 4, Scene 5, Godric's Hollow, outside James and Lily Potter's house, 1981. Albus and Scorpius are still trying to figure out a plan. We tell my granddad and grandma, Albus suggested. That they'll never get to see their son grow up, Scorpius countered. She's strong enough, I know she is. You saw her, Albus insisted. She looked wonderful, Albus, Scorpius agreed. And if I were you, I'd be desperate to talk to her. But she needs to be able to beg Voldemort for Harry's life. She needs to think he might die, and you're the worst spoiler in the world that didn't turn out to be true. Dumbledore's alive, Albus said. We get Dumbledore involved. We do what you did with Snape. Can we risk him knowing your dad survives, that he has kids? Scorpius asked. He's Dumbledore. He can cope with anything. Albus, there have been about 100 books written on what Dumbledore knew, how he knew it, or why he did what he did, Scorpius argued. But what's undoubtedly true, what he did, he needs to do, and I'm not going to risk messing with it. I was able to ask for help because I was in an alternate reality. We aren't. We're in the past. We can't fix time only to create more problems. If our adventures have taught us anything, they've taught us that. The dangers of talking to anyone, infecting time, are too great. So we need to talk to the future, Albus realized. We need to send Dad a message. But we don't have an owl that can fly through time, Scorpius pointed out, and he doesn't have a time turner. We get a message to Dad. He'll find a way to get back here, Albus said confidently, even if he has to build a time turner himself. We send a memory, like a pensieve, Scorpius suggested. Stand over him and send a message. Hope he reaches for the memory at exactly the right moment. I mean, it's unlikely, but stand over the baby and just repeatedly shout, "Help, help, help." I mean, it might traumatize the baby slightly. Only slightly, Albus agreed. A bit of trauma now is nothing compared to what's happening. And maybe when he then thinks, later, He might remember the faces of us as we shouted. Help, Albus finished. Scorpius looked at Albus. You're right, it's a terrible idea. It's one of your worst ideas ever, Albus said. Got it, we deliver it ourselves. We wait 40 years. We deliver it. Not a chance, Albus interrupted. Once Delphi has set time the way she wants, she'll send armies to try and find us, kill us. So we hide in a hole. As pleasurable as it will be to hide in a hole with you for the next 40 years, they'll find us, Albus said. And we'll die and time will be stuck in the wrong position. No. We need something we can control, something we know he'll get at exactly the right time. We need a... There's nothing, Scorpius said. Still, if I had to choose a companion to be at the return of eternal darkness with, I'd choose you. No offense, but I'd choose someone massive and really good at magic, Albus replied. Just then, Lily exited the house with baby Harry in a pram. She carefully put a blanket on him. His blanket, Albus whispered. She's wrapping him in his blanket. Well, it is a moderately cold day, Scorpius commented. He always said, it's the only thing he had from her, Albus said. Look at the love with which she's put it on him. I think he'd like to know about that. I wish I could tell him. And I wish I could tell my dad, well, I'm not sure what, Scorpius said. I think I'd like to tell him that I'm occasionally capable of more bravery than he might think I am. Albus had a thought. Scorpius, my dad still has that blanket. That won't work, Scorpius said. If we write a message on it now, even really small, he'll read it too soon. Time will be spoilt. What do you know about love potions? What's the ingredient they all contain? Albus asked. Amongst other things, pearl dust. Pearl dust is a relatively rare ingredient, isn't it? Mainly because it's pretty expensive, Scorpius replied. What's this about, Albus? Dad and I had a fight on the day before I went to school, Albus explained. This I am aware of. I believe it kinda got us into this mess, Scorpius said. I threw the blanket across the room. It collided with the love potion that Uncle Ron gave me as a joke. He's a funny guy. The potion spilt and the blanket was covered in it, and I happen to know for a fact Mom hasn't let Dad touch that room since I left it, Albus continued. So it's coming up to Hallows Eve in their time as well as ours, and he told me he always finds that blanket. He needs to be with it on Hallows Eve. It was the last thing his mum gave him, so he will look for it, and when he finds it... No, still not getting you, Scorpius said. What reacts with pearl dust? Albus asked. Well, it is said that if tincture of demiguise and pearl dust meet, they burn, Scorpius replied. And is tincture of demiguise visible to the naked eye? No. So if we were to get that blanket and write on it in tincture of demiguise, then... Scorpius had a eureka moment. Nothing would react to it until it came into contact with the love potion. In your room, in the present. By Dumbledore, I love it. We just need to work out where to find some demiguises, Albus said. You know, rumor has it Bathilda Bagshot never saw the point in witches and wizards locking their doors, Scorpius said. The door to her house swung open. Rumor was right. Time to steal some wands and get potioning. Act 4, Scene 6. Harry and Ginny Potter's house, Albus's room. Harry is sitting on Albus's bed. Ginny enters and looks at him. Surprised to find you here, she said. Don't worry, I haven't touched anything, he replied. Your shrine is preserved. He winced. Sorry, bad choice of words. Ginny said nothing. You know I've had some pretty terrible Hallows Eves, but this is undoubtedly at least the second worst. I was wrong, to blame you, Ginny admitted. I always accuse you of jumping to things, and it was me who, Albus went missing, and I assumed it was your fault. I'm sorry I did that. You don't think this is my fault? Harry asked. Harry, he was kidnapped by a powerful dark witch. How can that be your fault? I chased him away. I chased him to her, Harry said. Can we not treat this as if the battle is already lost? Ginny asked. Harry nodded. He started to cry. I'm sorry, Gin. Are you not listening to me? I'm sorry too, she said. I shouldn't have survived. It was my destiny to die. Even Dumbledore thought so. And yet I lived, Harry said, his voice breaking. I beat Voldemort. All these people. All these people, my parents, Fred, the fallen 50, and it's me that gets to live? How is that? All this damage, and it's my fault. They were killed by Voldemort, Ginny insisted. But if I'd stopped him sooner, all that blood on my hands, and now our son has been taken too. He's not dead, Ginny said firmly. Do you hear me, Harry? He's not dead. She took him in her arms. The boy who lived. How many people have to die for the boy who lived? Harry swayed, then noticed the blanket. He walked towards it. This blanket is all I have, you know, of that Hallows Eve. This is all I have to remember them. And whilst he picked up the blanket and discovered it had holes in it. This has got holes in it. Ron's idiotic love potion has burnt through it, right through it. Look at this, it's ruined, ruined. He opened up the blanket and saw writing burnt through it. What? Harry, it has something written, Ginny began. On another part of the stage, Albus and Scorpius appear. Dad, Albus said. We're starting with Dad? Scorpius asked. So he'll know it's from me, Albus replied. Harry is his name. We should start with Harry, Scorpius argued. We're starting with Dad, Albus insisted. Dad, does it say Dad? Harry asked. It's not that distinct. Dad, help, Scorpius said. Hello? Does that say hello? Ginny asked. And then, good. Dad, hello, good hello? No, this is a strange joke, Harry said. Dad, help Godric's Hollow, Albus said. Give me that, Ginny said. My eyesight is better than yours. Yes. Dad, hello, good. That's not hello again. That's hollow or hollow. And then some numbers. These are clearer. 3, 1, 1, 0, 8, 1. Is this one of those Muggle telephone numbers? Or a grid reference or a... Harry looked up, several thoughts smashing through his brain. No, it's a date, 31st of October, 1981. The date my parents were killed. Ginny looked at Harry, then back at the blanket. That doesn't say hello, it says help. Dad, help, Godric's Hollow, 311081, Harry read. It's a message. Clever boy left me a message. He kissed Ginny hard. Albus wrote this, she asked. And he's told me where they are and when they are, and now we know where she is. We know where we can fight her, Harry said, and kissed her hard again. We haven't got them back again yet, Ginny reminded him. I'll send an owl to Hermione, Harry said. You send one to Draco. Tell them to meet us at Godric's Hollow with the time turner. And it is us, okay? Ginny said. Don't even think about going back without me, Harry. Of course you're coming, he replied. We have a chance, Ginny, and by Dumbledore, that's all that we need, a chance. Act 4, Scene 7, Godric's Hollow. Ron, Hermione, Draco, Harry, and Ginny walk through a present-day Godric's Hollow, now a busy market town. Godric's Hollow, it must be 20 years, Hermione said. Is it just me, or are there more muggles about? Ginny asked. It's become quite popular as a weekend break, Hermione explained. I can see why. Look at the thatched roofs, Draco commented. And is that a farmer's market? Hermione approached Harry, who was looking around, overwhelmed. You remember when we were last here? This feels just like old times, she said. Old times with a few unwelcome ponytails added to the mix, Ron muttered. Draco knew a barb when he heard one. Can I just say, Malfoy, you may be all chummy-chummy with Harry, and you may have produced a relatively nice child, but you've said some very unfair things to and about my wife, Ron began. And your wife doesn't need you fighting her battles for her, Hermione interrupted, looking witheringly at Ron. Fine, but if you say one thing about her or me. You'll do what, Weasley? Draco asked. He'll hug you, Hermione answered. Because we're all on the same team, aren't we, Ron? Ron hesitated. Fine, I think you've got really nice hair, Draco. Thank you, husband, Hermione replied. Now this seems a good spot. Let's do this. Draco took out the time turner. It began spinning wildly as the others took their places around it. And there was a giant whoosh of light, a smash of noise. Time stopped, and then it turned over, thought a bit, and began spooling backwards, slow at first, and then it sped up. They looked around themselves. So, has it worked? Ron asked. Act 4, Scene 8, Godric's Hollow, a shed, 1981. Albus looked up, amazed, to see Ginny and then Harry. Then he took in the rest of the happy band, Ron, Draco, and Hermione. Mum, he exclaimed. Albus Severus Potter, are we pleased to see you? Harry said. Albus ran and threw himself into Ginny's arms. She received him, delighted. You got our note? He asked. We got your note, Ginny confirmed. Scorpius trotted up to his dad. Draco looked at him. We can hug too if you like, he offered. Scorpius looked at his dad, unsure for a moment. Then they shared a very awkward half-hug. Draco smiled. Now where's this Delphi? Ron asked. You know about Delphi, Scorpius said. Albus explained, She's here. She's trying to kill you, we think, before Voldemort curses himself. She's going to kill you and so break the prophecy and... Yes, we thought that might be it too, Hermione said. Do you know where specifically she is now? She's disappeared, Scorpius replied. How did you without the time turner? Harry interrupted. That's a long and complicated story, Scorpius, and we don't have time for it. Draco smiled at Harry gratefully. Harry's right. Time is of the essence, Hermione said. We need to get people into position. Now, Godric's Hollow is not a large place, but she could be coming from any direction, so we need somewhere that gives us good views of the town, that allows for multiple and clear observation points, and that will, most importantly, keep us hidden because we cannot risk being seen. They all frowned, thinking, I'd say St. Jerome's Church ticks all those boxes, wouldn't you? Hermione suggested. Act 4, Scene 9, Godric's Hollow, Church, Sanctuary, 1981. Inside the church, Albus is sleeping in a pew. Ginny watches him carefully. Harry is looking out a window. No, nothing, Harry said. Why isn't she here? We're together. Your mom and dad are alive. We can turn time. Harry, we can't speed it up, Ginny replied calmly. She'll come when she's ready and we'll be ready for her. She looked at Albus's sleeping form. Or some of us will be. Poor kid thought he had to save the world, Harry said. Poor kid has saved the world, Ginny corrected him. That blanket was masterful. I mean, he also almost destroyed the world, but probably best not to focus on that bit. You think he's okay? Harry asked. He's getting there. It just might take him a bit of time. And you a bit of time too, she said. Harry smiled. You know, after I'd opened the Chamber of Secrets, after Voldemort had bewitched me with that terrible diary and I'd almost destroyed everything. I remember, Harry said. After I came out of hospital, everyone ignored me, shut me out, Ginny continued. Other than, that is, the boy who had everything, who came across the Gryffindor common room and challenged me to a game of exploding snap. People think they know all there is to know about you, but the best bits of you have always been heroic in really quiet ways. My point is, after this is over, just remember if you could, that sometimes people, but particularly children, just want someone to play exploding snap with. You think that's what we're missing, exploding snap? Harry asked. No, but the love I felt from you that day, I'm not sure Albus feels that, she explained. I'd do anything for him. Harry, you'd do anything for anybody, she said. You were pretty happy to sacrifice yourself for the world. He needs to feel specific love. It'll make him stronger, and you stronger too. You know, it wasn't until we thought Albus had gone that I truly understood what my mother was able to do for me, Harry reflected. A counter-charm so powerful that it was able to repel the spell of death. And the only spell Voldemort couldn't understand, love, Ginny added. I do love him specifically, Ginny. I know, but he needs to feel it, she said. I'm lucky to have you, aren't I? Harry asked. Extremely, and I'd be delighted to discuss just how lucky at another time, Ginny replied. But for now, let's focus on stopping Delphi. We are running out of time, Harry said. A thought occurred to Ginny. Unless, Harry, has anyone thought, why is she picked now, today? Because this is the day that everything changed. Right now you're over a year old, am I right? She asked. A year and 3 months. That's a year and 3 months she could have killed you in, Ginny pointed out. Even now, she's been in Godric's Hollow for 24 hours. What's she waiting for? I'm still not entirely following. What if she's not waiting for you? She's waiting for him, to stop him, Ginny suggested. What? Delphi's picked tonight because he's here, because her father is coming, Ginny explained. She wants to meet him. Be with him, the father she loves. Voldemort's problem started when he attacked you. If he hadn't done that, he'd have only got more powerful. The darkness would only have got darker, Harry finished. The best way to break the prophecy is not to kill Harry Potter. It's to stop Voldemort doing anything at all. Act 4, Scene 10, Godric's Hollow Church, 1981. The group is gathered, full of confusion. So let me get this right. We're fighting to protect Voldemort, Ron asked. Voldemort killing my grandparents, Voldemort trying to kill my dad, Albus said, bewildered. Of course, Ginny, Hermione exclaimed. Delphi's not trying to kill Harry. She's stopping Voldemort trying to kill Harry. Brilliant. So we just wait until Voldemort turns up, Draco asked. Does she know when he does turn up? Albus wondered. Hasn't she come here 24 hours early because she isn't sure when he'll arrive and in what direction? The history books, correct me if I'm wrong, Scorpius, show nothing about when and how he arrived in Godric's Hollow. Scorpius and Hermione said together, You're not wrong. Blimey, there are two of them, Ron exclaimed. So how can we use this to our advantage? Draco asked. Do you know what I'm really good at? Albus said. There's plenty you're good at, Albus, Harry replied. Polyjuicing, Albus announced. And I think Bathilda Bagshot may have all the ingredients for polyjuice in her basement. We can polyjuice into Voldemort and bring her to us. To use polyjuice, you need a bit of someone, Ron pointed out. We don't have a bit of Voldemort. But I like the concept, a pretend mouse for her cat, Hermione said. How close can we get through transfiguration? Harry asked. We know what he looks like, Hermione replied. We've got some excellent wizards and witches here. You want to transfigure into Voldemort? Ginny asked. It's the only way, Albus insisted. It is, isn't it? Hermione agreed. Ron stepped forward bravely. Then I think I should be him. I mean, it won't be exactly nice being Voldemort, but without wishing to blow my own trumpet, I am probably the most chilled out of all of us, and so maybe transfiguring into him, into the Dark Lord, will do less damage to me than any of you more intense people. Harry stepped away, introspective. Who are you calling intense? Hermione asked. I'd also like to volunteer, Draco said. I think being Voldemort requires precision, no offense, Ron, and a knowledge of dark magic and I'd like to volunteer too, Hermione added. As Minister for Magic, I think it's my responsibility and right. Maybe we should draw lots, Scorpius suggested. You're not volunteering, Scorpius, Draco said firmly. Actually, Albus began. No way, Ginny interrupted. I think you're all mad. I know what that voice is like inside your head. I won't have it in mine again. And anyway, it has to be me, Harry said. Everyone turned to him. What? For this plan to work, she has to believe it's him, without hesitation, Harry explained. She'll use Parseltongue, and I knew there was a reason why I still have that ability. But more than that, I know what it is to feel like him. I know what it is to be him. It has to be me. Rubbish, Ron argued. Beautifully put, but beautiful rubbish. No way are you going to... I'm afraid you're right, my old friend, Hermione said. Hermione, you're wrong. Voldemort is not something to be. Harry should not, Ron protested. And I hate to agree with my brother, but, Ginny added. He could get stuck as Voldemort forever, Ron warned. So could any of us, Hermione said. Your concerns are valid, but... Hang on, Hermione. Gin, Harry said, making eye contact with his wife. I won't do it if you don't want me to, but it feels like the only way to me. Am I wrong? Ginny thought for a moment and then softly nodded. Harry's face hardened. You're right, she said. Then let's do this, Harry declared. Don't we need to discuss the route you're taking? Draco began. She's watching for him. She'll come to me, Harry said. And then what? When she's with you? May I remind you this is a very powerful witch, Draco pointed out. Easy, Ron said. He gets her in here. We zap her together. Zap her? Draco repeated incredulously. Hermione looked around the room. We'll hide behind these doors. If you can get her to this point, Harry, she indicated where the light from the rose window hit the floor, then we come out and make sure she has no chance to escape. And then we'll zap her, Ron said with a look to Draco. Harry, last chance, are you sure you can do this? Hermione asked. Yes, I can do this, Harry confirmed. No, there's too many what-ifs, too many things that can go wrong, Draco argued. The transfiguration could not hold, she could see through it. If she escapes us now, there's no telling the damage she can do. We need time to properly plan to… Draco, trust my dad, Albus interrupted. He won't let us down. Harry looked at Albus, moved. Wands, Hermione said. Everyone withdrew their wands. Harry clasped his. A light built, overwhelming the room. The transfiguration was slow and monstrous. The form of Voldemort emerged from Harry. He turned and looked at his friends and family. They looked back, aghast. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. Harry, in Voldemort's voice, asked, It worked then? Yes, it worked, Ginny replied gravely. Act 4, Scene 11, Godric's Hollow, Church, 1981. Ron, Hermione, Draco, Scorpius, and Albus stand at the window looking out. Ginny can't look, she sits further back. Albus notices his mum and walks over to her. It's going to be okay, you know that, Mum, he said. I know it is, or I hope I do, she replied. I just don't want to see him like that. The man I love shrouded in the man I hate. Albus sat beside her. I liked her, Mum. You know that? I really liked her. Delphi, and she was Voldemort's daughter? That's what they're good at, Albus, catching innocents in their web, Ginny said. This is all my fault. Ginny took Albus in her arms. How funny, your dad seems to think it's all his. Strange pair you are, she said. That's her. She's seen him, Scorpius called from the window. Positions. Everybody, Hermione ordered. And remember, don't come out until he's got her in the light. We've one shot at this. We don't want to mess it up. They all moved fast. Hermione Granger, I'm being bossed around by Hermione Granger, Draco commented. She turned towards him, and he smiled, and I'm mildly enjoying it. Dad, Scorpius said. They scattered and hid behind two major doors. Harry, as Voldemort, re-entered the church. He walked a few paces and then turned. Whichever witch or wizard is following me, I assure you, you will regret it. Delphi emerged behind him, compelled to him. This was her father, the moment she had waited for her entire life. Lord Voldemort, it is me, I am following you, she said. I do not know you, leave me. I am your daughter, she said, breathing deeply. If you were my daughter, I'd know of you, he replied. I am from the future, she explained imploringly. The child of Bellatrix Lestrange and you. I was born in Malfoy Manor before the Battle of Hogwarts. A battle you are going to lose. I have come to save you. He turned, and she met his eyes. It was Rodolphus Lestrange, Bellatrix's loyal husband, who on return from Azkaban told me who I was and revealed the prophecy he thought I was destined to fulfill. I am your daughter, sir. I am familiar with Bellatrix, and there are certain similarities in your face, though you haven't inherited the best of her, he said. But without proof. Delphi spoke intently in Parseltongue. Harry, as Voldemort, laughed viciously. That's your proof? Delphi effortlessly rose into the air. He stepped back, amazed. I am the augury to your Dark Lord, and I am ready to give all that I have to serve you, she declared. You learnt flight from me, he asked, trying not to show his shock. I have tried to follow the path you set, she said. I have never met a witch or a wizard who's attempted to be my equal before. Do not mistake me, I would not claim to be worthy of you, Lord, she said, but I have devoted my life to being a child you could be proud of. I see what you are, and I see what you could be, daughter, he interrupted. She looked at him, desperately moved. Father? Together the power we could wield. Father, come here, in the light, so I may examine what my blood made, he commanded. Your mission is a mistake, she warned. Attacking Harry Potter is a mistake. He will destroy you. His hand turned back into Harry's hand. He looked at it, astonished, and quickly pulled it inside his sleeve. He is a baby, he said. He has his mother's love. Your spell will rebound, destroying you and making him too powerful and you too weak, she explained. You will recover, to spend the next 17 years consumed in a battle with him, a battle you will lose. His hair began to sprout. He felt it and pulled his hood over his head. Then I won't attack him, you are right. Father, she asked, He shrank down, now more hairy than Voldemort, and turned his back to her. "Father?" "Your plan is a good one," Harry said, desperately trying to sound like Voldemort. "The fight is off. You have served me well. Now come here into the light so I may examine you." Delphi saw a door sway slightly open and then be pulled shut. She frowned, her suspicion growing. "Father," she tried to get a glimpse of his face again. "You are not Lord Voldemort." She unleashed a bolt from her hand. Harry matched her. "Incendio!" she shouted. "Incendio!" he replied. The bolts met in a beautiful explosion. With her other hand, Delphi sent bolts to both doors as the others tried to open them. "Potter, Colloportus?" Harry looked at the doors, dismayed. "What? Thought your friends were going to join you, did you?" "Harry, Harry," Hermione called from off stage. "She's sealed the doors from your side," Ginny added. "Fine, I'll deal with you alone," Harry said and moved to attack her, but she was far stronger. Harry's wand flew towards her. He was disarmed. What are you?" "I've watched you for a long time, Harry Potter," she said. "I know you better than my father did." "You think you've learnt my weaknesses?" "I've studied to be worthy of him. Yes, even though he is the supreme wizard of all time, he will be proud of me," she declared. "Expulso!" Harry rolled away as the floor exploded behind him. He crawled frantically under a church pew. "Are you crawling away from me? Harry Potter, hero of the wizarding world, crawling away like a rat, Wingardium Leviosa." The church pew ascended into the air. "The question is whether it's worth my time to kill you, knowing that as soon as I stop my father, your destruction will be assured. How to decide? Oh, I'm bored. I'll kill you." She sent the pew hard down upon him. It smashed as he rolled desperately away. Albus emerged from a grate on the floor, unnoticed. "Avada!" "Dad," Albus whispered. "Albus, no," Harry cried. "Two of you? Choices, choices," Delphi said. "I think I'll kill the boy first. Avada Kedavra." She fired the killing curse at Albus, but Harry threw him out of the way. The bolt smashed into the ground. He fired a bolt back. "You think you're stronger than me?" she asked. "No, I'm not," Harry replied, firing bolts mercilessly as Albus rolled away and slammed a spell into one door then another. "But we are." Albus opened both doors with his wand. "Alohomora, Alohomora," he shouted. "I've never fought alone, you see, and I never will," Harry said. Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and Draco emerged from the doors and fired their spells at Delphi, who screamed in exasperation. It was a titanic battle, but she couldn't fight them all. A series of bangs, and overwhelmed, Delphi tumbled to the floor. "No, no!" Brachiobindo Hermione cast, and she was bound. Harry advanced towards her, his eyes never leaving her. "Albus, are you okay?" he asked. "Yes, Dad, I'm okay." "Ginny, has he been injured? I need to know he's safe," Harry pressed. "He insisted," Ginny explained. "He was the only one small enough to crawl through the grate. I tried to stop him." "Just tell me he's okay," Harry said. "I'm fine, Dad, I promise," Albus replied. Harry continued towards Delphi. "A lot of people have tried to hurt me, but my son, you dare hurt my son!" "I only wanted to know my father," Delphi said. These words took Harry by surprise. "You can't remake your life. You'll always be an orphan. That never leaves you." "Just let me see him," she begged. "I can't and I won't," Harry said. "Then kill me," she said, truly pitiful. Harry thought for a moment. "I can't do that either." "What, Dad? She's dangerous," Albus protested. "But she's a murderer. I've seen her murder." Harry turned and looked at his son, then at Ginny. "Yes, Albus, she's a murderer and we're not." "We have to be better than them," Hermione said. "Yeah, it's annoying, but it's what we learnt," Ron added. "Take my mind, take my memory, make me forget who I am," Delphi pleaded. "No, we'll take you back to our time," Ron said. "And you'll go to Azkaban, same as your mother," Hermione finished. "Where you'll rot," Draco added. Harry heard a hissing noise, a noise like death. "Harry Potter!" "What's that?" Scorpius asked. No, not yet," Harry said. "What?" Albus asked. "Voldemort," Ron whispered. "Father," Delphi said. "Now here?" Hermione asked. "Father." "Silencio," Draco cast, and Delphi was gagged. "Wingardium Leviosa," she was sent upwards and away. He's coming right now," Harry said. Voldemort came through the back of the stage, across it, and walked down into the auditorium. He brought death with him, and everyone knew it. Act 4, Scene 12, Godric's Hollow, 1981. Harry looks after Voldemort helplessly. Voldemort is going to kill my mum and dad, and there's nothing I can do to stop him, he said. That's not true, Draco replied. Dad, now is not the time, Scorpius said. There is something you could do to stop him, Albus pointed out, but you won't. That's heroic, Draco said. Ginny took Harry's hand. You don't have to watch, Harry. We can go home. I'm letting it happen. Of course I have to watch, Harry said. Then we'll all witness it, Hermione said. We'll all watch, Ron agreed. We hear unfamiliar voices. Lily, take Harry and go. It's him. Gun. I'll hold him off. It was James. There was a blast and then a laugh. You keep away, you understand. You keep away. Avada Kedavra! Voldemort's voice boomed. Harry flinched as green light flashed around the auditorium. Albus took his hand. Harry grasped it, needing the support. He did everything he could, Albus said. Ginny rose beside Harry and took his other hand. They were holding him up now. That's my mum, at the window, Harry whispered. I can see my mother. She looks beautiful. There was the sound of banging as doors were blasted off. Not Harry, not Harry, please not Harry. It was Lily. Stand aside, you silly girl. Stand aside now, Voldemort said. Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead. This is my last warning. Not Harry, please. Have mercy, not my son, please I'll do anything. Avada Kedavra. Lightning passed through Harry's body. He was sent to the floor, a pure mess of grief. A noise like a shrunken scream descended and ascended around us, and we just watch. Slowly, what was there is no longer there. The stage transforms and rotates, and Harry and his family and friends are rotated off and away. Act 4, Scene 13, Godric's Hollow, inside James and Lily Potter's house, 1981. We are in the ruins of a house that has undergone a vicious attack. Hagrid walks through the ruins. James, he called. Lily? He walked slowly, unwilling to see too much too soon, entirely overwhelmed, and then he saw them. He stopped and said nothing. Oh, that's not, I weren't, they told me, but I were hoping for better. He looked at them and bowed his head. He muttered a few words, then took some crumpled flowers from his pockets and laid them on the floor. I'm sorry, they told me, he told me, Dumbledore told me, I can't wait with ye. The muggles are coming ye see with their flashing blues, and they won't preciate a big lummox like me, would they? He let out a sob. Hard though it is to leave ye, I want ye to know, ye won't be forgotten, not by me, not by any folk. Then he heard a sound, a baby snuffling. He turned towards it, walking with more intensity. He looked down and stood over the crib, which seemed to radiate light. Well, hello, ye must be Harry. Hello, Harry Potter. I'm Rubus Hagrid, and I'm going to be your friend whether ye like it or not, 'cause ye've had it tough, not that ye know it yet, and you're going to need friends. Now ye best come with me, don't ye think? As flashing blue lights filled the room, giving it an ethereal glow, he lifted Harry gently into his arms. And then, without looking back, he strode away through the house, and we descend into soft black. Act 4, Scene 14, Hogwarts classroom. Scorpius and Albus run into a room, full of excitement. They slam the door after themselves. I can't quite believe I did that, Scorpius said. I can't quite believe you did that either, Albus replied. Rose Granger Weasley. I asked out Rose Granger Weasley, Scorpius announced. And she said no, Albus reminded him. But I asked her, Scorpius insisted. I planted the acorn that will grow into our eventual marriage. You are aware that you're an utter fantasist, Albus said. And I'd agree with you, only Polly Chapman did ask me to the school ball. In an alternate reality where you were significantly, really significantly, more popular, a different girl asked you out, and that means... And yes, logic would dictate I should be pursuing Polly, or allowing her to pursue me. She's a notorious beauty after all, but a rose is a rose, Scorpius declared. You know logic would dictate that you're a freak. Rose hates you, Albus said. Correction, she used to hate me, but did you see the look in her eyes when I asked? That wasn't hate, that was pity, Scorpius corrected him. And pity's good? Pity is a start, my friend, a foundation on which to build a palace of love, Scorpius said grandly. I honestly thought I'd be the first of us to get a girlfriend, Albus confessed. Oh, you will, undoubtedly, Scorpius said. Probably that new smoky-eyed potions professor. She's old enough for you, right? I don't have a thing about older women, Albus protested. And you've got time, a lot of time, to seduce her, Scorpius said, because Rose is going to take years to persuade. I admire your confidence, Albus said. Just then, Rose came past them on the stairs. She looked at them both. Hi. Neither boy knew quite how to reply. She looked at Scorpius. This is only going to be weird if you let it be weird. Received and entirely understood, Scorpius replied. Okay, Scorpion King, she said, and walked off with a smile on her face. Scorpius and Albus looked at each other. Albus grinned and punched Scorpius on the arm. Maybe you're right. Pity is a start, Albus said. Are you heading to Quidditch? Slytherin are playing Hufflepuff. It's a big one. I thought we hated Quidditch? Albus asked. People can change, Scorpius replied. Besides, I've been practicing. I think I might make the team eventually. Come on. I can't. My dad's arranged to come up. He's taking time away from the ministry, Scorpius asked. He wants to go on a walk, something to show me, share with me, something, Albus explained. I know, I think it's a bonding thing or something similarly vomit-inducing, Albus said. Still, I think I'll go. Scorpius reached in and hugged Albus. What's this? I thought we decided we don't hug. I wasn't sure whether we should. In this new version of us I had in my head, Scorpius said. Better ask Rose if it's the right thing to do, Albus teased. Ha! Yeah, right, Scorpius replied. The two boys dislocated and grinned at each other. I'll see you at dinner, Albus said. Act 4, Scene 15, A Beautiful Hill. Harry and Albus walk up a hill on a beautiful summer's day. They say nothing, enjoying the sun on their faces as they climb. So are you ready? Harry asked. For what? Well, there's the 4th year exams, and then the 5th year, big year, Harry said. In my 5th year I did. He looked at Albus and smiled. I did a lot of stuff. Some of it good, some of it bad, a lot of it quite confusing. Good to know, Albus replied. I got to watch them, for a bit. Your mum and dad, Albus said. You had fun together. Your dad used to love to do this smoke ring thing with you where you couldn't stop giggling. Yes, Harry prompted. I think you'd have liked them, Albus said. And I think me, Lily, and James would have liked them too. Harry nodded. A slightly uncomfortable silence fell. Both were trying to reach each other. Both were failing. I thought I'd lost him, Voldemort, Harry began. I thought I'd lost him, and then my scar started hurting again, and I had dreams of him, and I could even speak Parseltongue again, and I started to feel like I'd not changed at all, that he'd never let me go. And had he? Albus asked. The part of me that was Voldemort died a long time ago, but it wasn't enough to be physically rid of him. I had to be mentally rid of him, Harry explained. And that is a lot to learn for a 40-year-old man. He looked at Albus. That thing I said to you, it was unforgivable, and I can't ask you to forget it, but I can hope we move past it. I'm going to try to be a better dad for you, Albus. I am going to try and be honest with you and... Dad, you don't need to... You told me you don't think I'm scared of anything, and I'm scared of everything, Harry confessed. I'm afraid of the dark. Did you know that? Harry Potter is afraid of the dark? Albus asked. I don't like small spaces, and I've never told anyone this, but I don't much like, he hesitated, pigeons. You don't like pigeons? Harry scrunched up his face. Nasty, pecky, dirty things. They give me the creeps. But pigeons are harmless, Albus exclaimed. I know, Harry said. But the thing that scares me most, Albus Severus Potter, is being a dad to you. Because I'm operating without wires here. Most people at least have a dad to base themselves on and either try to be or try not to be. I've got nothing, or very little, so I'm learning, okay? And I'm going to try with everything I've got to be a good dad for you. And I'll try and be a better son, Albus promised. I know I'm not James' dad. I'll never be like you two. James is nothing like me, Harry said. Isn't he? Everything comes easy for James. My childhood was a constant struggle, Harry explained. So was mine, Albus said. So you're saying, am I like you? Harry smiled at Albus. Actually, you're more like your mum, bold, fierce, funny, which I like, which I think makes you a pretty great son. I almost destroyed the world, Albus reminded him. Delphi wasn't going anywhere, Albus. You brought her out into the light, and you found a way for us to fight her, Harry said. You may not see it now, but you saved us. But shouldn't I have done better, Albus asked. You don't think I ask myself the same questions? And then, when we caught her, I wanted to kill her, Albus confessed. You'd watched her murder Craig. You were angry, Albus, and that's okay, Harry said, and you wouldn't have done it. How do you know that? Maybe that's my Slytherin side, Albus suggested. Maybe that's what the Sorting Hat saw in me. I don't understand your head, Albus. Actually, you know what? You're a teenager. I shouldn't be able to understand your head, but I do understand your heart, Harry said. I didn't for a long time, but thanks to this escapade, I know what you got in there. Slytherin, Gryffindor, whatever label you've been given. I know, that heart is a good one. Yeah, whether you like it or not, you're on your way to being some wizard. Oh, I'm not going to be a wizard. I'm going into pigeon racing, Albus joked. I'm quite excited about it. Harry grinned. Those names you have, they shouldn't be a burden. Albus Dumbledore had his trials too, you know, and Severus Snape, well, you know all about him. They were good men, Albus said. They were great men with huge flaws, and you know what? Those flaws almost made them greater, Harry replied. Albus looked around. Dad, why are we here? This is where I often come, Harry said. But this is a graveyard. And here is Cedric's grave. Dad? The boy who was killed, Craig Boker. How well did you know him? Harry asked. Not well enough, Albus replied. I didn't know Cedric well enough either, Harry said. He could have played Quidditch for England, or been a brilliant auror. He could have been anything. And Amos is right. He was stolen. So I come here, just to say sorry, when I can. That's a good thing to do, Albus said, and joined his dad in front of Cedric's grave. Harry smiled at his son and looked up at the sky. I think it's going to be a nice day, he said. He touched his son's shoulder, and the two of them, just slightly, melted together. Albus smiled. This concludes our audiobook adaptation of Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. This audio adaptation is based on the original book. You can support the author by purchasing the book through the Amazon link in the description. Thank you for listening.